So today is the 4-year anniversary of the channel, and in celebration, I've collated my experience of beating every zombies map for the first time. From my very first Easter egg ever 4 years ago at round 200, all the way up to Black Ops 6 zombies. This includes every Cold War zombies map, COD Ghost Extinction map, yes I know it's not zombies, but I still think it deserves a spot here, every Infinite Warfare zombies map, including the super boss fight, every Black Ops 3 and Black Ops 4 map, every Dead Ops arcade map, every Advanced Warfare map, every World War II map, and all the Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2 maps that are possible to beat solo, and then finally every Black Ops 6 map that has released so far. I will have timestamps so you can skip to wherever you want, but if you want to watch someone gradually fall in love with COD Easter eggs, watch from the start. Now this video is in the order at which I beat every zombies map. And like I said, Cold War Zombies was actually my very first time beating an Easter egg. Cold War is an infamously easy zombies game, so I actually got to round 200 and then beat the Easter egg. This video was 4 years ago, so the way I make videos has definitely changed today, but this video is still one of my favorites.
Hey guys, so today we're going to be doing the Die Machine Easter egg, and I have not actually done the Die Machine Easter egg yet. So what we're going to do today is we're going to put a bit of a twist on it. We're going to try and get to round 200 and then do the Easter egg boss fight. Another fun fact is that I have never actually done a main Easter egg on any single zombies map, which sounds really weird seeing that I've played a lot of zombies before, but I've always just been more interested in high rounds. So I honestly have never done a main Easter egg before, like what I mean, like the Shadows of Evil, you know, main Easter egg. So like, this will be interesting. This will be very interesting. I'm not sure if we'll be able to do it, but we'll have a shot. But I think the plan is for us to like get everything set up, and then round 200 we do the boss fight. He gave me my ray. Yeah, bro, how'd you get it like 3 times? I've never got the ray gun from the coffin dance, guys. Maybe this time. Maybe we'll get it this time. Okay, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. First time ever. Come on, come on, come on. Ooh, we actually got it. Let's go. And we got Jug. Can I pick it up? Oh my god. Yes. No way, man. Oh, this thing's OP as well. Pick this up. And then what? I just shoot it. Awesome. Oh. Oh. He might die here. That was kind of close.
Had that.
Okay, he absorbed. That looks pretty funny. I just saw his legs.
Get after him now.
Okay, so do I just go for high round now, guys? And then follow on later? Do the rest of the steps? Is that what I do? 100 by oh my god, we just one-shot him. Try and get round 100 by 2 hours. We'll just go for it. 2 hours. Let's just say that number. Oh my god, what is my aim?
He's down. Hopefully out.
This guy, and we're chilling. Well, where we are in the round, to be honest. There we are. Round 100, guys. We did that in probably 2 hours, 15 minutes. And we did a lot of the Easter egg steps as well, so that's not bad, that's not bad. Appreciate it a lot, bro. Very kind, man. I do not smoke, guys, nor drink. I'm a sober boy. That was cringy, I don't know why I said it like that. Thank you so much, dude. Might have to I'm definitely... No! And we lost... Oh my god. I literally was in it as well. I'm gonna run out of ammo, but that means the round's about to end. Oh. Maybe not. Don't ask me why I did that. I could have just used the chopper, but I guess... Oh, I've got no ammo in this either. Oh my god, I suck.
Decoy up.
What am I doing? Holy, I pressed the wrong button. Did you guys see that? The decoy hit the dog and killed the dog. That's the most bizarre thing I think I've ever seen. I really need to reload right now, but I can't. Oh.
That's enough.
What am I stuck on? Bro, I'm dead. Oh my god. I got stuck on the anomaly. You might be dead here. Oh my goodness. That was so close.
Establishing decoy.
That was so close. Oh. Holy. So I think this round's nearly done. I think we have to get to round... We have to do round 200 though. And then leave a zombie at the end of 200. So we still got to do 200 as well. So that's gonna be a pain. Round should be over here though. And that's it, guys. Round 200. Let's go. Okay. So no, I'm not. Now I'm going into it. Okay, wish me luck, guys. Wish me luck.
Remarkable. It's brain.
Maybe that wasn't smart to get this armor. Bro, he seems like he's chilling right now. What is this? Nice, good armor. I gotta run around though. I'm coming, bro! Stay safe.
Undead hostile eliminated.
How long does it take? Oh, did we do it? We're off, we're off, we're off. Oh, that was a nice jump. I'm not even gonna lie, that was a nice jump. I did not even mean to do that. Oh my god. Oh. Bro, I can't go through there. I think we're fine now, right? Holy, that was close. We did it, we did it, we did it. Holy. What do I do? What do I do? I'm just waiting, I'm just waiting. Oh my god, please don't die now. Okay, we've got 50 seconds, I can chill, I can chill. Oh god. Let's go. And you can see that's the first time I've ever done that. Let's go. Dude, I'm so happy with that. What happens here? Let's go, man.
Work, strike team. We've closed the breach. But I gotta.
Dude, that was easy.
Just getting started.
I mean, I nearly died at the end there. That was very close, but holy. Let's go. Let's actually go. Thank you guys so much. That was fun, bro.
Now for my second Easter egg ever, I actually got to round 100 first and then began the Easter egg steps, which as you will see was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, so we made it to round 100. We're not gonna do round 100, but we're gonna get to the end of round 100, leave a few zombies, and then start doing all the Easter egg steps. You guys think it's close to the end of the round? Oh, perfect. Okay. Then we talk to him, right?
If you we forgot to feed Captain Whiskers. Dun, dun, dun. Active available if you need it.
Oh no, the round ended.
By Ethereum.
Wait, so what do I do here, guys? Can someone explain the step to me? Because this step confused me.
On a low health. It has to have like maybe 1/10 of its health remaining, so you're going to need to whittle down the health of whatever you're trying to capture. If the thing you're trying to...
This guy? Okay, we got one. We got one. Down. Should I end the round? We'll do it. We'll end the round. The Pokeball down. Oh, one spawned here. Okay, okay. That's it.
kill them all. Okay, okay, surely. Yes, 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 yes. Let's go. Rams. Let's go. We did one, guys. We did one. Let's go. I'm so happy. That's like that. Okay, I gotta be careful though. I can't really see his health. Okay. One more. Okay, that's probably enough. Oh. I hate... Okay, I have just... No comment. How have I managed that? Okay, my binds... So my binds for exploding the thing is right next to the bind for my kill streak. Okay, that is just crazy. That is like literally... Okay, he just spawned there. That's one, right? Okay, I'm taking this guy. I'm watching this guy 24/7. Yeah, let's train around here. Put them in a circle. I can't believe I just did that. I can't actually believe I just did that. Alright.
I am down.
Come on. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. That's fine. He didn't die. Oh my god, we nearly just died then. The zombies are dead. No, he died! Dude, we cannot catch a break. A dog just killed him, bro. Oh my, we can't catch a break. Dude, this might be the most unlucky run I have ever done in my life. But also my fault from being just completely brain dead.
Scanning for target. Target in range. Target captured. Collect for process. Downloading memories.
Okay, that's 2. We've done 2 out of 3.
Target in range.
Nice. Come on.
Target captured.
Yes.
Collect for processing. 3 minutes to
Set floppy disk.
downloading.
Okay, the door open.
A day without him.
I'm still not convinced.
Oh, you gotta grab it while you shoot the bullet, right? Thank you.
Exfil window available.
I honestly can't tell. That's it. Okay. I can hear it now. There we are. Let's do it.
What's happening? Report.
Some sort of irradiated dome has surrounded you. Recommend holding your position until it dissipates.
Okay. Okay. Please finish. Please. Please. Oh my god. Please, finish!
Charge remains.
Oh my god. Not that one, eh? It's this one. What do I do now? I did it.
Realigning my satellite
We
dish.
did it, guys. Let's go.
Just what are you up to
Let's
out there?
actually go.
Got your attention now, don't
Okay, we can do this, guys. We can do this. If we got this far. Oh my god, I'm actually really nervous. Dude, this took 2 hours just to get to the stage. It took 5 hours overall. We've been playing for 5 hours. It took 3 hours to get to round 100, 2 hours to do the Easter egg on round 100. Okay. I haven't seen any of this, by the way. I've seen a bit of the boss fight, but I haven't seen the cutscenes.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh my god.
How can we kill this ungodly creature? Kill that thing and get out of there. Omega forces are inbound.
Oh, there's no zombie show.
Move away from there. Watch the dogs. They fucking explode.
Okay, this is very intense. I think we could... Oh, we can't jump on that. That nearly got me killed. We've done a lot of damage already. I'm feeling pretty comfortable. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god, we've nearly done it. I don't want to get stuck here though. I don't want to get stuck. Oh. What have I done? Okay. I take my time. We are so close to beating it. All I gotta do is buy a self-res. And then shoot it a couple times. We did it. Let's go, guys. We did it. That's my first Easter egg on this map. First attempt. Now, I did actually beat the Mauer Toten and Forsaken Easter egg at round 100, but the videos I made back then are genuinely horrible. I went back and watched them to record the footage, and I was so bored. So for the only time in this video, I actually beat these maps for a second time, just so you wouldn't have to endure the torture of the original videos. So playing Cold War Zombies 4 years later, I used Ghostface, turned on the Rampage Inducer, and immediately went down. Although somewhat similar in looks to Black Ops 6, the game is deceivingly very different, and I had to adjust pretty quick here. I then journeyed to the Power, nearly died by the train, got some perks from the OP Wonder Fizz, unlocked Pack-a-Punch, and put Brain Rot on my weapon so I could turn a zombie in this room, allowing me to enter this barricade door as the zombie breaks it down for me. I then collected a robot named Klaus's hands from the position of strangulation and gave his hands back, summoned this robot and controlled him to this locker, from which he busted it open for me. That sounded weird. And I could collect a flashlight, which enabled me to see 3 hidden numbers around the map. I inputted these numbers into this safe and collected the Cerberus from within, which I still think is one of the most underrated wonder weapons ever. Like, it generally is very cool. I would have loved to see it on one of the older games. I don't know why, but I think it would have been a very interesting addition, and I hope to see it again. With the Wonder Weapons Blazer mod kit, I bring Klaus to this wall here, from which he knocks it down, and I burn through it with the laser. I then collected a canister 3 separate times, put them into these weird machines around the map, threw down 3 different lures, killed the Tempests that spawned from these lures, collected the now charged canister, and dropped it back in the facility. I then collected this dish from a pile of dirt, placed it on this machine, and made Klaus kill 50 zombies close by it. He then becomes upgraded, giving him a Pack-a-Punch weapon, and allowing him to stop this train down in the tunnels for me. With the train momentarily stopped, I could collect a couple more parts, and with all that I've collected, I can activate this disruptor satellite, kill the big bad boss that spawns from it, use his uranium and place it on 2 different zip lines, which I think cleanses the uranium somehow and allows me to place it into this warhead. These steps are actually very similar to Black Ops 6 steps. After doing this another time, the boss fight begins. Although I must admit I've never followed the Cold War storyline in zombies, this Dr. Valentina is really dope. One of these days I need to actually learn the story. This boss fight is also pretty cool, but ultimately very easy. She's basically just a massive bullet sponge, but with the death machine and the ring of fire, she doesn't really stand much of a chance. With Valentina's death, we change the warhead or something, and Klaus picks it up, and all we have to do is protect him, and he sacrifices his life for the betterment of good. I'm pretty sure that would make sense. Forsaken. Now, I've always liked this map, but honestly, I never realized just how small this Easter egg really is. This map added the Abomination, who I nearly died to almost immediately. They're also a kind of annoying boss. But really, this map is ridiculously easy as long as you're not dumb like I am. I unlocked Pack-a-Punch and enabled the Easter egg, started a trial, and then because, like I said, I'm dumb, I started the lockdown step at round 6 with no Pack-a-Punch or perks. This was actually very sketchy, and the fact that I didn't go down was pretty lucky. Again, Ring of Fire is just a ridiculous field upgrade. I also just got very lucky this entire run. Just after collecting my first part, I entered this room and an Abomination spawned in the exact position I needed it to because it has to sprint and knock down my second part. Then pretty soon after, I got the Chrysalax Savager as a trial reward. Now I just need my final part, which comes in the form of zapping an enemy with Deadwire to unlock this arcade game, which activates an RCXD, which I control quite horribly to this vent and inside, jumping up and exploding it to get the final part. With the Chrysalax, I shoot these 3 purple balls, then break the massive crystal with my axe, from which I can collect a shard, throw it into an Abomination's mouth, and then kill him to retrieve a catalyzed shard. I did this 3 times, with the purple balls getting increasingly more infuriating to shoot until I'm at the final stage of the Easter egg already. I escort this Ethereum neutralizer with quite honestly ridiculous ease, kill zombies under Samantha to increase her essence, break the boss's crystallized armor, then once Maxis has charged a turret with her essence, shoot the weak spot and repeat till you can target the head, which I did, thus beating Forsaken. Definitely still fun and comfy, but just very quick and probably just too easy. Also, I hadn't noticed it before, but the zombies climbing out of the boss is pretty cool looking. Recently I've been feeling a bit burnt out of zombies, so I thought I'd play some Extinction. And I've always loved Extinction, but I've only ever played the first map properly. So I was surprised to see that the maps that were released later became a lot harder and also just a lot weirder. It seems like the developers actually really cared about Extinction, and it shows because I had a lot of fun making this video. And I might go so far to say this is the most underrated game mode released by Call of Duty. Point of contact. The first map released on the 5th of November 2013, near 9 years ago now, and I feel like it aged really well to this point. The game starts with you being given a drill, and this drill allows you to destroy these hives. You need to destroy about 14 hives, and then you'll finally be able to unlock a nuke, and then you have to run back to the starting point, thus eliminating all of the aliens in this area. You get given challenges, and when you complete a challenge, you get a skill point, and there's an entire custom skill tree that you can upgrade. You get 1 skill point for completing a challenge and 1 skill point for destroying a hive. Here I upgrade my armor, piercing ammo, and my pistol. And that's pretty much all you need to know going into Extinction. And so I take my drill to my second hive. Now these hives at the start are really easy, and I have 5 maps to get through, so I'm going to go over this map very fast, especially because this map is the most well-known and the easiest, although I still like it a lot. I drop an armor vest and then move to my 3rd hive, and then my 4th. Now I hadn't played this in a long time, so Barrier 5 helicopter inbound came up on screen, and it reminded me that all I have to do is protect the helicopter as it breaks down this wall. And so I used my death machine to kill all of these scorpions around this area because the scorpions are annoying as hell. It is important to note that I'm not using any teeth in this video so far. If you didn't know, you can use teeth to upgrade a lot of things, and so it basically just makes your game a lot easier. And so you can see without any teeth, it's kind of like Cold War. The game is actually kind of difficult, and what I mean by that is when you start Cold World War, the game's not that easy, but once you have everything upgraded, it's easy. Same thing is applied to Extinction here. And I actually think the game's a lot funner without the teeth. Finally, the helicopter destroys the hive wall, and I get rewarded with some cash. And with this wall being down, I can now enter the second part of the map. In this area, I then completed my first hive and my second one and grabbed the bison, and then started my third hive. And this is where the game starts to get a little bit more difficult. The bomber aliens start spawning in, and they're a pain. And also, there's just always scorpion zombies hitting you from who knows where. At this stage in the game, my weapon specialist was level 3, my pistol was level 4, and I upgrade my armor piercing ammo to level 5, and my armor to level 4. I then have to protect a helicopter again as it destroys another hive wall. The only things that can damage the helicopter are the scorpions, so I make sure to focus on them. But I also have to be very careful of the bomber zombies coming in and also the little scout zombies. Not to mention the leapers as well. As we move on to the other Extinction maps, you're going to be seeing a lot of different variety of the aliens. A lot of the harder aliens come in on the later maps, and that's partially why this map is so much easier, although it doesn't stop it from being pretty intense. Same as before, after I've knocked down the wall, I then get some cash, and I can enter the third area of the map. And this is where we see our first rhino alien. Although he spawns only by himself, so he's super easy to kill. And this part of the map's pretty cool. The level of detail is actually really impressive, and that might be just because we just had Vanguard zombies. And that may have been the worst experience ever. I start the first drill and pick up the L115 sniper, which I didn't even know was on this map, but as I soon learned is a very good weapon. I felt like the Bison wasn't really doing much, and my pistol was really carrying this game. Now, there are traps on every Extinction map, but on this map, the traps really suck. And my challenge was to get 5 kills with the traps, and I got 0. I then did my second hive in the area and started my third one. For my third one, it started getting a little bit harder, so I started using my vulture and also my death machine, really getting use of these abilities. Because of the weapon specialist, I am holding 3 weapons, so I dropped the bison for the MTS shoddy. I then start the 4th hive, and already there's quite a lot of aliens around me. I feel like Extinction at times looks a lot easier than it really is. I then whip out my snipe and start quickscoping the aliens. It's really fun doing this, to be honest. And if you do headshot an alien, which sounds weird to say, but if you do, it's a one-shot kill on any of the aliens. So I complete the 4th drill, and even in doing so, I have to use my vulture. There's just a lot of aliens around, and then a rhino just comes sprinting over. But honestly, like I said, this map's pretty chill. On the other maps, there's literally blue-eyed rhinos who are 5 times as strong. And at this stage of the game, I do start upgrading my vulture. The upgraded vulture is really good. I've already got all my necessities nearly fully maxed, and now I just have to upgrade the vultures. And this is the very last hive I have to do until I unlock the nuke. And really, if I didn't have the sniper here, things would have gone maybe a lot more sour. But I had the sniper, and I was hitting my shots, and I was one-shotting all of the scorpion zombies. Even saying that though, about 3/4 through, the drill started getting really weak, about 40 health, and so I had to repair it once there was a bit of downtime between the aliens spawning in, and I had a vulture up protecting my back. And so that was the final hive, and now I get a tactical nuke. I interact with the tactical nuke, and then I have 4 minutes to get back to the spawn, and you can see I am getting hit in the back a lot there, so I chuck down an armor and then start making my way. Now, there are a lot of things happening all at once when you do make this journey. As you saw, there was 2 scorpions and 1 rhino that just spawned in, but I just ignore them, run straight past, use my vulture. But unfortunately, you can't just ignore the aliens. You actually have to kill one of the rhinos. I think that's how it works. I'm actually not entirely sure. It might be you just have to kill all of the aliens. I think this is the first time I've actually completed this solo, so I didn't know what I was doing, but after a while, the meteorite blocking the alley went away, and so then another rhino alien spawns in, and I do kill the rhino alien, and the meteorite, after a little bit, disappears after I kill the final scorpion alien. And now all I have to do is reach to the helicopter. Now this map's ending is so much easier than the other maps. I'm sorry, I've said that multiple times now, but it's just true. But it's still very fun and very cool that you have to make your journey back. It would have been cooler if they maybe made it so you only had 3 minutes to do it. But I do hop into the helicopter and I can watch as a nuke go off. I do try and get a sneaky kill in there, but I don't think your weapons even register at this stage. And boom. So I did 14 hives, and I did that with 0 downs. Nightfall, the second map released in Call of Duty Ghosts, and this is where Extinction starts to change quite a bit. So the intro for this map is quite interesting. He goes, "Help me, man, open this gate, open this gate." I shoot him, just as a bit of a joke, and then boom, this big monster comes out of nowhere and just Yeah, this map does start similar to Point of Contact, and so I do the first 3 hives really fast, and after finishing the 3rd hive, I can then enter a room, and I grab the LSAT for 3,000 points, a light machine gun, and I search a little container and get rapid fire on the LMG. I then do my 4th hive, and this is where things start to change quite a lot. Because instead of a helicopter coming in and destroying a wall hive, there's actually a boss that I have to defeat to get to the next stage of the map. This boss is called the Breeder, and you only get given 2 minutes to defeat him. And so I failed many times trying to do this, and it was only until I started picking up the LSAT LMG that I was able to actually do this. And you can see I do get a red screen. You don't want to get too close to him. He has 3 different attacks, and by far the most lethal is when he just slaps you with his little claw things. He also shoots out a red mist sometimes that is really strong, and he can also shoot bullets back towards you. But I do actually take down the Breeder within 1 minute. I probably failed about 6 times before doing this, but I kind of figured out when he's shooting out his eggs onto the map, that's the best time to shoot him, especially with the LSAT. You do so much damage. You can see the Breeder run off, and so we're gonna have to fully defeat him later on. And just like on Point of Contact, when you get to the next stage of the map, you get some cash. I then have 3 hives that I have to destroy in this area, and I do begin to struggle quite a bit. Rhinos start spawning in, scorpions hitting you from above. There's so much happening, and my drill gets super weak here. My drill health actually goes all the way to 34 just as the drill ends. So things are definitely getting progressively harder. And on the next hive, I get a red screen, and I'm not even really halfway through this map yet. And after each hive, the aliens do get stronger. I believe anyway. It definitely seems that way. So now I've cleared out this area, I move on to the next, and I have to kill a rhino, just the same as on Point of Contact. It's super chill though, because it's just 1 rhino. And then I destroy my first hive in this area, and this hive acts like a door, and so once you destroy it, you can actually go into it, and you can get the one weapon on this map, the Venom X, and this thing is awesome. It makes Extinction a lot more fun, and also a lot easier. Because these maps start to get a lot harder, the Venom X is really helpful, but you do only get 4 shots with it, but it pretty much one-shots everything and about 3 shots the rhinos. And to get ammo on it, you can't just drop ammo. You need to pick up the little egg thing. Again, this hive acts like a doorway, and so once it finishes, you can actually enter this room. And I really don't know much about the story in Extinction here, but that was quite a brutal slap, I must say so. And then it looks like these characters are gonna die, but I'm pretty sure the girl doesn't. In the comment section, let me know. I finished all these maps and I still have no idea about the story. But I finally finished my final hive, and then a timer starts ticking down. And this was the first time I'd done this, so I had no idea what was gonna happen. And it took me to the final boss fight. And I actually find this boss fight easier than when I first versed him. And so it probably is my least favorite end to a map. I don't know, I found it super easy. I didn't know what I was even doing anyway. But I think you knock him down and then you shoot him in the side. But yeah, this was pretty damn chill, I have to admit. I pretty much just ran around until I got him to half health, and then he goes up onto the building, and then all you have to do is just survive while he's up there. I mean, like I said, this just isn't that hard, but it's pretty cool. I mean, it is pretty cool. The pistol did really no damage to it. Really, the cheat code for this boss fight is using the LSAT. It just does so much damage. I mean, my pistol is like fully upgraded. It's not really doing much at all. And you can get your vulture to help at the same time. And so here you can see that I do actually destroy his side there. I really am not sure how it actually works. And then towards the ends here, he shoots these things out, and I think he heals himself, and I nearly get hit by his claws, so that was very close. But as he's trying to shoot back at me, I just use my pistol to shoot him. I see that it's glowing on his side there, so I try and take his side out. I don't quite finish it. I then grab some Venom X ammo, which is awesome, and I can now finish the job with the Venom X. And boom! So that is Nightfall done. I do really like this map. It is really fun, but the boss fight at the end is super easy on solo anyway. But it is an experience if you just want to play it once and have some fun. Mayday. So on this map, I guess a boat is infected because you go from a little boat and travel to a bigger boat to kill a big monster at the end. I don't really know the story behind this map. It sounds kind of nonsensical, but hey, maybe I'm just an idiot. This map start is the most chill, so I'm going to skip right over it. But after doing the first 2 hives in this area, I do make my way to this little area here, and you can pick up a lot of schematics. So you can get the Venom X on this map again, but you can only get it through a schematic, and you get parts to actually build the weapon through grabbing the schematic. On this map, you can actually open doors, and there are different kind of enemies. I don't even know what these are called, and they also spawn in these plants that can shoot you. But I get through that door and then I make my way to this area, and this is where one of the tentacles of the big monster comes into the map. And to be honest, he's pretty easy to kill. When I first played this map, it kind of startled me. I was like, what the hell has just came in? And it is super ugly, but I do manage to kill the tentacle. He can't really hit you, so he just hits the walls and that damages you. And then I finish this hive, which allows me to enter this corridor, and then I open another door, and then with the drill I make my way up into the next area of the map. I check another red bench to see if the Venom X schematic is there, and it's not. I could get the grenade schematics, but I don't really care about them that much. I then do my next hive and grab the chainsaw for $3,000. I do find that the LMGs are the best weapons for this game mode, and I feel like you could just work that out through common sense anyway. Once I finish my second hive in this area, it actually opens up a little tray where I can put the drill on it. And so I put the drill on a robot that if I press this button, it actually goes into this area, and I have to protect it from outside the area because I can't get in there. So just a bit of variety, I guess, for protecting the drill and destroying hives. Once that hive is destroyed though, I can pick up the drill as the robot comes back around the other way, and then I have to open this door using the drill. And this is the hardest point to where I've gotten to in Extinction. The blue aliens start spawning in, and pretty much they go invisible here and there, and if they hit you, they take down like a third of your health. They do a lot of damage, and they also take a lot of damage to kill. And also these plants do a lot of damage as well, and they're a pain in the ass. I often do just find this door really hard. I actually failed a few times here, and so I do have to repair the drill just to be careful. Finally though, the drill does finish opening the door, and I press a button in the room, which when I get into the cargo container allows me to actually get lifted up onto the deck of the boat. And once I'm on the deck of the boat, I then have 2 more hives and a door. Again, of course, because every hive gets harder as you go on. I struggled with the last door, and so I start really struggling with this hive. The challenges don't spend any money for 2 minutes, but the biggest issue is I don't even have enough money to actually buy any ammo. So I end up running around for a while with no ammo, just trying to survive, whilst the drill gets really weak. It gets all the way down to 20 health, and I myself are on low health as well, and I have a blue alien on me that's trying to kill me. Thankfully, the blue alien disappears, and also the drill ends, but even then, after the drills ended, there's still so many aliens just coming after me, and I get attacked by the scorpion, and then also the blue alien just teleports behind me. I'm not sure if they go invisible or they teleport. I think they go invisible because I'm pretty sure you could hit them when they seem to have disappeared. I then get the Venom X schematic, and so I open this door because there's a lot of lockers that I can search to get all the parts for the Venom X. And so I look through all of these red lockers, and I get the Venom X through 3 parts. That's just how you build it. And I got the Fire Venom X. So it's called the Venom FX. There's a fire, electricity, and also an acid version. And on this map, there's also like a version that spawns plants. It's kind of like having turns, but you spawn your own turn zombies. It's not as good as the other versions, in my opinion. I was really struggling, but with the Venom FX, it helps so much. I usually just keep it until I get into a really uncomfortable situation, and then I'll just spam it. Or if I get some more ammo, and then I'll use all 4 of my shots. But I do finish my final hive in this area, and I also get some ammo for the Venom FX. Moving on to the last area with hives. I finish the first hive and move on to the second one, and a rhino spawns in, and also a blue alien. I actually think the blue aliens are stronger than the rhinos, and so I do finish my second hive and then move on to the third. And here I nearly go down because again there's another blue alien, there's a rhino, there's a big fat acid one that spits out the plants, and there's bomber aliens. There's so much more going on Mayday. But this room is quite big, so I have a lot of area just to kind of get away from the zombies here and there. After destroying all of the hives in the area, I then start the valve step, and pretty much all I have to do is just protect the valves as it releases gas into this other building. Again, I really don't know much about the storyline, so I don't know what's going on here. So again, maybe in the comments you guys can let me know. I did fail a few times at this step prior, but this time I absolutely nailed it. On this map, it really matters the efficiency from which you upgrade your skills. So if you miss any challenge points, it can be really bad. And so finally onto the main boss, and this boss is crazy. I really like this boss. It's literally a massive kraken slash alien slash weird looking thing. I don't exactly know what it is, but man, it's cool. And at this stage, this is where you start to go, is this Call of Duty? And with the next 2 maps, you're probably going to be thinking the same. The way this boss fight works is that there's a wave of aliens that spawn in, and the boss just slams his tentacles here and there, and you just don't want to get under them. But once you see the boss take off his tentacles off the deck, I get straight onto the turret, because when the red dot above the monster's eyes turns red, you can actually do damage to the monster. And so I make sure I don't get hit while I'm on the turret, and I try try and get as many bullets into the monster as I possibly can. Another reason why I do it at this time is because the boss actually heats up the deck, and so you take a lot of damage if you're anywhere but on the turret. I do get EMP'd out of the turret, but this is pretty much the entire boss fight. The monster goes under the boat and onto the other side, and this is the entire boss fight. It just repeats itself on one side of the boat to the other. So I get on the turret again when the monster starts heating up the deck, and I try and get as much damage as I possibly can, and I finally do take him. I was lagging a bit here, so my game's stuttering quite a lot, so that kind of sucks to see the epic death of this boss in like a stuttering motion, but oh well, I wasn't going to repeat it just because of that, because it does look pretty cool anyway. And yeah, I mean, I really like Mayday. What can I say? It may be one of my favorites. It's a really cool concept, going from a little boat to a big boat and then killing a big monster. Again, I don't really know what was the point of it, because it seemed like there was no people on the boat, but hey, we saved the day somehow. Awakening. Now, this is the first map where I thought maybe the developers took some drugs when they made this map, because this map is very pretty whilst also being quite ugly, whilst also just being really weird and having a lot of new enemies, and also being very different to the other maps, which I really appreciate, to be honest. Each map has its own uniqueness, and it makes every map more enjoyable. I do grab the Remington because there's freaking flying gargoyles on this map. At first, when I played this game, I was like, there's legit demons flying in the sky. What the hell am I playing? There are also these new plants that dispel gas, and they're really annoying. They slow you down and just do a lot of damage if you're in their proximity. There's also bomber aliens, which I'll show later because they're really strong as well. Here I get the holographic scope on the Remington, and also I look for the Venom schematic. I do get it this time at the very start of the map, unlike on Mayday, and I get the Venom LX, which is the lightning version. So I've had the acid, I've had the fire, and I've had the lightning, and I think I do like the lightning one the best. I'm pretty sure they do all the same damage, and you can see here, this is when the bombers do come in. They're like these little green things. Fortunately, this time they didn't hit me, but a lot of the time, if there's a lot of things going on the ground on the map, oftentimes you just won't look in the air to see the bomber aliens coming down to hit you. Another reason why I think they might have been on mushrooms when they made this map is because you can literally jump like 10 meters up in the air on a mushroom. I was trying to get ammo for my Venom LX, and I just couldn't get it because I kept just jumping up and down off the mushroom. So once I did finish all of my drilling on this map, I go over to this box here, and I can actually call in a vulture and control it, and I have to then destroy all of these tombs. So there's like 6 tombs. This is like the easiest step on any of the maps. Super easy, kind of fun though. You can get free points by doing it as well. So I finished that, and then it enables me to move on to the next stage. So each map kind of has this thing where you have to do a step to move on to the next stage. And so for this map, it's by controlling the vultures. And so again, I complete all of the drilling in this area. I'm going through this pretty fast because at this point, we're doing the same stuff, but on different maps with different enemies. I feel like Extinction is one of those modes that's a lot more fun to play than to watch. I do upgrade my vulture fully on this map. The vulture fully upgraded is insane. And the entire game, I was always looking in little caves and things for this attachment, the arc, and I put it onto my Remington because the arc is really good with the Remington. And also a blue rhino spawns in, but I have Venom LX, so I just destroy him. The blue rhino can spawn in more leapers and scouts, and he just takes a lot longer to kill. I start my first drilling in this area, and the map does get a lot harder. I failed a few times in this scenario, and I start getting a lot of red screens, but you can see the arc on the Remington is really fun to use and really strong. If you couldn't get the Venom X or the arc on this map, it would be really hard to do solo. Another reason why the arc is so good is that you can take out the gargoyles really easily because they're a pain in the ass. If they start shooting you, they'll do a lot of damage. So once I finish this third area and did all the drilling I needed to do, I move on to this temple. This is pretty epic stuff. Very kind of not Call of Duty, I would say. Although Zombies does that a lot of the time where you think, wow, Zombies has really gone far from the core of what Call of Duty is. Extinction does that on this map as well. And so this is kind of like the Valve step on Mayday. You just have to protect these 4 little, I don't really know what they're called, databases or something. So that's the guy, I'm pretty sure, who survived that alien attack. And whenever you get overwhelmed by protecting these 4 little positions, you can just go to the guy and hold on the cortex, and it will just nuke the whole area. So whenever I saw a rhino spawn in, I would just use it. Here, I did start to notice that my progress wasn't going up anymore, so I had to actually repair one of the pillars so that I would keep moving, and I did finish this, and then we have 5 minutes
to get all the way back to the starting area. So this is just like point of contact, but far harder. So I make my way outside of the temple first and get to the first position. There's a wall just like there was a meteorite blocking the alleyway on point of contact. And I was actually lagging really hard here. You can see I'm stuttering. I don't know how I survived this, to be completely honest. There's freaking rhinos, there's scorpions, there's leapers. Everything's trying to kill me. If I didn't have the Venom LX again, I probably would have died here. And this lag was actually so painful. With one Venom LX, I killed like 4 aliens then and weakened the rhino. So once the cortex is charged though, you can activate the cortex and that will just nuke all of the aliens in this area. And you can see I have a red health bar there. I do nuke them though and then make my way to the next wall that's blocked off. I then set down my cortex again. I always put out the vulture straight away. The vulture level 5. Again, if I didn't have that as well, I definitely would have failed. And I just try and survive until it runs out. You don't necessarily have to kill all of the aliens in the area. You just have to survive. And I actually found this area a little bit easier because I was just avoiding the bomber aliens especially. If they do hit you, they do a lot of damage. And with the Venom LX, you can just shoot it on the ground and it will just keep on doing damage for about 4 seconds, which allows me to activate my second cortex. And then I make my way to the very start of the map and I just need to do one more. And this one was super chill because the rhino spawned up in the air there. And there's a lot of bomber aliens, but they don't really actually come to me for some weird reason. I'm pretty much just chilling. This one was super chill. I use my Venom LX whenever I can. And on this map, I did forget to mention there is low gravity. I've gone through this whole map without even mentioning that. There is low gravity, so you jump really high. So if you want to get away from the aliens, you can just jump away. And then I make my way back to the start. This is just like point of contact, but a lot crazier and a lot of fun. I could not imagine what this would be like co-op. So for this last map, I thought I'd have a bit of fun and use all of my teeth. Now, I do have 5,000 teeth. I am max level because I was using IW6X. So I had every single thing unlocked. So I thought it'd be cool if I went into this game, upgrading every single thing that you can with teeth and making myself very overpowered. I also did this because Exodus is just a really, really hard map. So at the beginning of this map, all you have to do is survive 1 minute 30 once you open a door. There's 3 doors you can choose. I chose this direction. I survived 1 minute and 30 seconds. And now I can enter one of the generator rooms. In the generator room, I go to the red bench and I pick up the disruptor schematic and build the disruptor. So this is a weird looking wonder weapon, but basically it just shoots little blue orbs out, or you can do a full charge with the 10 max bullets in it, and I'll show you that later. With one of my teeth upgrades, when upgrading my pistol to a muzzle, it actually gives it the arc muzzle, so my pistol is going to be super good. So on this map, it's a little bit different. There's no drill. You just have to turn on these generators and wait until the generator finishes generating, I guess. Once I turn on the second generator, one of the ancestors spawns in, and he's really cool. The way I do most of my damage to him is I do the 10-shot charge with the disruptor, as you saw just then. And so he will usually just sit at the window there and do a lot of damage to the generator, but sometimes he will pick you up. And when you're picked up, you can't do anything and you just take a bunch of damage. But nonetheless, it is pretty chill. I then enter the next room. Again, I just had to survive 1 minute 45 this time. There are gargoyles on this map as well, and my pistol just wrecks them. And there are bomber aliens. Like I said, this map is the hardest in my opinion. I struggled a lot with it, and I move on to my next generator. Finish that generator and then move on to the next, and every second generator an ancestor does spawn in, but they are pretty chill at this point in the game. One of the other upgrades with the teeth made it so my knife does a lot more damage. I can one knife kill the scouts now. I do go to the bottom of the gas station and pick up the K7, which is one of the best weapons on Extinction I find, but I'm pretty sure it's only on Exodus. I didn't see it on any of the other maps. It's a very solid weapon. Now, if you look up into the sky, as I'm killing this gargoyle, there's like 1,000 gargoyles going in a circle, just hovering over the map. It's pretty insane. And there are new scorpions on this map. I'm not sure if they're on any other map, but they shoot like a more red acid and they do a lot more damage, I find anyway. As you guys can tell, I just played this. I didn't really study it. I don't think there's much on Extinction, to be honest. When I was looking at YouTube videos, it just seemed like no one cared when this game mode came out. I then open the next door and I have to survive to make it to the next generator area. 2 gargoyles are here. They're so funny looking, but it's such a cool thing to put into this map. I really like the gargoyles, even though they're annoying as shit sometimes. I then start my final generators. You can see I take out that blue alien so fast. I then upgrade my pistols fully, and this gives me akimbo pistols. I never did this before because I actually feel like it's worse, but I wanted to see what it would be like with the double arcs. I then go back to the start of the spawn, and the girl who was attacked by the aliens is here this time instead of the guy. I really don't know the storyline. It's almost like a Samantha Maxis kind of vibe. And then I'm on to the final boss fight fight already where I have to kill 3 ancestors, and these guys have a lot of health and they're quite a pain in the ass, to be honest. I tried to use my disruptor as much as possible because it does a lot of damage to the ancestor, because he often puts up a shield to protect himself. I then get picked up again by the ancestor and nearly go down. I don't think the aliens can hit you when he picks you up, so I was pretty chill then, but I did get pretty close to going down even with like tier 3 health and max armor. But I do take out my first ancestor, and then another ancestor comes in from the other way. I take him out, and then onto my last ancestor who comes from the other direction. And I'm gonna say this again, but I think Extinction is a lot more fun to play than it is to watch, so I've kind of skipped over this boss fight quite a lot because in the moment I really enjoyed it. It's a lot of fun, but watching it back, it just doesn't seem the same. I don't know. Just play Extinction, man. Appreciate this game. I know some of you guys definitely would. There seems like there's some people out there who really love Extinction, but there's other people that hate on it. But yeah, I mean, I would recommend go play some Extinction if you're not playing any other games right now, you're not enjoying anything, and see what you really think of it. Because like I said at the very start of the video, I'd only played Point of Contact before, and finishing all of these maps really opened my eyes to how much fun Extinction really was. So I've never actually beaten a single Infinite Warfare map. I've tried Spaceland before and failed a few times and got very close. And I haven't even played any of the other zombie maps in Infinite Warfare. I do hold the world record for the fastest round 100 on Spaceland, so I'm not that bad at the map. But going in, I had no idea what these other maps were going to be like, except for people telling me that Spaceland's a good map and the other Infinite Warfare maps are bad. Now, after doing this video, I was pleasantly surprised to learn that that's not my opinion. I really enjoyed making this video. In general, I actually love Infinite Warfare. It's a top 3 zombies game for me now, and I can definitely see myself coming back just playing for fun. Although I will say Beast from Beyond was a bit of a letdown as the last map, and some of the Easter egg steps are kind of crazy, but I feel like it's so rewarding once you actually beat the map. So going into Spaceland, I feel like it's somewhat important to know a little bit about the story because we are going to be beating all of the maps. So basically 4 people arrive to a theater to a Willard Wyler production. This is Willard Wyler, and he's actually evil, and all of his movies or all of his productions, he uses real people and puts them in deadly situations. And so for this situation, he puts them into Spaceland, the theme park that is infested with zombies. And I find it really funny how they did the intros with kind of like a Scooby-Doo-esque style. And then you get into the game and it's retro zombies, but it still feels like Call of Duty. And we are in the 80s here, yet we do have futuristic weapons because it is Infinite Warfare. And so I get the nerd character. All the characters have like certain tropes. And like I said in the intro, I do hold the world record for the fastest round 100 ever on Spaceland, yet I haven't been able to beat the Easter egg. So I think that says something about the difficulty of this Easter egg, although there are other maps in this video that are far harder. I do have a lot of Spaceland content on the channel, so I'm going to go over Spaceland really fast compared to the other maps. So I grabbed Neil's head so then I can get some tickets because I'm going to need to buy quite a few things. The first step of the Easter egg is to turn on the power and link all the portals to the Pack-a-Punch. I then grab Tough Enough on the way, which is Juggernog, and then here I link my first portal. I need to do 4 of them. I grab a rewind grenade at a ticket stand. These rewind grenades are awesome. And then I turn on the power and grab the NV4 in the arcade. I then play a little bit of basketball. The arcade on Spaceland is amazing. I love it. To be honest, I wouldn't have been mad if they just made the arcade a side mode where you could just go in there and have fun with no zombies. I then grab a green token and then link my second portal. I need 3 green tokens. I did grab the NV4 to make some of Neil's challenges a bit easier. I then made my way inside of Polar Peaks, turned on the power and grabbed Speed Caller. I'm not really sure why I grabbed Speed Caller at this point. I didn't really need it, but whatever. And then I added one of my green tokens to this machine and then added a second green token to the machine as well. I then open up the Kepler system. So there's different systems on this map. The map's, it's a theme park that's called Spaceland, so that makes sense. I grabbed Bomb Stompers, which is PhD, which is awesome on this map. It seemed like Infinite Warfare actually listened to the zombies community, but the community just shunned them because it's Infinite Warfare. I grabbed the Arcane Core on the M1 Grand and then grabbed Bang Bangs, which is double tap. I then entered the bottom part of the map and grabbed Racing Stripes, which is stamina up, and now I have all my perks and I'm pretty much completely set up except for Pack-a-Punch, which finally I do the last portal, enter the Pack-a-Punch and Pack-a-Punch my M1 Grand because I do have the Arcane Core on it. I'm not exactly sure how the Arcane Core actually works when you don't have the UFO core, but I'm pretty sure it does more damage damage? Maybe someone can comment below what exactly the arcane core does when you don't have the UFO core. I then add my third green coin, and then I can get my first part for the head cutter wonder weapon. In this same area, I activate this massive laser trap, and this will both give me a lot of tickets and also allow me to destroy the UFO that's floating around this area. In the meantime though, I go to the guy who was in SpongeBob and then grab the SETICOM, and now because I got enough kills with the laser trap, I can now destroy the UFO. I do eliminate Brute there, the boss. He's awesome on this map as well, and then I pick up the UFO fuse that drops, and now my M1 Garand is ridiculously strong. And because I got the fuse at the end of my M1 Garand with the arcane core, now it makes these SETICOM steps really easy. All I gotta do is put the SETICOM down once every round for 3 rounds, and we're getting very close to beating the map already here. And things are pretty easy because we went through a long setup process. I then went back to the arcade to get some golden teeth, and then started playing some more basketball in the arcade once the round ended, and I actually got a score of 120, which I'm pretty sure is like the highest you can get. Let me know in the comments, has anyone ever gotten a score of 135? Is that actually possible? Maybe if you're on co-op, I don't know. I've only ever played this map solo. Now, of course, there are the iconic, I don't know why I'm saying iconic, but I mean, they're pretty damn cool. The clown rounds on Spaceland. In my opinion, one of the coolest boss zombie rounds. Obviously, dogs is the iconic version. I'm not sure why I said the clowns worth. I then do my last SETICOM, and I did forget to mention that each round, you have to protect the SETICOM and the time goes up. So it is actually kind of a hard step, but like I said, with this M1 Garand and the arcane core, it is just such an OP weapon. And if it wasn't in Spaceland, I feel like the map just wouldn't work as well. I then throw a cryo freeze grenade at this Yeti, which then shoots out ice that freezes zombies, and then I need to get headshots on these frozen zombies. And this is one of many times where I really just like Infinite Warfare zombies. I mean, they do clever things like this like once or twice every map, where it's just clever, man. And then by doing this, I do get a battery for the head cutter. There are 4 wonder weapons on this map, but I get the head cutter because I don't really know how to get the other ones, to be completely honest. And so now I need a brute to just get stuck under here, and then I need to use my golden teeth, and I can finally get the final part for the head cutter. So one of the brutes does get stuck under there, and so I do place a golden teeth, kill one of the brutes, and then shoot this little compartment here, which gives me the last part for the head cutter, and then I dodge the other brute very luckily, and then eliminate him. And you can see how much damage I'm doing into him. He's like a 2-shot kill. I go to SpongeBob guy again, and he gives me my final part after the SETICOM, and I also grab the head cutter from this little alien here, and you can see it just takes off the heads and leaves like a colorful little explosion. Pretty cool wonder weapon. Now this is a step that enters you into the boss fight, and it's kind of confusing to explain, so I'm gonna kind of skip over it. But basically I just put down these tone machines around the pack-a-punch machine, and then it makes it so you can't leave this area, and the UFO will show colors, and then you just have to play those colors back in the same order that the UFO showed. So it's really not that hard, and you just have to do it 3 times. It's a very easy step really, if you just have a piece of paper and you monitor the pattern of the colors that the UFO shows, and then just replay the colors because each tone has a color to it. And you can see here the alien comes out of the pack-a-punch room, and now I just have to take him out. So the way you defeat this alien is, I'm actually not sure if you have to use the wonder weapon. I think so. I don't think you can damage him with a normal weapon. Maybe let me know in the comments because I'm dumb. But I shoot him with the wonder weapon anyway, with the head cutter, and then if you shoot him enough, he'll go down, and then you need to hit him in the back, and you need to do that twice, and then the 3rd time you just need to kill him. And so there I did the first one. So I was shooting him while he was on the roof, so he came down, and so once he came down, he was knocked, and then all I had to do was slap him in the back. Not every time you knock him will you have a chance to actually hit him. Here, this was actually like 2 IQ move from me. I don't know how I messed this up so badly. I should have just used my M1 Garand. I nearly go down, being an absolute idiot there, but I do miss the slap as well, so now he's back at full health. And here I learned from my mistake. So last time I used the cryo freeze grenade, and then the head cutter. This time I used the M1 Garand, and it worked, and I go to slap him in the back, and I miss because some zombies spawned right on his ass. So that was unfortunate. This time, however, I just use a cryo freeze when I knock him again. It actually does take a while to knock him. I'm just showing you when I do knock him. A lot of people do struggle with this Easter egg. It's not that hard if you just run around in a circle from where I am, and then go underneath and then back around. But boom, I finally kill the alien and win the boss fight, but not quite. I have to now defeat the UFO, and the UFO step's always super confusing to me. So I grab this valve here, which allows me to double pack-a-punch, and I think you have to double pack-a-punch the headhunter here. When I was watching Easter egg guides for this map, a lot of YouTubers try and rush their guides like the day after the map comes out, so a lot of the guides just don't explain shit at all, I have to admit. And so I don't know half the stuff I'm even doing in this game. I'm just trying to figure it out myself, basically. But I didn't understand how I had to kill the UFO, so I lured him over here. I knew I had to shoot this little thing here, and then boom, it zapped up, came came out of the pack-a-punch and shot upwards and killed him. I nearly went down here though. Very lucky I survived. I had quick revive, so I would have been fine, but boom, that's the final boss fight because the UFO is actually pretty hard to kill. And then I grabbed the soul key. You need that for when you get the director's cut. That's when you actually finish the Easter egg. And it took me an hour to do this Easter egg. And I think Infinite Warfare will forever be in my top 3 maps of all time. But I would even say some of these other Infinite Warfare maps I like even better. And so in continuing that story, we actually transport to Rave in the Redwoods with Willard Wyler getting really pissed off that we didn't die in that film. And so now he sends us to a rave in the Redwoods. And this is very Scooby-Doo-esque, except for it's a bit more gory than Scooby-Doo, I would say. But it's kind of like they're just having a rave, they're having a good time, and then a zombie comes. It looks so much like Scooby-Doo, except for the blood. And then boom, our gang is sent to a cabin in the woods. And now we do move forward in time into the 90s, and we're at Bear Lake Camp. And so this map is very much a slasher kind of zombies map. You'll see what I mean later on in the video especially. It almost feels like a zombies game inside of the Friday the 13th world. And our characters in the first map, they don't change but get different styles to suit a rave in the 90s. Now at the very start here, I go up the stairs, you can grab the M1 Garand and also the spiked baseball bat. They do start to change a lot of the weapons on each of the maps. So you'll see in future maps, I won't be using the M1 Garand every game. And I really like that. There's a lot more variety in the gameplay and a lot of the weapons in this game are awesome. So as you just saw, I picked up my first part for the boat because we need to go over a lake, and then I make my way to the power and get the power on, which just turns on the power for the entire map. I don't need to do multiple switches, and then I get tough enough. And then I also grab another piece to the boat. Instead of dog rounds and clown rounds, we have Bigfoot rounds, and these guys are pretty strong. I mean, they suck at the higher rounds, but in the low rounds, they're kind of annoying. And my M1 Garand would take like 10 shots to kill him, so I just use my baseball bat. After starting to open up the map, I then see that I have a statue that I need to pick up down here, so I come to this rock climbing area. And yes, you could do like rock climbing, but it is sometimes awkward, and you'll see here, I accidentally jump into a zombie, and then there's like 20 zombies down here already. So I had a very questionable start on this map, so I used my Fate and Fortune card that regenerates my health faster, and then I grab the Reaver, which is a really, really good shotgun. And then I also pick up a blue coin, and then I deposit into an eagle statue. I want a blue, and a yellow, so then I can get the balloon trap, which is awesome, as you guys will see later. I then pick up my final boat part, and then bang bangs. And then I chilled at the rave area for a while and got enough points for speed cola as well. I finally make it down to the lake and grab my last 2 statues, which will allow me to grab the crossbow, the explosive one. And then eventually I'll be able to upgrade that into a super overpowered wonder weapon. So around the map, there's a lot of fires, and if you activate the fire, you get put into rave mode, which allows you to do certain Easter egg steps. Here, I did it way too early. So whilst I'm in the rave mode, I make my way to the boat and cross the lake. I then talk to Kevin and also grab the reel and a sausage, and then add the reel to the film to create the pack-a-punch machine. And then I jump up on the zip line. This is such a cool dynamic. Let me know in the comments. I'm very curious. Do you guys like Rave in the Redwoods? Because I think it's one of the more popular maps on Infinite Warfare with Spaceland. And I could definitely see why. It's a lot of fun casually. Some of the other maps, the Easter eggs are a lot of fun, but casually it'd be a bit harder to play. And so with the sausage, now I can go into the rave mode and grab 3 different parts by throwing sausage at deer heads on the wall and then shooting the deer head, and then it drops like a little, I guess, blue token. And so now that I've done that step, I can finally grab the explosive crossbow, the Vlad it's called, and I grab bomb stoppers. I love the HD on this game. The perks in this game, they don't really change that much. They add a few new perks each map, but I really like the perk system of this game, and mechanically the game just feels so smooth and nice, the jumping system. I then pick up a sticker that was activated once I talked to Kevin, and now I have to do a ritual where I shoot the arms off the zombies. This step's actually kind of a bit of a pain in the ass, so I like to do it nice and early, and that's why I'm doing it here at round 11. And then once you've shot enough arms off the zombies, you can pick up this blue glowing thing on the ground, and then a slasher will spawn in, and you need to kill him in a certain amount of time. The slasher is pretty crazy to kill, and hence why this fits the vibe of a slasher horror movie, because you literally have to kill a slasher, and you'll see the main boss at the end. I'm sure most of you guys have actually done this before, but he's a mega slasher boss guy. I then put the 4 statues that I picked up earlier on these stereos, and I have to kill a certain amount of zombies to charge them. I then add my final blue token to the eagle statue, and now I have the balloons. And then I grab stamina up and make my way to the deer statue, from which I place the deer statue that I charge, and now it acts like a soldier, so I just need to kill a bunch of zombies, charge up the deer again, only using the Vlad. And then once I picked up the charged deer, I then have the Vlad upgraded, and there's 4 different versions. This This is what I heard was the best version. I've never used the other versions before, but personally, I think this thing's super good. I don't know how it holds up in the high rounds, but at least before round 30, this thing is awesome. We're getting pretty close to the boss fight now, so I start pack a punching my NV4. You can pack a punch it twice because I beat the Easter egg on Spaceland, but first I just start with the first pack a punch. Finally, I do use the balloon trap that I got from the Eagle altar, and this thing is awesome, especially for this ritual. I save it for this ritual. In the first ritual, I had to remove the zombies' arms. In this ritual, I have to remove their legs, and the balloon's like half the zombies, I'm pretty sure. And so this makes the ritual very, very easy. And also, this balloon trap's just kind of overpowered. And again, once I remove a lot of the zombies' legs, I then have a slasher spawn in, and I have to remove him pretty fast. I do because I have the Pack-a-Punch MV4 now. But even though the Pack-a-Punch MV4 is really strong, I do Pack-a-Punch it a second time. I love the double Pack-a-Punch in this game. You can do it on every map, and it does actually make your gun a lot better. So onto my final ritual here. All I have to do is get headshots. So the first ritual, I had to remove the arms of the zombies. The second one, I had to do the legs. And now the third one, all I have to do is get headshots. So it's actually the easiest ritual, and it's the last one. And then again, I have to kill a slasher. I absolutely destroy him with this double Pack-a-Punch MV4. And I use my wonder weapon to make sure I don't go down in this situation. And this is the final step until we get into the boss fight here. And in my opinion, this boss fight's actually pretty easy compared to some of the other ones, though I still don't think it's the easiest boss fight. So I go and press this red button here, and that actually initiates it. And now I just need to go back to the boat, and Kevin Smith's going to be waiting in this boat. So if you don't know who Kevin Smith is, he's an American filmmaker, an actor, comedian, a comic book writer, author, YouTuber, and podcast. I just Googled it. And so the reason Kevin Smith is in this map is because Willard Wyler has trapped him in the map, and then he makes him the Super Slasher, the main boss fight. So essentially, we're killing Kevin Smith's character in Infinite Warfare Zombies. Very bizarre. Very cool though. The Super Slasher then hits the water, which then causes the boss fight to actually begin. And so he will jump up on the roof there, and there's 4 stages to this, and you have to repeat it 3 times. He will eventually come off the roof, and you have to really be careful of that. He'll come off in about 20 seconds here. And so at the start of it, all you want to do is just fill this soul jar here. You just need to kill a bunch of zombies until that glowing ball of blue light, I guess I'll just call it that, goes fully into the air, and then you just need to do it on the other side of this boss fight area. Really easy, and what I do is I just save all of my crossbow ammo and then use it whenever the zombies spawn in. I mean, it's really not that hard of a step. You just gotta be careful for the Super Slasher. And then once you complete both of the balls of energy, they will then link up and cause a little circle on the ground from which you want the Super Slasher to walk into, and then you just need to shoot them after that. And that's second stage already done. This third stage here, it's very simple. I mean, this boss fight is actually not that hard, really. And I think that's where I see some criticism of this map, is that it's pretty easy. I actually think Attack of the Radioactive Thing, the boss fight's easier, where I think a lot of people say that's really hard. I thought that was actually quite easy, but that's a great boss fight as well. This is probably my least favorite boss fight, I have to admit, but I do really like Rave In The Redwoods. I think casually it might be my favorite map. All you gotta do in this stage is just shoot the circles that appear on the Super Slasher. It's very simple. Not many zombies will spawn in. Just gotta make sure he doesn't jump on you. And then he will go back up on his house once you finish that, and then he will spawn in a green circle, and there'll be just fire all around it, so you just want to hop into the green circle. Again, very easy. Skeletons will spawn in. Just use your crossbow on them, because they have a lot of health, so you have to use your crossbow. And then that's pretty much it. You just repeat that 3 times. Like I said, not the hardest boss fight. And then at the final stage, all you have to do is just shoot him. You don't have to shoot any circles on his body, just shoot him in the head, and then you will have eliminated the Super Slasher. And I just want to take a moment to appreciate how good he actually looks when he dies. As weird as that sounds. And where he dies, you can then pick up the soul key, and then we're moving on to the next map with our characters. Now, it is important to note that Willard Wyler did sell his soul to a demon called Mephistopheles, and hence why it looks like the slasher actually goes down into hell. And the whole reason he sold his soul was so he could trap people in his movies to become victims to the monsters within his films. So the story behind this map is there was a lawyer who was a billionaire. He went bankrupt, stole a bunch of money, and then got arrested, and then he escaped and then drank a vial of the number 13, transforming him into the Rat King. Although I'm not the biggest fan of Willard Wyler, I do like his concepts though. I must admit that would make a pretty good movie. Now, Shaolin Shuffle actually goes back in time to the 70s, and I found this really interesting thing in the intro where it says 400 million theme park to open in October, which I'm assuming is Spaceland, because Spaceland actually happened after Shaolin Shuffle. And then it also says what's next after landing on the moon, and we all know what happens in A Beast from Beyond. I mean, they land on Nightfall. So I just thought that was interesting. When I first started playing Shaolin Shuffle, I actually thought, oh, maybe this is where the zombie maps start to go downhill. But after a little bit, I was like, oh no, this map's great as well. I mean, mean, you start off with Spaceland, then you get Rave In The Redwoods, 2 great maps. Then you get Shaolin Shuffle, which is my favorite map, I think, in Infinite Warfare Zombies. There's so many things you can do on Shaolin Shuffle, and there's so many ways to get really good weapons. And I feel like this map's just super underrated. And I can kind of get it because the map does look a bit grimy, a bit dirty. So visually, not my favorite map, but it definitely grew on me. And also the Easter egg steps do get a lot more complicated, a lot harder. But once I started to learn them, I stand by that this is my favorite map in Infinite Warfare. Although it's still not my favorite boss fight, we still have another map to come that will be my favorite boss fight. So on this map, you can activate fighting abilities. So I chose the Tiger style. And for the first step of the Easter egg, all you need to do is get 15 kills with your fighting ability that you choose. And so after I do that, I then open up the map. I turn on the power in different locations. There's not just one switch on this map. You have to turn it on in 4 different locations. I then activate the Tiger style again because you can actually open different kind of doors using it. And then you can also open portals, which is awesome. There's 4 portals on this map and they connect together, and you can actually open them by using your fighting ability and punching a door. Because this is quite a big map, it really helps with traveling. So finally here, I turn on my last switch for the power, and this is like Rave In The Redwoods. It fully opens the map after you turn on the final power, and I'm able to get tough enough. I then make my way to the RPR Evo, which is essentially the Ripper from Call of Duty Ghosts. And I do put diamond on a lot of my weapons because I really like the diamond camo in this game. Let me know in the comments if you guys agree with me, because I'm not sure if that's a different opinion or if a lot of people agree with me. I played a lot of Infinite Warfare multiplayer, but I never camo grinded. But genuinely, I think the diamond actually looks really sick. So as you can see, I just picked up my 3 parts to open the Pack-a-Punch, and you can double Pack-a-Punch in this map, but you have to go through a small process. So we'll get to that later. Now, the next step of the Easter egg does justice to the Rat King. We actually have to throw throwing stars at rat cages and then follow the rat around the map to his next cage. And you have to do it like 7 times. I'm going to skip that so it's not boring. But once you do complete the step, a glowing circle will spawn and you just have to get a bunch of kills while zombies are in the circle and you're in the circle. It's a super easy step, and then once you're done, you'll get a key for a locker. You'll want to open that locker. I actually portaled all the way back to get racing stripes just so I can travel around the map fast. And then there's 3 places around the map with Chinese characters, and so you just need to know which Chinese characters to shoot. I shoot the first one in the main kind of area, the second one in the toilets, and then the first and the second one in this back street where there's clothes hanging out the windows. And now I can face the Rat King for the first time out of the 4 times I'm going to be versing him this game. Obviously, each time gets a lot harder, so this first time's pretty much just a piece of cake. And the RPR Evo is actually a really good gun for this map. Although at this stage in the game, I really hadn't played that much Infinite Warfare, so I was unaware of some of the other really good weapons that you'll see in other maps. I then go to this time clock and initiate it, and by doing this, I can actually do a mini Easter egg to get the nunchucks, which is absolutely awesome. I didn't know this the first couple times I played this map. And so what you have to do is just be really fast, press the time clock, and then punch 2 of the statues like you just saw. After killing the Rat King, he actually gave us the ability to scan the areas, and then I have to shoot 6 orange circles around the map. This step is really annoying actually, but once I got it down pat, it really wasn't that bad. And I think it suits the theme of the map really well because we are kind of doing detective work to find the Rat King. Now for this bit, I'm going to play the gameplay audio, and I just want you guys to listen carefully because for this step, we had to use Morse code. So if you listen carefully, our first 5 digits was ... dash. And if we correspond that to the screen, that is a 4. And then our second 5 digits were ... which equals to 0. And if you look at the side there, 407 is one of the numbers we could have got. So now all we need to do is find a poster around the map. There's 6 different posters. We need to find the poster that has the number 407 on it. I then place the poster on this light here and use a C4 to break this window, which then spawns in a bunch of ninjas because I'm on to the next step of the Easter egg. These ninjas on Shaolin Shuffle are really strong. In this scenario, they're not at all. So I'm just going to skip right over it. But in the Easter egg boss fight, you guys will see. It's pretty crazy. For this next step, I need to use these symbols here to spell a word. And there's a lot of words that it could be. And here I actually get it wrong. And so I have to restart with a word that starts with P. And I got the word Pamgria. So really not the hardest step because it's a list of words that it could be, and then you just look at the symbols and you can see what symbols resemble what letters on a document. It's very easy. And now we move on to my next time challenge to get the nunchucks. So this time I have to go through a portal again, punch this piece of paper, and it will teleport me back through the portal, and then I have to run over the train tracks, or I jump actually, and then slap this piece of paper. And that's my second time trial done. I just need to do 1 more, and then I have to do the big 3-time time trial. I then pack a punch the RPR Evo, and I have to admit admit, some of the Pack-a-Punch camos are pretty random in this game. And then I start my third time trial, and I mess this one a lot of times. So I have to actually run down here and then do a 180 straight away, hit the book, and then it will teleport me back, and I have to hit the other book. I failed that too many times to admit. I really enjoy these types of side Easter eggs that lead to really good weapons or equipment. This is literally just a fun time trial that leads you to the nunchucks. And the nunchucks are awesome in this game. I then come over to this location here where I can spawn in the Rat King for my second time, and I eliminate him ridiculously fast. Like I said, the Evo is a very good weapon, and now that I've Pack-a-Punched it, and it's only round 11, and only the second Rat King, it's pretty chill, and I pick up the brain from him. And at this stage, I decide to get the nunchuck. So this time I have to actually punch this timer, go down to the bottom here and punch the second timer. And then you guess it, I have to go down all the way into the subway and punch the third timer. And voila, we get to hit the magic wheel for 10 points and we're guaranteed the nunchucks. I then come to the Pack-a-Punch machine and Pack-a-Punch them. And then I press this button in the Pack-a-Punch room, run out of the room, and then use this portal over here, turn straight to my right and grab the fuses here. And this will allow me to get double Pack-a-Punch once I put them on the train tracks and let a train drive over them. I then pick up quickies and I place those fuses on the train tracks here. A train goes past and then I pick up these fuses. Now I can actually get double Pack-a-Punch for both my weapons, which is going to be really important going into this boss fight. And you can see here I go to Pam, the main character who we always talk to in this map, and you can see in the top right corner there, my screen is almost tearing like a film. So all we have to do is wait 3 rounds, and then some random point during the round, this message will come up, and then we're gonna have about 5 zombies surrounding us. It's actually a really easy step. If you did it on a higher round though, I can imagine it'd be pretty scary. And this is the first time you'll see the nunchucks in action. In this video, you guys probably used them before. The nunchucks make that step really easy, and then I just pick up this part and place it down here in the subway. I'm not really sure the relevance of that step, but it is what it is. I'm not sure what it actually does. And then I put the fuses into the Pack-a-Punch machine, and now I can double Pack-a-Punch, and I get the double Pack-a-Punch nunchucks. And instead of a green kind of explosion, now I get a purple explosion coming out of them. And it also does more explosive damage with a larger distance. And I definitely needed to do that for this next step, because I climb up these stairs and go over this wooden plank, shoot this little circle here, and it gives us the circle we got after the rat step. But this time we have like 7 of the circles where we have to kill the zombies whilst we're in it and the zombies in it. And also it's a much higher round now, so the nunchucks make this step a lot easier. I then double Pack-a-Punch the Evo, and I just want to appreciate the fact that they have double Pack-a-Punch camos and normal Pack-a-Punch camos that are different for every single map. And now we're on to our final step before we have to verse the Rat King. And I'm not gonna lie, this step's kind of bizarre, but you have to go to the dance floor and kill a zombie that has a disco above its head while it's dancing, whilst you're on the dance floor and also another zombie's on the dance floor. So then the disco will go over to that other zombie on the dance floor. Sounds a bit bizarre, but it's a pretty fun step, and you only have to kill about 10 zombies by doing it. Now we have to just kill the Rat King for our third and final time before we get into the boss fight. Me, on the first time doing this, I thought this was the boss fight. I was an absolute idiot. And then I was like, oh, wait, that was super easy. Because he is pretty easy to take out here, but the boss fight is definitely a different story. Not an easy boss fight whatsoever. I will probably say it's the hardest boss fight I found in Infinite Warfare, except for the Mephistopheles at the end, but we're not going to talk about that yet. So for me to actually beat this boss fight, I actually practiced a lot in the boss fight tab, because now in Infinite Warfare, you can just do the boss fights for fun without having to actually do the full Easter egg. So I practiced that a bunch. Of course, this is actually after I did the full Easter egg and we got into the boss fight. I wouldn't just show the boss fight. It would have a timer there anyway. But the first stage is very easy. All you have to do is just take out the Rat King. He'll just hide up on the ramparts while we have to do a next step, and we have 3 choices. For the first one, I chose the target challenge, I'm just gonna call it, where basically you just have to shoot these targets around the map. It's one of the easier stages. Really, there's only one hard stage. And yeah, so what I use my sight here and there, because you can't see it if you don't have the sight, but the Rat King does pulse it here and there. And you just go around shooting the targets, and the zombies will just be behind you. It's very simple, actually. And then this is the next stage where things get a lot harder. So the first time we eliminated the Rat King, he didn't spawn in any ninja zombies. This time he's going to spawn in ninja zombies. So I hit the trap to prevent the ninja zombies from spawning in, because they're really bloody strong, man. They're very hard to kill. But unfortunately, I used the trap a bit too early, and the Rat King was using his shield here. So I couldn't get enough damage into him to actually damage him enough to run away for a bit before the ninja spawned in. And so I had to actually deal with the ninjas. And man, these things are crazy. And I will say that the boss fight tab compared to the real boss fight is slightly different. I didn't find that the Rat King would actually go after me like this. And that's actually how I go down the end. So by the time I kill the ninjas, more ninjas spawn in, and then the Rat King actually hits me. He goes after me. That never happened in the boss battle, so I was not expecting that. And at this stage, I'm like, I'm dead. There is actually no way that I'm going to come back from this. But luckily, if you go back into your ninja ability, first of all, I take out these ninjas though, and then go into my ninja ability, and you can actually punch these boxes, and in these boxes are perks. And so I just keep on slapping these ninjas until finally I do a little bit of damage on the Rat King and he goes away, and then I have time just to use my ninja ability. When there's no ninjas on the map, this is so easy to do because you just run around in circles. I mean, the zombies really aren't going to do much to you, but when there's ninjas on the map, you're in big trouble. So for this next step after the Rat King ran away and I got stamina up and quick revive, this step's really easy. All I have to do is survive, really. So I survived that very easy. You don't actually have to do anything for that step except survive, and yeah, that's all you gotta do. And so for the next stage, I can actually get more perks. So I get Juggernog and also Bang Bangs. I take out the Rat King again. He doesn't spawn in ninjas on this stage. And now we're onto the final stage, and by far the hardest stage, the acid stage, where there's a puddle of acid and you have to be in the puddle whilst a zombie is also in the puddle to remove that puddle. And you only have like 30 or 45 seconds, I think, which is really not enough time because the puddle damages you as well. So without the nunchucks, I was really struggling. On this step, it was actually really hard, but with the nunchucks, I was able to actually pull it off. And once I beat that step, I was very relieved, although I still have more ninja zombies that will spawn in. But because I went down and I took my time getting all my perks back, I was able to actually activate the trap again. So all of the ninja zombies got swooped up, and then I was able to just spam my weapon on the Rat King and eliminate him. So Pam Grier then kills the Rat King, and Pam Grier, by the way, is an actress who Willard Wyler has trapped into Shaolin Shuffle. Just like Kevin Smith was the actor that was in Rave In The Redwoods. I then go over and pick up the Soul Key. This is, of course, very important if you do want to get the director's cut. And then I go over and get the katana for free because I beat the Easter egg. And so now I have the nunchucks and the katana, which is a pretty crazy setup. And then I pack-a-punch the katana. On the first pack-a-punch, you get a green explosion, just like the nunchucks. And then on the second pack-a-punch, you get the purple, just like you can see here. And this thing is awesome. Maybe round 100 in Shaolin Shuffle. I mean, that katana is pretty insane. I don't know if it's possible. I don't know what the strategy would be, but I barely got to use the katana, and it kind of makes me sad. So moving on with the story, basically the narrator just says, where's Arthur McIntosh? And then it shows Pam killing him. And then this is where things get super interesting. Because we meet Elvira, because she's going to be the actress in our next movie, The Attack of the Radioactive Thing. But she's actually wrote this movie, I believe. And she's based off Cassandra Peterson, who played Elvira in real life. The catch is that Cassandra wanted to play as Elvira, and Willard Wyler actually trapped her into the character Elvira. Though she's not a vampire. Things get kind of confusing, I have to admit. But she's wrote this script, and she's on our team. She wants us to beat Willard Wyler and not give him a good show, because Willard just wants us to die so he can have a really good scene. He's noted as having the best death scenes in film. I believe he said that himself in Spaceland. And so now the gang is put into the 1950s, and we start off in black and white, just like on Ascension. And this map actually takes place next to a beach. You can actually go on the beach, and there's a massive radioactive monster thing. That's why the map's called that. But I think the idea came from nuclear testing, when they used to do nuclear testing in the ocean. And somehow through the radiation, this massive monster's come up that you'll see soon. And this is my favorite boss by far. Now, weirdly, this map does entail a lot of chemistry. So my character is actually a scientist, and when I hit the zombies, I actually use a flask, which is kind of funny. It seems like in Infinite Warfare, the creators really went to great lengths to make each map very unique from the other, and that goes with characters as well. I mean, they're the same characters but at different ages and with different clothes and styles, to the point where they don't even look like the same characters anymore. So I only played this map twice, so I'm not sure how you actually get the color back, but whenever I opened this door, it seemed like the color just came back, so you didn't have to turn on the power or anything like that. And these little green guys are the dogs on this map, and they actually get shot out from the radioactive thing. I then make my way down to the beach and pick up this hand, because that's the only way I can actually turn on the power. I need the hand to turn on the switch then. And then I start grabbing a lot of my parts. I'm just going to skip right over grabbing all these parts because there's like 12 or 13 parts that you actually grab. And funnily enough, I grabbed 3 parts to build this device that will then give me another part. Now, I haven't actually done that many Easter eggs in zombies. I'm more of a high round player, as you guys know. And this Easter egg is probably the most extensive one I've ever done. You literally have to do chemistry in it later on. There are a lot of cool things you can do though, like I grabbed this knife from the shark's body, and then I grabbed Tough Enough, and then make my way down to the beach, and then grab the Osa, I believe that's how you pronounce it. I then then come into this room here and drop my shark knife for the crowbar, and this is pretty cool. I'll show you some of the parts I get through the crowbar. I have to smash that window, and I also smash the mirror off of a car to grab a part. I then press a button which initiates a deep freeze in the freezer room, which then allows me to use a crossbow to completely destroy this piece of meat. I then drop the crowbar for the shark knife again because I need to fill up a vial. By using the cleaver, I should say, it fills up my vial, from which then I can get another part and I get a foot. I go to Elvira and talk to her after the stage, and then she actually comes out of her seat and will start helping us fight. She's been a victim to Willard Wyler as well as us, and she also helps activate the Pack-a-Punch machine for us. I then grab Bang Bangs and enter the portal and Pack-a-Punch my Osa, or if it's pronounced OSA, I'm actually not sure. Don't get mad at me in the comments, I apologize. I then pick up bomb stoppers and then make my way back into the protection room, press this button here, and just like Shaolin Shuffle, this is how we're gonna get double Pack-a-Punch. I got the crowbar back, jumped up, broke the drawer, and then I also note this number that's on the fridge here. Not only is there chemistry on this map, but there's also maths. I then pick up quickies, and you can probably notice that I use the same perks for every map. They do add different perks on some of the maps, but I didn't even bother learning how to use them because I just wanted to get this video out for you guys, and I didn't want it to take forever. I then Pack-a-Punch the Kendalls, which are amazing, of course, with bomb stoppers as well. It's really good combo. I haven't even Pack-a-Punched the Kendalls yet in this video, so I definitely had to do it on this map. I then add a battery into this radio here, which then tells me what I need to actually destroy the radioactive boss. And the radio can tell you different things, and depending on what it tells you, you have to do different chemistry. And I got ditroxypropane or something like that. And so this radio step is really important. So as you can see in the gameplay, I actually put my fuses inside of this trap and then turn the trap on. And then after the trap ends, I then have my powered fuses. I can then take them to the Pack-a-Punch machine, add the fuses, and now I can actually do the double Pack-a-Punch. And I double Pack-a-Punch the Kendall, which gives me a Kimbo Kendalls, which is absolutely awesome. And then I get stamina, or otherwise known as racing stripes. And then I use one of the cool functions on this map where you can actually change the colors, and you change the colors so that you can look at these 3 numbers around the map, and every time you change the color, one of those numbers is crossed out. And so it's just a process of elimination. I'm not going to explain this very thoroughly because I'm just going over it quickly. This is not a guide. So doing this process, I learned out that my number was 4. I then came over to this area here and I looked at this number, and now I had to times 4 by this number, so 48. And then I had to look at the monitor next to Elvira and look at which color matches my number. And the color that matched it was green because 48 is greater than 47. So after knowing that I have to go into green, I then take screenshots of all of the boards around the map in the color green because I need to look at some of the numbers on the boards that relate to some of the items. I then go back to full color and then come over to this table here that's right next to a safe, and I make note of this number, so it's 4494. So I have to go over to these pipes and I have to hit with my crowbar at the exact same time that the little toggle reaches the number that I need. And then after doing that, the safe opens and then I get the number 78325, and I write that down on a piece of paper because I'm going to need that for the very end of the boss fight. I then come into this laser room here where I have placed all of the parts of the zombie I have built. So through this game, pretty much all the parts you get actually build a zombie. And so I just put mirrors in this little laser room here for the laser later on. And I do apologize if this is confusing, but trust me, it's worth it once you see the boss fight. And to actually activate the laser, we have to play this little game here, and it's actually really hard step. It took me like 40 minutes probably, but I finally did it right there. It was a number guesser. You never got given the number. You had to just through trial and error learn what the number is, and then once you learn the number, you put it in, the laser will then strike the zombie, and once the laser activates, the zombie actually comes alive, and then you have to put that same number that you just put in, but this time backwards, and then the laser will then activate again and you'll be able to get a key. So now on to everyone's favorite part, the chemistry steps. Now I'm not going to go in depth on this at all. I'm just going to skim through it. But the first thing I got were some pennies, and then I got some vodka and added it all to the chemistry table. Worked out the maths with those screenshots that I got earlier, the value of those products, and then minus it by 4 because that was the number that I got when I was looking at the colors. I know it's really confusing, and trust me, it was for me when I did this. And the reason I'm using these certain products to create certain chemicals is because I'm trying to get ditroxypropane, because remember when I had the radio step, it said that's how I'm going to defeat the boss. And if you actually see here, I do make 3,4-dinitroxymethylpropane, and this is the very last step. So then I double Pack-a-Punch the OSA, come back and add the 3,4-dinitroxypropane to this missile. And so now we're going to get into the boss fight, and we want this missile to get into the boss's mouth, because like I said on the radio, it said we need 3,4-dinitroxymethylpropane to actually kill the boss. And now it's in the rocket, and we're just taking the rocket towards the beach, towards towards the monster. This step's really easy. And we get it right to the water here, and the boss actually launches up and the rocket goes into his mouth, and now we're already on to the second stage of the boss fight. And if you remember back to in Rave In The Redwoods boss fight, I said that this is the easiest boss fight in Infinite Warfare Zombies, and I still stand by that. So the second stage, all I have to do is go in the trap, and whenever he's about to zap me, I just shoot that little circle thing in his body, and I just have to do it 3 times. It's super easy, and then I make my way back down to the bridge, activate the missile again. For some reason, even though the missile went into his mouth, I have to activate it, and then it will magically appear back to where it was thrown from. I also activate Elvira through her book. I don't think it actually worked though. And then we're on to the third stage, from which the radioactive thing just launches gas 3 times. So the start, he just launches it really close down on the beach, and then he does it half the beach, and then he does 3/4 of the beach. I really wasn't troubled at all though, because I could just sit back there and kill them all with my double packed Osa or my double packed Kendalls. And then on the final stage, the radioactive thing activates some traps, and we just have to run through them in about 10 seconds. And this step's really easy as well, and really fun. I really like it. Like I said, this is my favorite boss fight. It is the easiest, but it's really sick as well. And then onto the killing stage of the boss fight, where you get placed into the animal, or thing, I should say. And then you have to put in the code that we got earlier from the save into the nuke, and it will blow up the monster, and then boom, we've won the map. And like I said, I actually love this map. A lot of fun. I'm not sure about how it would be casually, but for the Easter egg's sake, it's a lot of fun. I'm pretty sure it took me the longest to do as well. It took me an hour and 40 minutes. We did grab the 4th soul key in the cutscene here, and then we transport to a spaceship. So we've gone from the 80s to the 90s to the 70s to the 50s, and now we're in 2200. And we're heading to a planet, and on this planet is Nightfall. And if you guys remember, Nightfall is a map in Extinction. So in this world, Willard Wyler actually made Extinction on Nightfall, and so this is a rewrite of it. This shit is kind of confusing, I have to admit, but I like it. It's pretty cool. The premise of it, anyway. And at the very last moment here, Poindexter says, zombies aren't going to be the least of our problems. So like I said, this map is set in 2206, and we're actually on Nightfall. And so there's actually going to be the scout aliens at the start of this game, and also I do spawn in with the Oso. I don't know why I do. I guess because the scout aliens are actually pretty hard at the start. They kind of are, to be honest. And the Kendall pistol probably wouldn't be enough. It's really bizarre why they did this, but I guess I don't really mind, to be honest, that they did the aliens at the start here. But then I make my way to get the power on, because like I said, by round 4, I actually start to struggle a lot with these aliens. And I grab Newell's head and then make my way back to the spawn room and put Newell's head in here, which activates the power and makes it so the scout aliens don't spawn in unless it's a dog round, because they're the dogs for this map. And now zombies are finally spawning in again, which is almost like a sigh of relief when you do it on this map. I then jump back down here and grab Tough and Uff. I then throw a grenade at this box, which then a skull will come out. I'm just gonna shoot that, and then I start hitting the magic wheel. This was pretty much one of my first games on this map as well, so I had no idea where the war weapons were. I don't even know what this gun's called I got from the magic wheel, but it's pretty good. It almost looks like a World at War gun, but it's in Infinite Warfare. Kind of bizarre. Maybe it is, and it's a remade. I really don't know the weapons. I did play multiplayer on this game, but not enough to remember. And then I stand on this red cross here. I just need to do it for a minute. It's super easy, especially when you're on round 6 like I am now. And this enables me to jump and hit this skull, which then unlocks the Entangler. So by doing those 2 skulls, I then unlock the Entangler, which I need for quite a lot of steps in this map, including the one where I go to this vent here. I pick up an item that has symbols on it, and I put it in the vent, and you can see the puff of smoke, and then the item comes out into another vent that I can actually pick up. I then start picking up the pieces to the bridge for the Pack-a-Punch, pick up 2 of them here, and then I make my way back into this room where I got the Entangler, press this button, and then the laser opens a portal. I was not expecting this when I was going through this map, and I was watching guides on how to play it. I then take the portal into the theater and get Speed Caller, and you can see the theater's playing. It's really cool. This whole area is really nice. And I know a lot of people don't like the Beast from Beyond, but I think it's not that bad. I mean, I've never played it casually, but the Easter egg's pretty fun. But I guess because it's the last map, it's a bit disappointing, and it is probably my least favorite Easter egg. But the boss fight I actually enjoyed, because it is the hardest boss fight in my opinion. I then grab my final part for the bridge, and the reason I'm building this bridge is so then I can get to the Pack-a-Punch. And this area here is just beautiful. I mean, that sounds cringe, but it looks really nice, man. This is one of the best looking areas in all of Zombies. Like, it just looks so nice. And then over here is another one of these symbols. I go into the Pack-a-Punch, and then once I come out, the blue alien actually spawns in from Extinction. I go all the way back to the spawn, because once the blue alien dies, he actually drops another symbol. So that's 3 symbols we've gotten. And then I pick up the space helmet with the Entangler and drag it all the way into this area. And then I make sure the helmet is thrown through the barrier and actually hits the monitors. And that will open this area. And then I get my 4th symbol. And then for these symbols, I then have to line them up in correct order into Neil's machine. The first time I actually messed this up, the second time I did it, it's really not that hard. You just look at a document on the internet and then make my way back into this theater area. And right next to the brute cardboard cutout, I can grab this little button here and I drag it with the entangler all the way to this poster of the Beast from Beyond. And this will allow me to continue on to my next step, from which at the very start of moving any of these, I need to make every single horizontal bar move once. That's going to sound confusing as well. And to be honest, it is maybe the most frustrating step I've heard a lot of people complain about. For me, I was lucky. I watched Noah J456 video and he actually played it really well. And so what I did was I took a screenshot before I moved any of them, and then I just moved all the horizontal ones from the screenshot, and we've officially hacked Neil. I then make my way back into the theater for the third time and get the VPR. This is probably the best gun on Infinite Warfare. I then shoot this box and grab the fuses and then throw the fuses onto Bigfoot's hand here. Grab this reel, take it to the Pack-a-Punch machine and put it onto the Pack-a-Punch machine. Go back to the theater, activate the trap, use the entangler to pull something from the trap, and it's actually gonna be the Brute's helmet. Drag the Brute's helmet all the way to the cardboard cutout of Brute, put it onto the chair, then press interact with it, and you'll pick it up, and then you can put it onto the Brute's head, and it will shoot a laser out onto the fuses on Bigfoot's hand, and then you can pick up the fuses, and that's how you get double Pack-a-Punch. So a really cool way to get it. This is another example like on Spaceland where I said the Yeti with the cryo freeze grenades was awesome. This is just as cool. I then go back to Neil and grab his head from his machine where I first placed him to turn on the power, and I have to drag him. He will be closing doors and opening doors, and a bunch of zombies will spawn in while I'm doing this. And if I drop Neil's head, he will nuke the round, and I will have to do that really annoying vertical horizontal step again with those bars. I failed a few times, and that's why I actually ended up doing this at round 15. Here I enter the projection room, place Neil's head into this computer here, and now I can activate the boss fight. So first of all, I just get completely set up. I get double Pack-a-Punch on my VPR and then enter the boss fight. And I practiced this boss fight many times before actually doing it in the boss fight tab, because I knew this one was going to be really hard, and it definitely is. So there's only 4 stages to this boss fight, which is really nice. And the first one is just when these massive rhino aliens spawn in. I just take them out really fast with the VPR. If you don't have the VPR though, this shit's really hard, man. I mean, the VPR is a really overpowered weapon, and it's double Pack-a-Punch, and I was still struggling. The next stage is a bunch of aliens will just spawn from these portals, and then you just have to turn off these portals after a while. Unfortunately here, I pressed T on my keyboard, which activated text, and I didn't realize, so I got a red screen, and I was really lucky to clutch up here. Again, I'm going to mention it. The VPR is absolutely insane. It usually doesn't take one shot to kill an alien with any of the weapons. So at the end of this stage, another rhino will spawn in, and a lot of aliens will be spawning in from all around you. So you just be very careful. And then we finally can shut down these portals by pressing interact on these computer things. You just have to do 3 of them, and it'll shut down all the portals. And then you have to survive for 150 seconds. And this is really hard. What I do is just, I run in a circle back and forth. But if you get really bad timing, the rhinos will run into you, and that's not good at all. In this scenario though, a blue alien spawned in front of me, and then a bunch of blue aliens just spawned on me. I just got absolutely just destroyed. But fortunately, I quick revive, and so when I get back into the map, I can just run forward and pick up all my perks here. This is absolutely awesome how they did this on this boss fight. Maybe because it is a harder boss fight. And then I gotta be careful because there's rhinos and blue aliens here, but I make my way to the lost and found and get my weapons. So I'm fully set up now at this stage, and all I gotta do is just survive the remaining seconds in this stage, and then I hit the computer and it'll kill all of the aliens. And now the laser at the top of the room that has been opening all the crates will open the final crate where 2 blue rhinos will come out, which is awesome. I mean, they're really cool. And every time you damage these to a certain level, they will drop fire on the ground, blue fire. And if you run through 2 of these blue fires consecutively, you will go down. Like, they do a lot of damage. So like I said, I practiced with the boss fight tab a lot to get good at this, and I failed this step many times, and I actually do go down here. Not because of the fire on the ground, but just the rhino just went apeshit on me for a second. Again, when I get back into the game, I can just run over the perks. I think you can only do that 3 times, basically the amount of quick revives that exist. And I didn't know this, so when I did go down, then I fully panicked, and I got back into it. I was like, oh, phew. Got my lost and found. And one thing I learned from doing the boss battle tab multiple times is that it might look like you can't run through the fire, but you might be able to just run to the right of it. Don't ever try and jump over the fire because it doesn't work. I always just run just a little bit to the left or the right of the fire on the ground. And then I finally take out my second rhino, and that is it. I've beaten every single Infinite Warfare Zombies map, and we get the final cutscene where we grab the last soul key and then get sent directly to the theater. Now, this final cutscene, I don't know how to explain. I've looked at a lot of theories. It's really confusing to me, and it's left open. Now, I haven't beaten the Mephistopheles boss fight. Technically, Mephistopheles is the super boss fight, so he's not part of this today's map, so I'm actually going to do a separate video just on Mephistopheles boss fight because he is arguably the hardest boss fight in Zombies history. And so I'm just going to play this cutscene out at the very end here because it's up to your own interpretation. To me, it seems like Willard Wyler was happy that we succeeded because it meant that we didn't lose our souls, but because we put him into Spaceland zombies, we then become the new Willard Wyler. So I don't think I'll fully understand this cutscene until I actually do the Mephistopheles boss fight. And like I said, it's up to your own interpretation, so I'm just going to play it. Quickly though, this game is super underrated. I love Infinite Warfare Zombies. It fits my taste like a glove, if that's the correct saying. And now that I've completed every single map, I can use all of my soul keys to unlock the Director's Cut, which spawns me in with 25,000 points and every single perk in the game. Absolutely insane. And I'm going to be coming for this demon, man.
You've done it! My goodness, you've finally done it!
Yeah, we've done it all right. But we just got one more thing to do.
Unhand me this instant! Give me a moment to explain! Don't you understand what has taken place?
Shut up! We sick of you, your lies, and all this voodoo bullshit.
It's time for a taste of your own medicine, you sick bastard.
You have no idea the magnitude of what you're dealing with! You must listen, or all hope will be lost!
You know what to do, Poindexter.
I beg of you, listen for a mere moment!
Zombies in Spaceland, now starring Willard Wyler.
Please, no! You'll only make matters worse than they already appear to be. Countless souls are at stake. We must work together. Ah!
Is this nightmare over? Are we finally free?
I don't care to find out. Let's just get the hell out of this place while we can.
It won't budge.
What in the hell won't it open?
What in the hell is going on, man?
Oh no. What have we done? Come on, help! Somebody help!
You have served thy master well. Your death was merely the beginning.
So, can I beat the hardest boss in Zombies history? So firstly, to even enter the boss fight, you have to beat every single Infinite Warfare Zombies map, which in itself is quite difficult, especially solo. And I did just make a video on beating every Infinite Warfare map for the first time if you want to check that out. But this boss is so hard that I thought I'd make a separate video just on it. So once you do beat every single Infinite Warfare map, you unlock the Director's Cut, which when you use it, on any map, you will spawn in with 25,000 points in every single perk in the game. And seeing that you have the Director's Cut, you then need to beat every single map using it. And so even though we've beaten every map, we have to then do it again, but this time with the Director's Cut on. And once you beat the final map, it will then place you into this lobby here, and you'll have 5 minutes to gather everything you need against this boss. And one thing to note, this boss is in fact a demon. His name is Mephistopheles, and he is the main antagonist behind this whole story. He was actually using Willard Wyler. If you've seen my other video, you will know who he is, but he was using Willard Wyler to collect souls. So going into the boss fight, I did fail many times. Like I said, this is the hardest boss fight in Zombies history. Although that is just what I've heard. I've not done every single boss fight. But whenever the Mephistopheles boss comes up, it is pretty much synonymous with the hardest boss in Zombies history. And so there is a boss fight tab in Infinite Warfare where you can practice. And I practiced a lot. And even with all that practice, I failed many times. And one of the worst things about this boss fight is that you have to beat the last map in Infinite Warfare Zombies every time just to enter the boss fight. So you have to beat the Beast from Beyond just to enter the boss fight. And one time I didn't even beat that Easter egg. But finally onto my final game. So I beat the Beast from Beyond. I have 5 minutes and I get to hit the magic wheel. As you can see on the door there, it has the timer, and every single weapon I get from the magic wheel is already double pack-a-punch, which is awesome. And I get the Kendalls and also the Venom Z, and which if you guys did play Extinction and not Infinite Warfare would remember from Extinction. And so as we enter the boss fight, we then get hit with this little cutscene where we meet Mephistopheles himself. He then changes into the actress from Shaolin Shuffle and declares that we are good at collecting souls, and now he wants to consume our souls so then we can collect souls, I think is what it means. And then he finally turns into his final form. And now we're into the boss fight. So at the start here, Mephistopheles comes up, and this bit's hilarious to me because our character has some funny lines.
Holy fucking shit!
So this boss fight may look entirely just confusing if you've never done it before, but it's actually pretty simple. So there's just 5 symbols around the map and you just need to activate them one at a time without going down. So this first one I'm activating here and I'm just watching Mephistopheles wherever he moves. The Venom Z is really good for this because you can shoot it on the ground and it does damage for about 5 seconds afterwards, and it does a lot of damage to the skeletons. And this first symbol here is much easier than the other ones because Mephistopheles only has about 2 attacks he can do. One is he can shoot 3 fireballs like he's just done there, and the second one is he can raise zombies from the dead, or should I say skeletons. So once you do stand on the symbol long enough, the 4 blue souls will come out of the symbol. I believe they're souls, and then you just need to shoot the souls with the entangler at Mephistopheles. Once you shoot him 4 times, he will then come to the center, and then you just need to shoot the symbol on his body that you just activated. He will then go outside of the arena again and then make the map go dark, covering the sun, and then spawn in a bunch of aliens. So each time you do this, it gets progressively harder and harder. So pretty much anyone can do this first symbol here. It's really not that hard. And then once you do complete it, the sun will then open up and meteorites will start shooting out of it, and you just need to hide behind these rocks. There's 2 rocks on either side. Very simple. I can imagine the first time doing this though, if you had no idea what to do, it would be a pain in the ass trying to dodge meteorites. But if you're not a dumbass, you should be pretty good. You just go behind this rock here. And then we're onto our second symbol already. So on the second symbol here, he does have an extra move where he can go into the center of the map and then smack down. When he does that, again, you just want to hide behind a rock, otherwise you will go down or have a red screen. So you got to be very careful of that. But it is a very easy attack to dodge. And then here, always got to watch out. The worst move that he will do on you, well, there's a few really bad ones, but the one that got me probably the most is when he just shoots 3 fireballs out, because he shoots them really fast and you will go down if 2 of the fireballs hit you, I believe, depending on the distance, however. So I finish the second symbol and then I shoot my 4 souls into him again. Wherever he's standing, he will spawn facing that way when he gets into the circle. So I know that. That's why I stand in that direction there. I then use my XPR, which is an insane weapon. I think that's what it's called. I'm actually not entirely sure. And then I use my Kendals again for the little round where he blocks out the sun. And so as you can see so far, it's the same thing over and over, except Mephistopheles gets stronger, he gets more attacks, and also there are more aliens that will spawn in and more zombies each time you do a symbol. So this time a slasher also spawned in. He's very easy to kill, so I just use my XPR on him, and then I grab a max ammo and then go behind this rock here again, and the meteorites start flying in again. Even when I'm behind this rock, I make sure to lay down because I've actually nearly gone down just sitting behind it. And then onto our third symbol. So you've noticed I've done the 3 symbols closest to him just so I can get them out of the way because they're the hardest ones to do. He threw a meteorite there, so that's another move he has now where he can throw a meteorite. I make sure just to hide behind the rocks because that meteorite has some crazy range and it actually moves while you're moving, so I just like to not risk it and go right behind the meteorite. I'm now on the symbol again and I'm using the Venom Z again because this thing is absolutely insane. Really, if you didn't have it on this game, it would be really hard to do this boss fight because it allows you to shoot it down on the ground and then you can just stare at the Mephistopheles and make sure he's not doing any crazy moves. Now onto my third one, and all I've got to do is shoot the 4 souls again. He chucks a meteorite in there so I get as far away as possible. The thing about using this entangler to throw the souls at Mephistopheles is it slows you down a little bit. So if he shoots like the 3 balls at you, for example, you will go down. So you have to be very fast whenever you're grabbing those souls. And so here I hit him with my 4th one. You can see it start glowing onto his chest there. I grab my XPR out and then I just spam him. I am using a legendary XPR. If you guys do remember Infinite Warfare, just like Advanced Warfare, I'm pretty sure, had different variants that you could get from supply drops. And my XPR is actually a legendary variant. So it's pretty damn good. And plus it's one of the best guns in the game other than maybe the Molar. And the Kendals are really good for this part. Like I've used them every single time. But this is the 3rd stage where he covers the sun. So this is going to get a little bit more difficult here. But with the double pack-a-punch Kendals, it's not too hard. The next time we get up to the stage, 2 blue rhinos will spawn in and they're a pain in the ass. So you're going to be very careful and get very lucky with where they spawn. And you can see why I did the first 3 first, just so I can chill in this area. That wall that he puts up in the center of the map is really annoying as well. And if you get hit by that, you will instantly go down. Here he uses the black hole, and the best way to counter this is to just lay down. And I actually really like when he uses the black hole, unless he uses a fire move at the same time as a black hole, which he can do in the next stage. But usually if he uses the black hole, it's kind of just free. You can just lay there and get as much time as possible. I do make sure to dodge his 3 shots of fireballs as well. They come out of absolutely nowhere. And as the stages go on, he starts to increase the fire rate and start doing more moves more often. Here, I do my 4th talisman, and so he blocks out the sun for the 4th time. And like I said, 2 rhinos will spawn in on the stage. So I make sure I use my Kendalls. I'm really kind of panicking at the stage though, because this is where the boss fight starts to get really hard. At the moment though, I haven't done too bad. Here you can see the 2 rhinos spawning in, and that was very lucky I didn't go down then. They just missed me. And then I used the XPR, and this just absolutely demolishes them. I go around here just to get some X ammo back, because they do spawn on the ground, because there's no max ammo at this stage here. And then the sun opens up, and then meteorites start streaming in again. And there's actually more meteorites, so you gotta be very careful. All you can really do is hide behind this rock, but sometimes they will hit you depending on where you're actually sitting behind them. And now onto my 5th and final talisman. So this is one of the most annoying moves he can do. He can spawn fire in the middle, and the fire will just spread all around. Luckily, it didn't spread to where I was standing there. So far, I've actually had a pretty lucky run as well. And I'm always just watching him. Is he going to shoot those 3 fires at me? When he does that move where he puts his arm above his shoulder there, that's when he flies a meteorite at you. There's a lot of moves that you have to memorize. And the only way you know what he's going to do is by his hand movements, which sometimes it get confusing because he does similar hand movements. But for my 5th talisman, that was actually pretty chill as well. And at this stage in the game, it's really just RNG what he's going to do. And you just got to hope you're in the right place at the right time. I use my Venom Z just to remove all these zombies and shoot my final talisman. And now this is the final stage of the boss fight. All I've got to do is shoot him in the body, but there's going to be meteorites spawning in, and he's going to have a really high rate of different abilities he's going to use. And so here he uses the black hole on the ground, so I just hide behind this rock. Also, a lot of different variety of enemies that you saw all through Infinite Warfare are going to spawn in as well. Here he tries to do a smash down, which I actually like because I can get quite a lot of damage on him. I am trying to use my SMG here as much as possible because it probably has the highest amount of output out of all my weapons on the boss himself. And at this stage, it's actually kind of chill. I've already done about 1 talisman, and I'm shooting my Kendalls at him, which is kind of difficult because you have to lead on with your shot. And like I said, this is just pure RNG at this point. I have no idea what the hell is even going on. He's doing a bunch of stuff here. He halves the map, which is a pain in the ass. If he halves the map and then does a fire ability as well, you're pretty much dead. So I was kind of trying to provoke him to do the 3-shot ability, which I think you can kind of do. If you get close enough to him, you can kind of provoke him just to shoot those 3 shots. But that's very risky because the closer he gets, the shorter the amount of time those fireballs are going to get to you, and you're going to go down very quick if you don't have fast reflexes. Here he does the fire ability again, and I'm just being very wary. And he also does a black hole, which is the most sketchy thing ever. But I was incredibly lucky the fire didn't go to me here. And the black hole on itself after the fire leaves is very chill, like I said earlier. I then start shooting my Venom Z, and if you guys pronounce the Venom Z, I'm sorry, I pronounce it Z for some weird reason. I don't know why. And you can see I've got all of my 4 talisman masks up. They're the masks I was picking up at the very start of the video after I did all of the director cut Easter eggs. And finally, I do so much damage on the Mephistopheles, I can use all of these masks here, and they connect to one another with a big laser, which then shoots the Mephistopheles, and he will land in the center here of the boss arena, and I can just spam him. And I'm watching this back. I actually did a pretty good job. I'm not gonna lie. This actually doesn't look as hard as what it was. Obviously, I didn't even go down this time, but it is a really hard boss fight. Trust me. I'm not sure what he was doing then with that little black hole that he was spawning. Maybe that's what he does. If you don't kill him fast enough, it will kill you. But I won. We beat the hardest boss fight in zombies history, and I'm very happy because that's Infinite Warfare completely completed. And I absolutely love this game. This game is genuinely amazing, and you can see here we're going back to all the maps. I'm not entirely sure what the ending of Infinite Warfare actually means because at the very end it just says to be continued. But in that jar there, that is where all of the Infinite Warfare worlds are, and also I guess you could say where all the films are for the world. So hopefully you guys did enjoy it. I love Infinite Warfare Zombies. I'm very glad I beat this boss. And let me know in the comments, what do you guys think is the hardest boss in zombies history? I'm just going off what most people said. So far, my hardest boss, I haven't played many Easter eggs, is definitely Mephistopheles though. So I feel like I'm a bit of a weird case when it comes to zombies. I've gotten to round 100 on every Black Ops 3 map, yet I've not beaten a single map. Although I lie, I have actually beaten Gorod Krovi, because in order to get to round 100 on Gorod, I beat the Easter egg, so I had the infinite perkaholic. But I've not beaten Shadows of Evil, Eisendrache, Zetsubou, Revelations. I mean, that's pretty crazy when you think about it. I've never personally been interested in the zombie storyline or the Easter eggs. I just like to survive, but I've kind of changed a little bit now. I beat every Infinite Warfare map, and the story on that game was great, and the Easter eggs I loved. And I've heard so much about the Black Ops 3 Easter eggs and the story in general, so I did have very high expectations going into this. And I'll tell you what, man, this game did not disappoint. So Shadows of Evil is one small part of a much larger story in zombies. So I'm going to try my best just to summarize the story surrounding this map. So Shadows of Evil takes place in Morgue City. And so initially the Shadow Man hires a reporter to find information on the 4 characters within this map. The reporter then passes this information onto the Shadow Man, who in turn influences each one of them to kill a person they know. The characters then awake in a twisted version of reality inside of Morgue City. And then they quickly become aware that the Shadow Man's evil, and with the keepers inside of the map, they work to trap the Shadow Man inside of the summoning key. So like I said at the start of the video, I've actually gotten to round 100 on every Black Ops 3 map and also all of the Chronicles maps. So for this video, I'm going to go over all of the setup really fast so then I can get into the more unique parts of the Easter eggs. So at the start here, of course, I do all of the rituals which give me the gate worms, which allows me to open the Pack-a-Punch. And I am actually using the summoning key to unlock all of this. Richtofen did actually find out that the summoning key was in Morgue City, and he tried to get the summoning key off the reporter, and in turn actually killed the reporter, but he couldn't get the summoning key because, as you guys will remember, you can only get it through the beast mode. With the Pack-a-Punch open, I then upgrade the HVK and also the Kuda. Nero is probably my favorite character because he has the most interesting lines to me, and also his arms and hands are kind of cool. It's got a lot of rings and things. It's not just bland gloves or something like that. Here I grab the Apothicon sword, and I actually really like this sword because it's a bit more balanced than the upgraded sword, but I mean the upgraded sword is just so bloody cool. But I would love to see something like the Apothicon sword coming back to another map where it's not as OP and you can use it kind of skillfully for the high rounds. I then grab the Apothicon Servant, which I've mentioned so many times as being one of my favorite wonder weapons, and then get the upgraded sword from the Keeper. Hence why I mentioned that the Keepers help us to trap the Shadow Man in the summoning key. I think, anyway, Black Ops 3 Zombies is very confusing. So this is the stage where I've never been to before. Once you do the whole setup, basically, if you're going for round 100, all you gotta do is press on this book, grab the flag, and then you're kind of on your way to beating the Easter egg. And you can probably tell that I've never done this before because I absolutely sucked at this step here, and I actually failed this first flag. I actually failed quite a lot of times, but I'm not going to show every single fail in this video. I think I just grabbed the wrong perks. I should have probably got rid of Widow's Wine and got Speed Caller, and this would have been really, really easy. But because I didn't have Speed Caller, it just made it super awkward with the Apothicon Servant. And so in the end, I just decided to use the HVK. And just to clarify, I meant I failed the flag step a lot. This was actually my first and only game trying to beat the Easter egg in Shadows of Evil. The biggest difference I've found between Black Ops 3 Zombies and Infinite Warfare Zombies when it comes to beating the maps is that Black Ops 3 is a lot easier and it feels a lot more casual, except for maybe Revelations. I didn't use Mega Gobblegums this whole video, and I actually struggled quite a bit with Revelations just using classic ones. So pretty much you gotta do 2 flags and then 1 flag at each keeper bench, a total of 4 times. As you can see here, I'm just showing the 4 flags at each keeper, and then you can initiate the boss fight. So I come over into the ritual room, and here, again, this was my first and only attempt trying to do this, so I was kind of useless. There's literally 1 zombie behind me, and I shoot my Apothicon Servant, which wastes heaps of time. I could have easily have just shot the Shadow Man all the way to the altar then. But yeah, if you've never done this Easter egg, all you have to do is shoot the Shadow Man until he gets over to the bench and then interact with it. So I totally screwed that up, and then I had no idea what to do for like the next 30 minutes. I was trying to figure out how I engage and break the shield of the Shadow Man again. But all you gotta do is run over to each of the keepers, and then it will break the shield of the Shadow Man. And this time I didn't worry about shooting my Apothicon Servant again, and I just spammed the Shadow Man and I beat the Easter egg. And there you can actually see that the Shadow Man gets absorbed by the summoning key. So this is only the solo Easter egg. To do the full Easter egg, you actually have to do it co-op, although this is one of the most popular speed runs anyway, and I had a lot of fun doing it. It was quite simple though, but now that I actually am following the story, it makes a lot of sense and it's really cool. For the final cutscene though, Richtofen appears out of a portal and grabs the summoning key out of a keeper's hand. He then proceeds to thank us, the Shadows of Evil characters, and then he disappears. So moving on to Eisendrache, we are now with the Premise crew, and they're actually inside of the giant robot. They stole it from Group 935, and they're trying to seize the Ultimus version of Dempsey. Now, I'm learning the story as I'm telling this, basically, and so if you don't know the differences, I'm going to simplify it. The Premise crew are the younger version of the Ultimus crew, and the whole story of Black Ops 3 is pretty much the Premise crew are killing all of the Ultimus crew to create a better future. However, in the intro of this map, we don't actually reach Dempsey, and it actually leads us to Eisendrache, where the ultimate Dempsey is placed in a rocket by Dr. Groff and sent to the moon. And it's our job in this game to stop the rocket from going to the moon and to kill Dempsey and absorb his soul in the summoning key. So I've always heard that Eisendrache has one of the best Easter eggs in zombies history. So I was looking forward to this one. So I grabbed the KRM and then I proceed to do all of the dragon heads to get the bow. I then pack-a-punch the KRM and then start to get my electric bow. So I actually had to play online on this game because usually I just play offline on Black Ops 3, but for Eisendrache, if you play online, you only have to upgrade one of the bows. You don't have to get all 4. And that's what the speedrunners do, so I just thought I'd copy them. I then place my bow into this box and get the Ragnarok DG4. In doing so, I nearly go down, so I use my in plain sight, and you would have noticed my level came up there. You'll never see that in any of my other videos. Like I said, I'm playing online in this lobby and I'm only level 15. So this is where I've never been up to. I collect the souls into this box here and then I have to shoot all of the tips of the portal here. I've never done this before and I had no idea you had to do this. And afterwards I can then grab my upgraded electric bow, which is obviously just awesome. I chose the electric bow because it is the best bow in the game. I then have to shoot these 4 wisps with the electric bow around the map. Super easy step, and this allows me to teleport now back in time, I'm pretty sure. And I pick up these parts here and also this part, and here is Dr. Groff. When he locks the safe here, he actually puts symbols in, and we need to then put these symbols into a computer to open the safe as he puts something in the safe that we need. Because Dr. Groff is controlling the rocket, we are trying to figure out a way to stop the rocket from going to the moon. So Shadows of Evil was really easy, especially with the boss fight. The boss fight on Eisendrache is a lot harder in my opinion. And so through tutorials I was watching, they mentioned to get the plunger because there's a lot of panzers at the end of the map. And with the plunger, you can one-shot the panzers. To get the plunger, I just needed to activate the clock by putting my Ragnaroks down and make sure the clock lands on 9:35, so 9:35. So whilst I was waiting for the clock to get to that point, I just did some more steps in the meantime. For example, putting parts into this trap, changing the toggle, and activating the trap allowed me to put the password in on this machine that I saw earlier that Dr. Groff put into the safe. And once I've done that, the safe is then open and I can grab the parts out of it. I then place the parts into these like lightning orbs and they're going to be able to bring the rocket back down with Dempsey once I do the next couple steps here. So again, I have to activate the trap, go back to this machine, and I have to memorize what the symbols are on the bottom monitors, and then whatever the top monitor is, I have to then put in what the bottom monitor was. That might sound confusing. It's really not that hard. I just wrote it down on a piece of paper. That's why you can see I'm pausing. And then I have to do it on the bottom area here by the rocket. There's another machine. And I complete that and break my shield on purpose just so I could get a fresh one. And then I time the clock. There's actually like a little ticking noise. So I get about 9 seconds off 9:35. Then I activate the clock, wait 9 ticks, and then stop the clock. And you can see it lands on 9:35. I then go into the anti-grav area, climb on the wall there, and then it will take me back to this teleporter room and I can grab the plunger. The way the plunger works is it's not a one-shot kill on your first panzer, but once you kill one panzer, then it is a one-shot kill for about 30 seconds on any other panzers that you come across. Now finally, with all the weird shit that we've kind of done, we can now finally grab Dempsey's rocket with the electric bulb things. I don't know, I guess they just shot the rocket down and then it conveniently, I guess, just makes its way to Eisendrache, or maybe it forces it this way, I'm not sure. But you can see the rocket coming down with Dempsey's body inside of it. Pretty cool. It knocks the bell off the top of the tower there. Pretty epic stuff, to be honest. To proceed with the Easter egg, I then have to skip around and then do 4 more wasps, which is of course just really easy. And then I can teleport again back in time and grab 2 more parts. Well, 1 part really. I have to activate this, which then gives me this little stone thing. I can then place the stone over here by the KRM wall by, grab this artifact here, which is super important to the whole zombie storyline, I'm pretty sure. But like I said, I only am learning the Black Ops 3 storyline, so it gets very confusing and it is quite hard for me. So I do apologize if I do get any of the story wrong. I think it would be fun to do more videos like this, and so I'll be learning, you know, like the Black Ops 1 or Black Ops 2 story, whatever, which will then fill in the background of where we're at in Black Ops 3, because it is really confusing to start the story at the start of Black Ops 3, but I am trying my best. With that important object that I picked up, a keeper ghost spawned, and all I had to do was use the electric bow to kill a bunch of zombies in the circle to absorb the souls to make the keeper actually come alive from being a ghost. So that was a pretty cool step as well. The keeper then makes his way all the way down to the bottom of the anti-gravity area, and he does some weird shit. I don't know what he really does, but then I can place this little blue cylinder onto the pyramid that he creates. I then get the XM4 out of the mystery box and then Pack-a-Punch it because it's really good for the boss. Put down my Ragnaroks and this enters me into the boss fight. And the first stage of this boss fight, all I gotta do is just run around in circles. So this is the keeper, the big keeper boss, I guess. Sometimes he'll shoot skulls at you and spawn fire pits. So I just shoot the skulls and just stay away from the fire pits. And there'll be skeletons spawning in. I just run away from them. There's not enough to really trap you. And then once the electricity spawns on the middle right under the keeper, I then place my Ragnaroks there and then get out my XM4 Pack-a-Punch and shoot the keeper right in his chest. And that's the first stage done. And now we're getting into the harder part because a bunch of panzers are going to spawn in. And I do have the XM4 as my secondary and the lightning bow's not that great at killing them. So this is where the plunger comes into effect, and also gobblegums. I mean, I only use classic gobblegums for this video, like I said earlier. I was thinking about doing no gobblegums, but I wanted to get this video out before Modern Warfare 2. I was very wrong in that. If I knew I wasn't going to make content in Modern Warfare 2, I would have tried to do this with no gobblegums. But here, I just run around in circles, staying absolutely as far away as possible from the panzers. I kill one of them. You can see I slapped with my plunger, and you can see it's on fire. So then I pop in plain sight and then make my way to the other panzers and just one-hit them. Here, I got kind of nervous because I started hitting the zombies instead of the panzer in accident, and then the in plain sight was running out of time. But in the end, I did just slap the panzer in the face. And then again, we're back onto the first stage. This boss fight's pretty easy, I have to admit, with in plain sight. If I removed in plain sight, it probably would have been quite a bit harder. Again, I ran around for a certain amount of time, put my Ragnarok spikes down, then shot the keeper in the chest again, and then a bunch of panzers spawned in. This is the last time the panzers will spawn in. I feel like I got a bit better this time. I started running in the middle instead of just around. I think that's a much better strategy than just running around the pillars. It's better to run in and out of them. And so I'm just trying to kill the first one with my lightning bow so then I can get the fire plunger again. And you can see here, I did actually get the fire plunger and I killed my second panzer, eat the in plain sight gum, and kill my last two panzers. And then again, I run around until I can place the Ragnaroks. And then all I gotta do is shoot the XM4 into the keeper's chest again. And this time, I think it might have been 2 shots to actually take him down. But boom, that's the Eisendrache Easter egg. I felt like out of all the Easter eggs, it made the most sense. And it was just really fun. It wasn't too complicated and it was simple enough. So once I finish the boss fight, it takes me out. I can grab the summoning key and place it on this machine here again. And Dr. Groff was so adamant that he wanted to take Ultimus Dempsey to the moon to do research on him that he was actually willing to blow up Eisendrache in order to keep Dempsey going towards the moon. So we actually redirected those missiles to the moon where Dr. Groff is and his facility, and we blow up the moon. So pretty epic ending to Eisendrache. At this point, Richtofen's the only one who knows they need to actually kill the Ultimus characters. So he uses the summoning key to stop Dempsey here because obviously they don't want to kill Ultimus Dempsey until Richtofen explains to them that the world will be a better place, or you'll be saving the world if you do kill Ultimus Dempsey. So then Dempsey sadly goes over and chooses to actually kill himself. He doesn't want Richtofen to do it, he wants to do it himself. And then Ultimus Dempsey's soul gets sucked up into the summoning key. After doing the Easter egg, we then get Perkaholic. So I'd love to go for like a really high round after doing the Easter egg one time. And also you can see that the moon's just shattered there. I really like the story of Zetsubou and Oshima. So the Primus crew are traveling to find Ultimus Takeo to obviously kill him and absorb his soul. But in doing so, they get captured on a boat by a group called Division 9. And Division 9 is actually a Japanese group who started the facility on Shinonuma. They then moved to an island called Zetsubou, where they created a new facility where they experimented on the plants and the spiders, and even some scientists there. Takeo was overseeing this research for the Emperor and reported that he didn't like what he was seeing. And this is the kicker though. The Emperor actually ordered Takeo to be taken in for experimentation by the scientists. And so our goal is to get on the island and remove Takeo basically from his own misery. So at the start of the game, you wash up on the island. And for the first 8 or 9 rounds, I just chill in the first room because I find that's just very simple. They only spawn from 2 windows and you can get tons of points. It's a very fun first room, especially if you're trying to just go for like a fun challenge. At this stage, I have tons of points, so I can make my way all the way to the power and start grabbing parts. So I start grabbing parts to the unupgraded wonder weapon. I collect the plant and then I collect the serum from the spider. And then at round 10, I luckily get my last part by just killing a zombie in that area. And thus I can get the KT4, which is the wonder weapon on this map, and you can actually upgrade it, and you need to upgrade it for the Easter egg. I then do all of the skull rituals, which then allows me to actually unlock the skull through doing one final rituals with a bunch of keepers. I do remember when I got to round 100 and all the Black Ops 3 maps, I especially like Zetsubou just because of the skull. It's such a fun specialist, and it's probably the best one in Black Ops 3. So once you beat all of the 3 challenges you get given at the start of the game, lightning will then strike like where you get these skulls from. And so I got that on my shield, and I can then hit the cage here, which will then lower me, and I can pick up this vial here, which is my first part to upgrade the KT4. So if you have watched my round 100 on every Black Ops 3 map, I never even got the KT4 or upgraded it, so I never had to do the spider step. So I haven't done the spider step in a very long time. I think back in the day I did get the upgraded KT4, but I've never done the Easter egg like I said. This spider was really easy. I was not expecting it. I just spammed my HVK in his face with the hip fire, and I don't think the spider did any damage to me at all. Once I did kill him though, he collapsed and it created a bridge for me to go across and grab one of his, I guess, teeth or pincers, which is my second part to the upgraded KT4. I then take this vent here, which I need to get rainbow water from. I missed it a few times, but on this attempt I just spammed my interact button and I just picked it up anyway. And so to get my third part for the KT4, I then need to go all the way down to the bottom of this cave, or the water cave I guess, mesmerize this wall here, which will make it disappear, and then fill the soil with the rainbow water and also a plant seed. And then each round after that I need to fill it up until it's the third round and I can finally pick it up. And now I can get the upgraded KT4, the Maschine. So like I said in the intro, Division 9 did a lot of experimentation with the plants, and so we can actually exploit that to get a massive bullet to shoot down a plant to give us a cog to go down an elevator. And so I need to grow this plant by filling it 3 times once around. And so in between doing that, I do some other steps to get some more cogs. So I make sure I get my electric shield again through the lightning and then hit the zip line with the electric shield. And as soon as I interact, I then knife, which takes me off and I can get my second cog. And then I get anywhere but here, which then sends me to a location you can only get to using the gobble gum. And I pick up my second cog. And then finally at round 24, my plant is fully done and I can get the massive bullet and I put it into this massive weapon here. I have to wait a while for the plane to come and shoot the plane. You can actually miss the plane, so I was kind of worried here. And then I can actually see the cog, the third and final cog we need to go down the elevator, flying there, and it just landed right behind me, which is super close and nice because apparently it can land in a lot of different spots. I then add the 3 cogs to the elevator and I can now start the boss fight. So again, going back to the intro, the Emperor ordered Takeo to give himself over to the experimentation, and this is what has happened to him. Takeo is actually the boss that we verse on this map, which is really cool. And I remember always thinking when I was like 14 or 15 that Zetsubou was a really hard map and that it was never worth even attempting to beat it. And now I look back on it and it's really not that hard of a map whatsoever. The boss fight is a little bit lame. No offense, Zetsubou. I love the map. I really do. I feel like there's a lot of people that hate the map. I really don't know why. From a high round perspective, from a casual perspective, I really enjoyed the Easter egg as well. Although the boss fight is pretty easy, I don't think it's stupidly easy. I mean, towards the end here, I actually nearly go down. The whole boss fight is just you shoot the branches off of Takeo, I guess. And if I didn't have it in plain sight, I probably would have failed here. So that would have been incredibly embarrassing, especially because this is actually so easy. And with the final cutscene, Ultimus Takeo appears again. For some reason, we've like just destroyed all of the mutation on him, although he definitely doesn't look well. And then he admits to Primus Takeo that it was actually the Emperor who has done this to him, basically. And so the only thing left is for Ultimus Takeo to die so that the Primus crew can then absorb his soul in the summoning key. Overall, I really like Zetsubou, and I feel like this map gets way too much hate. And also, I love how you get Perkaholic after all of the Easter eggs. Gorod Krovi takes place during the Battle of Stalingrad. But it's not just the normal battle, it's actually fought between zombies, dragons, and mechs. The dragons were resurrected by Group 935 and Division 9, and the mechs were created by the Russians who got the blueprints off the giant robots you saw in Origins from Group 935. And so this is where we find angry and drunk Nikolai, which doesn't make it easy to kill him and absorb his soul. And in the intro, he does try and kill us before a dragon picks him up and throws him into a bunch of rubble where he can't get out of. So our job is to reach him, kill him, and then use the summoning key on him. So like I said in the intro, I have done Gorod Krovi before, but I had no idea what was going on in the story. So firstly, I turn on the power and then do the 3 graph modules, which gives me the network circuits that I can place here that allow me to command a dragon and I can then ride it to another area. The only reason we can do this is because Sophia is on the map and she is actually Maxis's assistant, but in machine form because she was going to become a zombie and Maxis took out a brain and put it in a machine. And so Sophia is pretty much in charge of this facility and she was working on getting control of some of the dragons. At round 10, I get the ray gun Mark III, which is awesome, and then I pack a punch it at round 12, and also at round 12, I can get the dragon specialist and I can make the dragon fly and then punch the safe here and grab my 6 statue. So I grabbed 6 statues. I'm not going to show them all in this video because it will take a long time, and also I showed it all on my Black Ops 3 Round 100 video. So if you do want to see every single step in detail for Gorod Krovi, go and check out that video. But otherwise, we move forward. Once I collected all 6 of the statues, I can then do 6 different challenges. The first one I got was to actually shoot Dr. Gersh 3 times with my double Pack-a-Punch wonder weapon. Dr. Gersh will be absorbed or actually killed by Sophia. And Dr. Gersh is actually a character that goes back very far in the timeline, but I don't really know who he is. All I know is Sophia kills him in a horrible, painful death. The next challenge I had to do was escort a damaged Valkyrie all the way from the spawn room back to Sophia, where she can then take her in. And I actually get trapped here. I nearly go down. If you've noticed, I haven't actually gone down this entire video because I don't pick up quick revive. So that's probably the closest call so far in the video, although we'll get to Revelations. And like I said, I kind of struggled a little bit with Revelations. The main strategy I use on this step is just to slow down these zombies. I like how the Ray Gun Mark III works very well on this map for the actual Easter egg itself. And in general, Black Ops 3 does a really good job of that. It makes it so the wonder weapons are perfect for a certain situation in the Easter egg, except for maybe Shadows of Evil. The next challenge I got was to protect this graph module, which is very easy. I then had to use my specialist and then release the dragon so then he can pick up a package that I then will give to Sophia. And then we're on to our next step. And for this step, it was the bomb step. And this is probably the scariest one. You just need to defuse 6 different bombs in a certain order in 3 minutes. Though I've gotten pretty good at it, I just write down the order on a piece of paper and like quadruple check it each and every single time I go to a single bomb. For this next challenge, I have to bring a special mangler to Sophia. And overall, I really like how all these challenges work. And in general, Gorod Krovi is a pretty great map. It has a really good balance of not too hard and not too easy, and also not too complicated. It just sits right in the perfect position. And the story and the battle is just awesome. The last challenge we always get, but I wouldn't really consider it much of a challenge, is to put a disc that Sophia gives us into this machine, which starts a download progress. You just need to kill about 5 manglers and then leave the last one alive, and you can just run around in a circle in this building and no more manglers will spawn in. Once it's done though, I grab the key card again and make my way back to Sophia. I do get in plain sight before going to this boss fight. Otherwise, this will happen. I'm sure if I had a lot more practice, I would have been able to beat the boss without in plain sight. But like I said, I thought I could get this video out before Modern Warfare 2. And in hindsight, I would have liked to beat these maps without using any gobblegums. But it is what it is, and that would have probably taken a while. I then get given a power core from Sophia and use my dragon to give it to Nikolai. And one of the cool parts about this map is that Sophia was helping us while we were helping Sophia. We helped free Sophia to look for her long lost love, which is Maxis, while she helps us get to Nikolai. So I really like that juxtaposition between the two characters. I then jump down into this tunnel here, which will then spit us out into the boss battle arena, from which I hit this red button, which activates the lasers of a giant robot's eyes that actually destroy the rubble off of the mech that Nikolai actually uses. At this stage in the boss fight, Nikolai then joins us to take down the dragon. I guess he sees the dragon as more of a threat than we are to him. And Nikolai really helps us because he shoots the dragon and then we can finish off the dragon with the Mark III. And it's pretty cool when the dragon dies. I just finished House of the Dragon, so it was fun to kill a dragon in a video game after doing that. But this was only the easy part of the Easter egg. We then need to, of course, kill Nikolai, although Nikolai will not go down without a fight. We tell him that the only way the evil in this universe will be vanquished is if he surrenders to us, and he has none of it, of course. He's drunk and angry. And as you saw from the clip before, without in plain sight, this boss fight's pretty hard, I believe. I don't know what the community's consensus is on it, but if you do use a gobblegum, just use in plain sight and you can kill him in like 10 seconds. It's pretty overpowered and kind of stupid, although it is really satisfying to defeat him like that, I have to admit. Now, the reason Nikolai is so angry and also is drinking himself into a hole, because in 1941, his wife was killed in a German invasion into the Soviet Union, whilst his brother was also killed in the Battle of Stalingrad. So he turns to vodka and despair. Primus Nikolai then acknowledges this, and Ultimus Nikolai was having none of it. He then gets pretty mad, shoots Primus Nikolai in the chest plate, and then boom, the shotgun gets pulled out. See you later, Ultimus Nikolai. And then the soul gets sucked up into the summoning key. And that's it. So now we've collected all of the Ultimus souls that we needed, and now it's time to go to Revelations. After collecting all of these souls in the summoning key, we then travel to Agartha, which you can translate to the final universe, or paradise, the place above creation. And so this is where the happy ending could have been, if it just wasn't for Maxis. So if you remember in Shadows of Evil, we absorbed the Shadow Man's soul into the summoning key. And so he's still in the summoning key, and Maxis starts to hear voices coming from the summoning key, which is the Shadow Man. He gets manipulated, and in turn, as Dr. Monty likes to say, he releases a bigger bastard. The Shadow Man then sets the world into doom. The Shadow Man allows for the Apothecans to be free in Agartha, and they're the most powerful and evil entities in all of the existences that ever existed. And so it falls to us again to kill the Shadow Man and set the world right again. So the start of Revelations is pretty epic. I never knew this back in the day, but that's actually an Apothecan who swallows the Pack-a-Punch machine, and we have to go into its stomach. I mean, if that isn't epic, I don't know what is. Without me knowing of the story though, I just thought it was some monster that we're inside of. But now it makes total sense. The very first thing I do on this map is shoot the tombstones, which will allow me to do an Easter egg later on. I complete all of the 4 corruption engines, which are essentially just like the rituals on Shadows of Evil, the graph modules on Gorod Krovi, and the dragons on Eisendrache. And already I'm doing things I've never done before. I summon the Keeper Protector, and I drag him all the way over to this jump pad, and then I just have to protect him for 3 minutes. It did get super awkward though, because a Margwa spawned in, and this is the first time ever a Margwa had spawned in on this step. I did fail Revelations actually a couple times. Gorod Krovi I only failed once, and that was about it. So I thought the Margwa would actually just destroy my Keeper Protector, but he didn't. He couldn't destroy him, even though he was slamming him like crazy. So I just focused on killing all the zombies and making sure I got the part that the Keeper Protector will give me, which evidently was a film reel. I then get the Apothecan Servant out of the mystery box, so there's obviously a lot of wonder weapons on this map. It is a super overpowered map, but there are also a lot more bosses and a lot more random shit happening on this map in general. And to upgrade the Apothecan Servant, I just have to shoot the 5 squares in the sky. I then get little Arnies, which allows me to move on to my next step after the Keeper Protector. And this step makes it so I have to go inside the belly of the Apothecan, which of course is very sick like I mentioned before, and the Pack-a-Punch machines here, I also shoot it out of its gut. I know Revelations gets some hate, but it's really a sick map when you think about it, and I always have loved it casually. I did do the challenge where I started on round 100 and got to 200 on this map, but this step is I just need to throw 9 little Arnies in these holes in his stomach. Every time I do 3 of them, Margwas will spawn in, and I have to kill all 3 of the Margwas, and you gotta hope you get a max ammo to get another pair of little Arnies to keep on doing the step. Usually I would have the Thunder Gun for this step against the Margwas because it's just super overpowered, but the HVK Pack-a-Punch is actually pretty good. And it seems that these Margwas actually have less health, just like the sword step on Shadows of Evil. Those Margwas aren't the fully healthed Margwas, they're kind of like one shot in the face. And then Pack-a-Punch the Apothecan Servant, and then finish off the little Arnies. One thing I never even noticed on Revelations, or I did notice but I just never cared about, is that there are actual different elemental Margwas. I swear it really doesn't matter. I don't know, in the comment section, do you guys prefer any Margwas? Like, are any more powerful than the others? Because I've never noticed it. I then grab my second film reel and then start my 3rd step where I have to shoot these little rocks in the map, and then bones will spawn, and then I need to shoot those bones with the upgraded Apothecan Servant. This is again a very chill step. I feel like Revelations does go a little bit random though. Like this step here, I don't really understand why we actually do it, and it just seems a bit repetitive. We do a lot of things 5 times where there's a lot of running back and forth, where Eisendrache especially didn't feel like we were running back and forth around the map for no reason. Once I do shoot all of the bones will spawn in the middle of this room here, and then I had to shoot the bones with the Apothecan Servant, and then a body will spawn there, and I have to shoot the body with the Apothecan Servant, and then I get my 3rd film reel. Now we're getting really close to the boss fight, so I get the Dingo and also the Thunder Gun, and then I use the corruption engines to line up with these like little crystals outside of the map. I do this 4 times, which then allows me to activate Sophia, who's gonna help us in bringing peace back to this world, which is really cool. I like Sophia as a character. She's really cool, and she takes us all the way into Kino de Toten, and we teleport into Samantha's room, I believe, and pick up this book. And I remember every single time I got in here, I would puzzle out who was winning the chess game. I think it was White in that situation. I then put the book on this podium here, which will allow me to get more eggs. But before I do that, I try and get my free perk through using the anti-gravity in the Revelations area, which again is another cool Easter egg. I just don't really know why this map gets a lot of hate. I can kind of see the Easter egg steps can be a bit obnoxious. That's the main issue I have, and it takes a while, and there's also glitches. But other than that, I really like this map. And now I am onto the egg step, so I've got to pick up 4 eggs around the map and then put them into this, I don't know what you would call this, some bizarre looking alien thing in the apothecan's belly. Kind of disgusting that we're putting eggs into the apothecan. Yeah, weird. I then pack a punch the dingo and the thunder gun. I can then fill up these eggs in the apothecan, which will then give me gate worms. And with these gate worms, I can then get symbols, which I'm gonna need in the first kind of version of the boss fight that I'm heading into right now. So I have to look at this book, and this book is the Chronorium, which I really don't know much about. Again, I'm coming in at Black Ops 3, so I know a lot about the Black Ops 3 story, but there's a lot of things from previous games that I don't really know about yet that haven't been explained to me. But I use the Chronorium anyway to find out the order in which I need to place these symbols I got from the gate worms, and then I get a max ammo. And this is the step. It's a very bizarre step. Without the thunder gun, it would probably be a pain in the ass to do. I have to kill 2 Margwas each stage, and each stage has like a different elemental vibe, I guess. So the first Margwa, I just wipe out. If you see the Margwa spawning in, you can immediately kill him with the thunder gun. But I tried to do it again and I had to reload, so I didn't have enough time. Super chill though, I have to admit, with the thunder gun. Although I was quite frightened, and I did actually fail one time on this step because I didn't know if you do damage to a Margwa, don't run through him because he does a shit ton of damage to you, which I probably should have known that anyway. And I always did try and throw down a little Arnie just to make this a little bit easier. And doing this Easter egg, it kind of made more sense to me why they did add all of this OP shit into this mystery box. And so after doing all the 4 stages of the different elements, killing 2 Margwas, I can then pick up the summoning key, and now I'm gonna have to throw it at a bunch of shit. So I actually failed most of my times by the bowl just glitching out because I didn't understand that you need to melee when you go through teleporters. And also the bowl's just so glitchy in general. So I killed every zombie but one, obviously, just so it's a bit easier when I try and throw this ball at 5 different locations. I will admit though, holding the summoning key like this is really cool in game, seeing that we've seen it all through Black Ops 3, and it is one of my favorite objects within the game. I know that sounds lame as hell, but it's actually just really cool. I then get a max ammo, and it's time to go into the boss fight. So this boss fight in solo is pretty chill. All I've got to do, I have to put the summoning key here and then kill around 20 zombies, I would say. I do have to be careful though, because a panzer spawns in and they're bloody annoying. I throw a little Arnie and then pick up the charged summoning key, throw it at Sophia, who then enables us to shoot the Shadow Man. And I kind of sucked here, I'm not gonna lie. I tried to zoom in. This step's really hard with only classic gobblegums. Or maybe I just suck. So we're trying to shoot the Shadow Man into the mouth of the apothecan and then activate the book. So I can try it again on another ritual area. This time I use in plain sight, and I only use the hip fire of the dingo, and I absolutely smash it out. There is a Margwa right behind me though, because I was kind of scared. But boom, he was right in the mouth of the apothecan, and then I hit the Chronium. It does a laser beam into the Shadow Man, and we've beat Revelations. We've beat every Black Ops 3 zombies map, and now it's time for the ending of the Black Ops 3 story. So in the end, the Primus crew saved the universe with the help of Sophia and also Max's, because you gotta remember Max's is in the summoning key. And now Agatha is back to peace. But there's some issues. The Primus crew shouldn't be able to exist at this current stage. The only reason they can is because Rick Toten has taken blood from other characters you saw in the story, kept them in these blood vials, and at the beginning of Revelations, he actually gave them to all of the Primus crew. And so this has created a paradox where the Primus crew can exist, whilst Dr. Monty, this gentleman right here, will actually not exist. And Dr. Monty doesn't want that. So he sends the Primus crew to the Great War, where they were the 4 heroes that we saw in Origins. And in the Great War, they saved everyone again. But this is the end of their cycle, and then they will start again where they first met at Origin. This cycle never breaking until Black Ops 4, which really leaves me to wanting to beat all of the Black Ops 4 maps and find out how this ends. I once said in a video that Black Ops 4 is my least favorite zombies, aside from Vanguard of course. And I got a lot of comments saying that my opinion was wrong and that Black Ops 4 is actually great. And it got me thinking, if these people are so passionate about this game, why am I not? The conclusion was rather obvious. I hadn't played enough. And so in this video, I beat every Black Ops 4 map for the first time. And honestly, I feel like I went to the School of Call of Duty and got a degree in zombies. As cringe as that sounds. But if you've played Black Ops 4 zombies, you know what I mean. Because these maps are crazy. Dead of the Night. The first map in the chronological Chaos storyline takes place on the 20th of March 1912 at Alistair Rhodes Manor, where Alistair has invited friends and family. Unfortunately though for Alistair, he was knocked out as the guests were arriving and locked in his own wine cell. This was at the hands of his own butler, who was under the control by a cult, known as the Order. Whilst under the cult's influence, he begins to draw symbols on the floor in a circle. Some curious guests approach him, but at that very moment, the members members of the cult activate an artifact. The artifact releases a substance called Prima Materia, which at the time was a very rare yet incredibly powerful substance. It is in fact the catalyst for the entire Chaos story. After Prima Materia was released from the artifact, the environment turned into the undead. Only the characters within the drawn symbols are safe from the effect. This situation is known as a trial, and it was created by a group called the Nine, who are currently the only ones in possession of Prima Materia. The trial is to determine whether someone is worthy of acquiring the substance, and so the trial lasts till the champions die or succeed. So our mission is to beat the trial, which includes a werewolf that was created from the Prima Materia. This was my first time playing Dead of the Night, and this map is very charming. This is definitely one of my favorite maps on Black Ops 4. So the first thing I do is interact with this Sentinel artifact. I then build these silver bullets and put it on my Spitfire, and now I can open this entrance here. This entrance leads to the Pack-a-Punch, and then a werewolf spawns in, which is very easy to kill with the extra damage of these silver bullets. This is not by any means the werewolf at the end of the map. I then grab the Alistair's Folly and upgrade it. This wonder weapon is amazing. Again, probably my favorite on Black Ops 4. I then had to move all three of these beams until they all shined, and this would force the laser to chop off the statue's head. Honestly, a very odd step, but very cool looking. I did it through utter luck. I then had to find these symbols on the map and then see how many scratches were in these symbols room, and then put these symbols into this machine here from lowest scratches to highest. I then charge my wonder weapon and shoot it on the ground because it lasts like 7 seconds and you can't die while it's happening, and then rotate the wheel until it gets to its very end, hit it with my right shield, activate the trap below, run through the trap with the right shield, and then hit the telescope with the electric right shield, and then it shoots out laser. This map is pretty damn epic. I then pack a punch the Spitfire because I'm going to be needing that for the boss fight, and then summon a vampire. These guys are really bloody strong, but luckily he's really dumb and just jumps straight into my upgraded wonder weapon. If you like werewolves and vampires, this map's pretty cool, and I do like vampires and werewolves. Pretty sick map, I have to say so far. I then upgraded the wonder weapon again and got Alistair's Annihilator, and also, of course, Alistair is the person who owns this mansion, and at this stage in the story, he is our protagonist. I press on this knight here, and his soul actually leaves his armor, and he will follow me as long as I don't sprint. I then go to another knight's armor, and his soul follows me as well, and I head to the main area and get the third soul of a knight, and then bring these 3 souls to the Pack-a-Punch machine and drop them off on these marked locations. Once the soul is at the marked locations, the knights then turn into soul boxes, and I just have to kill a bunch of zombies next to them until all 3 knights are at the Pack-a-Punch. And then a wolf spawns in, and I just have to kill the wolf next to the Pack-a-Punch, initiate this rock here, and then a bunch of mutated zombies spawn in, and I had to be really careful here. I nearly went down multiple times. I thought I honestly did go down when I got electrocuted because it looked like the animation of Dying Wish, but I completed that lockdown, got the homunculus from the mystery box, and now we're onto the boss fight where we get the big bad wolf this time. This guy is awesome. I'm more of a vampire guy myself, but I can appreciate a good werewolf. Honestly, a vampire boss would be insane though. So for this boss fight, I just had to move the statues until they lined up with the green square. Really simple, not much skill in that. I just had to press on it and just had to make sure that the werewolf did not attack me because he goes invisible and charges you just like he did there. But because I was in the green square, he got trapped in the green square with me, and I have silver bullets and a fully Pack-a-Punched SMG. So I take him out the first time, and I'm just going to do that one more time. Again, if I see a puff of smoke, I am just running in any direction because that means he's gone invisible and he's going to try and get me. But I get the green square again. This time I initiate stock option. The werewolf actually hit me out of the square there, which was kind of rough. I might have been able to finish him off here, but I did get a ton of bullets into him before the zombie started pushing me. I was using Widow's Wail, which is insane perk, by the way. It makes things a lot easier. And then I just had to line up the statues again, and then I took out the werewolf, which was absolutely awesome. Dead of the Night, a really fantastic map in my opinion. I love it. Now that the trial has been completed, an artifact appears. The butler is then taken under control by the cult again, whilst the other characters are investigating the artifact. The butler kills them, which is fitting for a character played by an actor who played Tywin Lannister. Instead of the Red Wedding, it's the Red Manor. Dude still got no honor. Thankfully though, immediately after Tyrion shoots Tywin with Scarlet shoots the butler. Scarlet is Alistair's daughter. Scarlet was on her way the whole time because she got a letter from her father earlier that day talking about what he knew of the cult, and also with tickets for the Titanic. Alistair has been trying to stop the cult for a while. She leaves the burning building, and at this stage the Order were leaving with her father because during the trial time didn't exist, so no time passed in the real world. She tries to chase them down but crashes. Honestly, I don't know where Scarlet gets this letter from, but it's from her father, and it's telling Scarlet to get Diego, Bruno, and Shaw, for they will help her stop the cult and find her father. Voyage of Despair takes place on the 14th of April 1912 on the Titanic. Scarlet persuades Diego, Bruno, and Shaw to help her stop the cult, and so they devise a plan to steal the artifact. First, Diego steals a key from a lady through flirtation. Shaw then takes the key and unlocks the Millionaire's Suite, from which the big man Bruno protects him. Shaw then sends a grenade down to a lower level to kill a guard. Now Scarlet is free to open the safe. She uses her own invention to do so, but at the same time, a cult member does some form of ritual to see what these characters are up to, because they are connected to Alistair, and so now the cult are interested in them. Scarlet opens the safe and finds the artifact only for the cult member to steal it. He also steals the key around her neck. The rest of the group confront him, and so he activates the artifact, causing another trial, where only the characters inside the protective barrier are safe from the prima materia, which of course changes the environment to the undead. It is our job again to complete the trial, which will give us a reward, which will be a vision, making us just a bit closer to acquiring prima materia for ourselves. So the map starts with the glacier actually hitting the Titanic. So far Black Ops 4's got all ticks for me for being epic, although we're only 2 maps in. I then spend the first 6 rounds in the starting area to get all of my points, and then make my way to this artifact here, which activates a bunch of Pack-a-Punch machine locations. I then at round 6 go down. Probably the most annoying thing is that even at round 6, if you leave 2 zombies, the zombies start sprinting really fast. After hitting the mystery box for a while, I get this weapon, which I absolutely love. The guns in Black Ops 4 really aren't that great, except for a few that are really good. For example, this weapon, and then of course the rocket launcher is even a higher tier. But I do use this so I can collect the souls in the chest and get the Kraken from a Kraken, which is really cool. With the Kraken, I can now stand on this circle here, and this puts me into a lockdown. It's really simple. In Black Ops 4, you have like 100 ways to kill zombies. For example, in this situation, I have my overpowered grenades, I have my specialist, I have my riot shield, and now I have my Kraken. And then I can't forget to mention the perks in this game are really good. I mean, yeah, PhD and then Widow's Wail. After completing the lockdown, I can then collect a Sentinel artifact, and then I've just got to do this 3 more times, and from which a Pack-a-Punch machine will spawn down here, and then I have to Pack-a-Punch the Sentinel artifacts. It was a bit awkward here because I Pack-a-Punched my weapon at the same time without meaning to, but I did upgrade the Sentinel artifact. At this stage in the game, I can then go around and collect all of these symbols around the map. These symbols connect to either a planet, the moon, or the sun. So first I shoot Mercury, and after doing so, I then collect the part where the symbol was that connected the two. I've heard a bunch of people saying they don't like this step. I actually kind of like it. I didn't think it was too complicated or hard or anything. Just before going into the boss fight, I made sure I did get the rocket launcher and fully Pack-a-Punch it and shoot the sun. The sun is always the last you have to shoot, and then as soon as you pick up the blue orb, it starts the pre-boss fight stage, where you pretty much just have to make it to the other side of the Titanic by removing all of these glaciers that spawn on top of it. And now I can actually enter the boss fight. And firstly, it puts me underwater, and I can actually give my Sentinel artifact to this tree. I think I'm inside of the glacier. I'm actually not entirely sure, but I really like these weird cinematic on-theme moments. The glacier then rises from the sea, and a big eye appears, the main boss. And again, I've heard people say Voyage of Despair is a hard map. I don't think it's hard. The boss fight was really simple. I just shot the eye whenever he was about to shoot me. And that was pretty much it for Voyage of Despair. I don't know how I feel about the map. I think the theme of the map is awesome, but the layout, because it is the Titanic, doesn't really flow that well for a zombies map, and gave me a headache when I was first learning it. But the fact that it's on the Titanic is special in itself.
Once the crew beat the trial, the environment goes back to normal and they get their reward, a vision of an ancient doorway. However, because time goes still in the trial and does not exist, the iceberg hits the Titanic and it begins to sink, just like in real life. They then escape on a small lifeboat, from which Shaw acknowledges that he's seen the ancient doorway before in a book and knows its destination is in Delphi. The camera then pans to Bruno, showing us that he has been under the control by the cult this whole time. This happened before the map Dead of the Night, when he was killed by members of the cult and then revived by Alistair using the Scepter of Ra. What Alistair didn't know is that the Scepter of Ra is actually under the control by the cult. Thus, anyone revived by it is under their control. 9. Using Shaw's knowledge, the crew find the ancient door in a cave in Delphi. However, the door is sealed and they don't know how to open it. A voice then appears instructing them to drink the substance in the cave, declaring that it will give them the knowledge they need to open the door. They do drink the substance and are transported to an ancient Colosseum where they find themselves amidst a demonstration. The character with the artifact is the High Priest, and he activates it for all to see. Prima Materia is released, affecting everyone without a mask, for the cult's mask prevent its effects. We are not affected either, I guess because we are still technically in the cave and this is in our own minds. Our job is to beat the trial whilst all of the cult members are watching for their own amusement. This is the only map in Black Ops 4 that I'd actually played before doing this challenge, and I think the design of this map is incredible. It also looks really cool. However, in saying that, the steps on this map are kind of whack. There's a lot of little tiny steps, and just like the other 2 Easter eggs, I'm not going to show every single step in this video, otherwise it's going to be boring. And for anyone, I'm not saying this map is bad at all, it's just the steps are really easy and incredibly random. Once I did get the homunculus and also pack-a-punch my rocket launcher, which everyone knows, both those things are amazing. And I will say they do make the Easter egg a lot easier. But once I do have both of them, I use my firebomb on this poo here that I gathered up earlier, and then it starts a lockdown where I just need to shoot these red things on the trees and the walls in this area. I really like this kind of effect that they did. I would love to see what the map would look like if the whole map was just in this theme the entire time as like a Halloween version or something, because the map is gorgeous when the color comes back, like you can see. I'd actually heard of this step before I did it, and I've heard that it's really painful. I got really lucky though. So basically you get some symbols and then you need to kill a certain type of zombified enemy in an order. So the first zombie I had to kill was a poison one, which I found first, and then I got a fire one, which I had to wait in for. So I'm not allowed to kill any tiger or any other mutated zombie. I have to kill this fire zombie second. I do accomplish that with quite a lot of struggle, and this is where I got really lucky. So the third enemy I needed to take out was one of these gladiator bosses, but at the same time he trapped me with a bunch of zombies. And you can kind of see here, you do have plenty of time on Black Ops 4, but my dying wish gets activated. I shoot my rocket down thinking I'm just gonna die, and luckily it killed the gladiator first, and then my fourth enemy was a tiger at the back. I then have to repeat this step. So first I killed the gladiator, second I killed this big ugly mutated thing, third I killed a tiger, and then fourth I killed the poison zombie. I like that step. Maybe it was lucky because I did it first time, but I enjoyed it. I then had to kill these zombified gladiators next to these electric poles to spark electricity that then groups to the center of the arena. I then activate the electricity, which starts another lockdown where I have to kill tons of these gladiator zombies and tigers. I do have an unlimited specialist, but I think I took in the wrong specialist because I got really close to going down here and I didn't have my dying wish, so I would have actually gone down. So I pulled out my rocket launcher, and this thing is honestly better than the specialist at this point, especially because I'm using PhD. And the fact that dying wish gives you a second life, like the perks on Black Ops 4 are crazy. I then get the scorpion weapon and have to shoot these symbols with it. And now if I come over to this position here, I get put into a lockdown. This lockdown is so easy. I honestly think it's because of this rocket launcher though. They probably should have nerfed it sometime during the cycle of Black Ops 4, because this is round 34 and it's one-shotting nearly everything. If I was using a normal weapon there, I might have struggled a lot more. And now I can enter the boss fight arena. So this kind of reminds me of Gorod Krovi, when you get taken into a boss fight right next to the starting room. So firstly, I just kill a bunch of zombified gladiators, and then a massive fuck off elephant comes onto the map. And these elephants are actually champions of the 9, named Fury and Wraith. So I honestly love this boss fight. It's really awesome. You get to just run around in this massive area and shoot your rocket launcher at this massive elephant. And I feel like it really highlights how cool this map looks, and they fit really well with the concept of the map. I do though take out these elephants pretty easy. This was my first time trying to beat this map as well. And although some of the steps I'm not too fond of, I really like 9 overall. Fantastic map. And I don't want to be that guy, but if this had Black Ops 2 or Black Ops 3 mechanics, I think this map could potentially be one of the best maps made if they change some of the Easter egg steps as well, because the set out and the theme of the map are brilliant. And yes, that is saying that the Black Ops 4 mechanics aren't the best. I do stand behind that, but after playing all these maps now and beating them, I do really like this game. And I don't think the Black Ops 4 mechanics are bad, I just think some of the other games are better. Once we beat the trial, our reward appears just like on the other maps, and this time it gives us the password to the ancient door and spawns a portal. The High Priest and all of the other cult members can see this, and so the High Priest goes up and puts his arm through it. I would just like to mention that I really like this Chaos story so far, and this guy is really cool looking. He then gets attacked by Prima Materia, only surviving because of the cult's special mask. Now that
the High Priest has gotten his use from all of these characters, he beheads them, which is a really cool way to end the map. Ancient Evil. After the vision of their own deaths, the characters awake back in the cave. Scarlet immediately makes her way to the ancient door where she enters the code that they earned after beating the map 9. The door opens and the real Delphi is revealed. Delphi is an ancient Greek city on Mount Parnassus, but in this game the real version is underneath. Apparently they did this to prevent enemies from finding it. In Delphi an artifact has already been activated and so zombies are everywhere, but they can't move because the character who spoke to us in the cave earlier is holding them still. We eventually find her and learn she is known as the Oracle. She tells us to free her, and if we do, she will show us where Scarlet's father is. This is another map where the theme is awesome. I feel like the Chaos storyline does this really well in Black Ops 4. It's just such a bloody cool map. So first we activate the artifact, and at the end of the ritual, Pegasus literally comes and kills all of the skeletons around. And you can just see Pegasus flying around the map, and eventually I can go up and actually ride Pegasus through a waterfall into the area where the Pack-a-Punch is. And this is where the zombified version of Perseus tries to kill Pegasus, which is a really weird situation seeing that Perseus actually killed Medusa, giving birth to Pegasus in a lot of stories. I then free 2 eagles known as Aquila, which carry Zeus's thunderbolts and actually break a massive crystal which opens the Pack-a-Punch machine for us. Again, I feel like people just don't give Treyarch any props for their ideas. I then upgrade the Hand of Gaia, which is the goddess of Earth. And then I upgrade the Hand of Hierema, which is the hand of the god of the day. And these hands are obviously incredibly powerful. They are the wonder weapons on this map and they come from gods. I then upgrade the Hand of Charon, who is the ferryman of Hades, meaning he carries the souls of the dead across a river which separate the worlds of the living and the dead. So I'm not entirely sure if he's a god, which makes sense because he's probably the weakest hand here, but he's probably the coolest wonder weapon. And lastly, I upgrade the Hand of Uranus, the god of sky. Probably the most powerful hand of any of the gods, and thus being the best wonder weapon on this map. I love these wonder weapons a lot. They stick with the theme of the map really well, and they're probably my second favorite wonder weapons in Black Ops 4 behind the pistols on Dead of the Night. I then hit the mystery box to get the rocket launcher. This is 3 out of 4 games I've gotten it to beat the Easter egg, and then I use my other Pack-a-Punch weapon to shoot these symbols in a certain order on this wall. Now in my game, I didn't get a cutscene because I'm Scarlet, but I got footage of Bruno and Shaw spawning in this room. So if you do play as Bruno or Shaw, you can actually activate the wall and enter the cutscene, from which Bruno gets taken control by the cult. He tries to fight being controlled, but they overcome him and he grabs the dagger from the skeleton. He then comes up behind Shaw as he's trying to figure out how to get out of this room and stabs him repeatedly. After killing him, he then pulls out the Scepter of Ra and revives him, just like how Alistair revived Bruno. And as I said before, the Scepter of Ra is actually controlled by the cult, so anyone revived becomes under their control. Diego and Scarlet are unaware of this, and I'm playing as Scarlet, so I grab the Pegasus strike, place it here, and now I can use the Hand of Uranus to aim a crossbow at the head of a statue. I then put the spear of my right shield into the fire, walk into the poison trap, hit the crossbow with the poison trap, and then it shoots at the head, and I can now enter the boss fight. We spawn in through the portal, and we see Pegasus fly by. At that same moment though, the zombified Perseus comes out of the portal and hits us onto this island here. I'm not entirely sure where we are. I tried to find out. I think we might be on the top of the mountain on a couple different peaks. And this is the really sad moment when zombified Perseus corrupts Pegasus' divine nature and turns him too into a zombified version of himself. So I've never quite done a boss fight like this ever, and I wasn't entirely sure what I had to do, but now that I've done the boss fight, I do know. So all I had to do was shoot Pegasus down onto the island that I was on and then use my specialist on him. You'll probably see that I go up a lot of rounds in this boss fight because I honestly didn't know what I was doing at the start here. So most of the time I didn't even use my specialist. I was just shooting him with my rocket launcher, and if you do that, it doesn't count as downing him, and you go up a round. So I go up a lot of rounds here, and I think I was in this boss fight for like an hour and a half because I'm just useless and clueless. But finally, I started to use my specialist on Pegasus again until Perseus gets really pissed off and just kills Pegasus, which is incredibly sad, almost like a father killing a son, in a weird, not kind of way. Zombified Perseus is really strong and he comes down onto my island, and when he does, I have to take him out, and the specialist does the most damage on him, but anything will do damage on him when he is down. But I do go down, and it's round 65, and once I go down, I lose PhD and stamina, which the zombies are pretty much faster than me when I don't have stamina, so I go down a bunch. But on my final down, I ended up knocking him down, and then I had my specialist available, and I took him out. Perseus was actually the one who locked up the Oracle, and so when we kill him, we get the key. When released, she then opens a passageway leading to Scarlet's father. Before Scarlet can go to her father though, the Oracle fakes ill and manipulates Scarlet to stay with her, while the others seek out Alistair. The three find Scarlet's father has been turned to stone along with some cult members. Diego, on edge, decides to see if Scarlet is okay, as he is the only one of the three who isn't under the influence of the cult. Before he arrives though, the Oracle peers into Scarlet and takes a piece of knowledge that she needed and only Scarlet had. We do not know what this knowledge is. The Oracle then removes her hood to reveal that she is in fact Medusa. She then has some dialogue where she says the world will be hers. And this is where the Chaos story ends and has not been continued since. I really like the Chaos story so far and all the maps it has produced. Don't get me wrong, the Ether story is the zombie story, but for once it's nice to have a story without multiverse, time travel, and a story that's a little bit easier to follow, although it may forever be unfinished. Blood of the Dead was such a hard map that I actually made a separate video on it, and so I'm just going to insert that video in now, but in a much shorter version. So if you haven't seen that video, you get Blood of the Dead, and if you have seen that video, you can skip to the next map if you want, or you can just watch the shortened version.
So I just beat every Black Ops 3 map for the first time, and I started doing all of the Black Ops 4 maps, and I got up to this map called Blood of the Dead, and very quickly I learned that this is regarded in the community as the hardest zombies map in zombies history. And I just want to say, I thought this map was actually pretty epic. Constantly throughout the years I've heard Blood of the Dead is a bad map, and so I never really bothered playing it, but after beating it, I actually thought that was like one of my favorite Easter eggs I've ever done. As for the story side of this map, the map actually takes place on Alcatraz Island, where the crew are actually stuck. They will die over and over infinitely until either Brutus gets Richthofen's blood or Richtofen himself sacrifices his blood to the dark mechanism. And this is because Richthofen's blood is special because it's the most charged through element 115 from all of the dimension hopping. So our goal, get Richtofen to the dark mechanism to get out of this vicious cycle.
I then place all of my red dots onto the map now and go back to the Warden's Ritual Chamber. Now you can actually see the summoning key inside of the burnt man's body, and we then charge an electricity between us, and then we get a cutscene which is absolutely awesome, where the watchtower breaks and then electricity comes out the top, and then Brutus comes out of nowhere. And dude, this guy is terrifying. I was genuinely scared watching this cutscene. It made me feel like the ending of this Easter egg was going to be impossibly hard. Also, getting hit by a character in a video game makes you feel very out of control. So Brutus then locks us up, which is pretty epic to really think about it. I mean, he is the warden of this prison. He then comes and does a speech from which he instructs us that the key is within us, which is our blood, referring mainly to Richtofen here, and that he's locking us up infinitely because this will allow someone he refers to as they to be free finally, which I think he's referring to the Shadow Man. He then turns off the lights and then heads out of this area. I do not know what he is guarding. He probably should have just waited outside ourselves. From what I know about this map, there is no one else he's guarding unless I am very dumb. And eventually the bird spirit then comes and releases us, which is awesome. And then I can go to this bag here and pick up all of my stuff. And what I do is I just follow the bird. I don't really know what you have to do in this step, but I do know the bird will just kill the Brutus, which is awesome. So the bird takes out the Brutus and then allows us to leave the entire cell block, and I can make my way back to the starting room, and he will follow me whenever I'm going back to the start room. I do make sure to kill these dogs on the way to charge my shield. I need to have 2 blasts for the final boss fight. I do have to make my way over the catwalk, and that does get a little bit crazy, but like I said, Winter's Wail is absolutely insane on this game, and I don't know if I would have been able to beat this Easter egg without it, because this was only my second go trying to beat this Easter egg. Finally, with the bird, we arrive to Brutus, and then he becomes like ultra Ultra Brutus, I don't even know. But then the spirits help us again, and this time it's the spirits that got the Pack-a-Punch and also upgraded the Magma Gun. So they grab onto the big boss and then take him in the air, and I can grab my final red part and put it into the map. And then I was trying to find it, I didn't know where it was, but there's actually a door that opens just to the right of the map where I can go up these stairs. It's a secret passage and then go through and then enter the boss fight. And now this is probably the easiest part of the entire game. And I'm kind of glad, because if the boss fight was harder than the rest of the map, then this would be so painful to beat, because it takes, I think it took me like 2 hours to get to the stage, which is very, very long for an Easter egg. And so if I were to fail and have to restart, it just really would put me out. But at the same time, if it was really hard, then it would really live up to the name. And I have beaten Mephistopheles before in Infinite Warfare, so a good boss fight is good, but I could practice that in the boss fight tab. So this boss fight is pretty much you kill 4 Brutus, and then you have to shoot these red orbs that are attached to the main Brutus, and then you have to shock the top of the dark mechanism with your shield. And then it's the same thing again, but this time you have to kill 8 Brutus. So very, very easy. So once you do complete the step again, you shoot the dark mechanism. And now if you're playing as Richtofen, you can enter the dark mechanism. But if you're not, a bot will literally spawn in as Richtofen and enter the dark mechanism, which is awesome because it doesn't make this Easter egg 4-player then. So he enters the dark mechanism, and then at the same time, Richtofen from Revelations teleports into the game, which is crazy. So this Richtofen actually survived the Great War and has teleported here with a part of the fire element star that can destroy evil. And so we're just surviving, getting the main big Brutus weak, and then this happens. And so then once he does the zap, all I gotta do is make sure I killed Brutus, and then we've beaten the Easter egg. And I tell you what, man, I absolutely loved Blood of the Dead. Seriously, some of the most fun I've had playing zombies. And I have to admit, it may be just because I beat it second time and I didn't have to keep restarting. I didn't get any glitches. Maybe I just got lucky, but I really enjoyed it. And it does feel super rewarding once you do beat it because it's so long and it is hard. So although we won the map, in the end, Primus Richtofen actually dies. He sacrifices himself so the rest of them can leave Alcatraz Island. Because like I said, they were trapped here. And I've only been following the story for like 2 weeks, and I was genuinely sad when Richtofen died. It was actually quite emotional. But there is one other really important thing to note, and it's that Revelations Richtofen gives the Chronorium to Nikolai, and Nikolai learns through the Chronorium that they are the problem. And so I'm very excited to figure out what happens in the rest of the story. I will be beating every Black Ops 4 map for the first time. I have beaten 9 already, and that was awesome. So I've got 6 more maps to go. And so hopefully you guys did enjoy this video. It was a really weird video to make because this map is so weird because it's so long and just bizarre. But generally, I really like the map and I hope you guys enjoy. Classified. After Nikolai learns that they are the problem, he needs to find the Ultimus crew, from which they are currently on Groom Lake. On this map, I didn't actually get to round 150 to get the cutscene. Instead, I did the main kind of Easter egg on this map, which is to get the Winter's Howl. If you look on Zombies World Records, the Easter egg speedrun on this map is to get the Winter's Howl. So I just followed that. One day in the future though, I might make a video where I get to round 150 and beat Classified officially. But for this video, I didn't do it. I just did the main Winter's Howl Easter egg because round 150 is very high and you can't play this game offline on PC. And so it's not my PC I'm worried about crashing. It's the fact that I'm going to lose connection to the servers, which happens a lot. So I just thought it wasn't worth it, but I did get footage for the cutscene. And all the cutscene is the Primus crew and the Ultimus crew meeting up with each other, and then Nikolai telling them that they need to get the Agarthan device to set things right. Nikolai doesn't mention the fact that they all need to die for this to actually work. They already have the summoning key, so all they need is the Agarthan device and to all die, and then they can create a world without any corruption. Alpha Omega. The Primus and Ultimus crew both travel to Alpha Omega, where a piece of the Agarthan device, known as the Elemental Shard, is located. Our goal in this map is, of course, to retrieve this Elemental Shard so we can build the Agarthan device. So Alpha Omega is probably my favorite map out of all of the Ether maps, just because it's simple and there's not many steps. So firstly, I turn on the power and get the Pack-a-Punch up. I then grab the Galvanuckles, which are awesome on this map. You guys, if you watched my last video, know that I love new Nuketown, so I do like how Nuketown is a part of this map. I don't think it's the best setup, but I like the Easter egg a lot. Using a TV on the map, I then have to put in the time on these analog clocks, and if I do it in this location, I get a free ray gun Mark II. I then find the red crawler and bring him all the way to this window here, and then I had to find mannequins with their heads slightly tilted off and interact with them. This would then start a lockdown, from which afterwards the mannequin would disappear and only a part of him would be left behind. I had to do this 3 times, and then I could actually add these parts onto the mannequin here. I then added the code 3279 into this pad here, which made all of these zombies walk for the next 5 minutes. It activated Undead Man Walking. I did this so I could find the orb around the map and take it very easily back to the mannequin. Once the orb reaches the mannequin, then the soul that was within the mannequin, which was Peter McCain, then goes into the orb. And now I can start the boss fight. Firstly, I just have to kill these mannequins running around the map, and once I kill a certain amount, the Avogadro will spawn in. He is, of course, from Tranzit. I have gotten to round 100 on Tranzit, and he was very easy to take down whenever he spawned in. But this version of the Avogadro is actually really strong, especially as you can see right here. He actually activated my Dying Light and was doing tons of damage whenever he hit me, so I had to actually shoot him a lot. This next step is, again, I just have to kill a bunch of zombies next to the soul jars and make sure that the Avogadro does not stop the soul jar, nor does he kill me, like he just removed my dying wish. Then finally, I can come back into the boss fight arena, and I do get trapped by these zombies here, but it actually worked really well because I bring out my sword, killed all of these zombies at once, so now they have to spawn back in, and knocked down the Avogadro with my sword, and then all I've got to do is shoot him with my ray gun Mark II. I do have to reload here, so I smack him with my Galva Knuckles and then continue to shoot him until he gets trapped and the door closes on him. We do transport the entity to the Hanford site, and now we can grab the elemental shard, the thing that we came here for. We can now start to build the Agartha device, but there's a slight issue. Monty becomes aware that we are trying to do this, and then Maxis becomes aware that Monty has become aware and sends Eddie and Samantha to the cruise, and also a message saying that Monty knows. He then gets absolutely destroyed by Dr. Monty, and Samantha proceeds to get really pissed off, and she tells Eddie that they will fight the Great War and avenge Maxis by killing Dr. Monty. Tag to Toten. So Nikolai, who is in charge right now, because he currently has the Chronorium, tells the rest of the characters that the Victus crew will actually get the Agarthan device for them. And so they can just chill, have a good time, and share some stories together around the campfire. Really what Nikolai was doing was cherishing the last moments with his friends. He knew that once they had the Agarthan device, they would all have to die. Now, I've actually never played Call of the Dead. I'm actually really excited because in January, I'm going to try and get to round 100 on every Black Ops 1 map. It's actually impossible to get to round 100 on Call of the Dead though, but I would definitely try and go for a high round on it. And I'm genuinely very excited to actually do that. But for now, we're playing Tag to Toten, which does take place, I think, like I said, I haven't played Call of the Dead, but on an extended version of Call of the Dead. And the first thing I do is turn on the power, get the blue rock, and give it to the Hermit. Now the Hermit is actually Pablo Marinus. He is a once and future hero of the Great War, and he actually helps us rebuild the Agarthan device in exchange for us helping him bring him stuff because he's scared at the top of the lighthouse. I then grab Samantha's music box and get the Wonderwaff DG. I then knife this board here, which reveals a safe, use the dynamite to explode it, and then pick up the Seal of Duality. I add the fuse to this door here and then charge the fuse by killing electric zombies next to these electric plant things, and now I can grab another elemental shard. I give the Seal of Duality to the Hermit, which causes a lockdown, which is really easy. I just run around in circles in the lighthouse. He then gives us it back, but it's changed, and then I grab the rocket launcher. I think that's 4 out of 8 of the maps that I used the rocket launcher, but I couldn't actually upgrade it because the stage that I was up to actually pack-a-punches the Seal of Duality whenever I go up to the pack-a-punch machine. So I pack-a-punch the Seal of Duality 3 times just by giving it souls from the zombies. And now I can make my way across to the golden pack-a-punch machine and do my last Seal of Duality. So this whole time I couldn't upgrade the pack-a-punch, so I was panicking going into this. This was my first time playing the map. But like I said, all the way on Voyage of Despair, you have so many things to work with on this game. You have Gobblegums, Samantha's musical box, Specialists, your Riot Shield, and then lastly, of course, the Wonderwaff DG. Once I pack-a-punch the Seal of Duality for its final time, it then moves and I have to stay in its circle. I do go out of its area for a little bit here, and then I get a boost onto the boat. The DG Wonderwaff is really good. All I've really got to worry about is ammo here, and also falling into the lava in certain spots. This Seal Duality travels for ages, and it eventually goes to the very top of the lighthouse where I have to take the zip line. I purposely take the zip line super late, so then I leave the Seal Duality's area late as well, because I have to actually wait for it to come over. You don't really take that much damage, to be fair, when you're outside of it, so I just wait for it and get back into it. And in this situation, I was kind of getting a little bit worried about ammo, so I started using my rocket launcher. I shouldn't have done that. I ended up wasting all of my Widow's Wail and then going down. Luckily, I had Dying Wish. You'll probably notice that I use almost the same perks for every single map here, because there are a few clutch perks that are just broken, really. And then this is the last moment where the Seal of Duality actually stops and slowly closes in. I used my sword at first, and then I ran out of my specialist, so I had to use my Wonderwaff DG. And so I absolutely spammed that because it's not the best wonder weapon in the world, but it's not horrible. And literally, as I run out of ammo, and I probably would have gone down, I complete rebuilding the Agarthan device, and I can actually go and pick it up now. I give it to the Hermit, and from the sun deck, I can actually see him open a portal, from which Pablo Marinus travels to the Great Wall. We can then see the Agarthan device come down from the lighthouse, and so we go to the forecastle of the boat and pick it up. So with the Victus crew getting the Agarthan device for us, we can finally use it to destroy the summoning key, destroying all universes touched by the Apothicons and Element 115. All that is left is for us to die. Nikolai did poison everyone, and then he gets Samantha to shoot him in the head. And then that, my friends, is the end of Black Ops 4. I had a lot of fun making this video, which I guess just shows that the game is a lot of fun. I really like the whole chaos thing going on in Black Ops 4, even though I know that a lot of people don't, because the focus went off the Ether story, and I can get that because I'm going to be completely real with you guys. I really liked where the Black Ops 3 Ether story was heading, but in Black Ops 4, I can kind of get the criticism that it gets. I also just feel like the maps that the Ether story were on were weaker maps than the Chaos ones. But with that all said, I enjoy zombies a lot. Black Ops 4 isn't my favorite zombies game, but it's definitely a zombies game that I really enjoy and I will come back to. So of the current state of zombies, the way I choose my next video is what I enjoy. And I've always had fond memories of playing Dead Ops Arcade, though I never played that much. So I thought I'd go back and beat Dead Ops Arcade on Black Ops 1, Black Ops 3, and Cold War, which definitely isn't easy. In doing so though, I had more fun playing Dead Ops Arcade than I have playing any other zombies in a very long time. And I think this mode actually stands as one of the most underrated modes in all of Call of Duty. The first Dead Ops Arcade was presented to us in Black Ops 1. And if you've ever played Black Ops 1 before, you will not have forgotten that you can actually get out of the chair. But this is how I like to think about it. So you want to play some zombies, you go down to zombies, and then all of a sudden the TVs change, the coloration changes, the guy in the window goes away, and he returns as a zombie. And he's trying to get into the room, so you start freaking out a little bit, and you go back to the main menu. You look down, you see that you're chained, you spam a bunch of buttons, and it will finally let you out. On PC, I just spammed the space button. And then you can actually maneuver around this room. And if you go to this certain computer here, and type in DOA, you enter the arcade mode. Which, if you learn that, you're most likely never forgotten it, because it's just such a cool Easter egg. And I think this is why Dead Ops Arcade is so underrated. First of all, it's not in first person, but the main reason, people think there's nothing to it. You just hop in and it's this cool little mode, when really there's a lot to this mode. The story behind this mode is actually really cool. So us as the main soldier character travel to an island to seek out treasure. We bring our chicken companion, which is probably the weirdest part about this entire story. The relationship between the soldier and the chicken is just weird. But anyway, when trying to seek out the treasure, we have to get through hordes of zombies, and then finally the Cosmic Silverback, who was originally just a normal gorilla until he was sent into space by Russians in 1962. When his rocket then returned to Earth, he was a zombified version of himself, and theories are that he landed on Element 115, thus infecting him and mutating him. It is said that the gorilla did actually come from Ascension as well, which is really cool. So of course our mission is quite quite clear. Defeat the zombies, defeat the silverback, and retrieve our wanted treasure. In the original Dead Ops arcade, you only have to traverse 40 rounds to get to the cosmic silverback, and the first 20 to 30 rounds are actually quite easy. And the actual mode itself actually mirrors a certain story. If you take the landed rocket as a mountain and the gorilla as a dragon, the crawlers as spiders, the hellhounds as the wargs or wolves, and the big guys, I don't even know their name, as trolls, it almost seems to mirror the journey of Bilbo Baggins in The Hobbit. Except we are not reclaiming our treasure. I guess we're just as greedy as the cosmic silverback. My favorite part of Dead Ops arcade though is the Room of Fate, where you get to choose a fate at random. Fortunately here, I got the fate of firepower, which gives me a permanent death machine, which in my opinion on Black Ops 1 is definitely the best. Although you can get Furious Feast, which make you move a lot faster, the Fortune one, which doubles the length of your power-ups, and of course the Friendship one, which gives you your chicken companion all the time. As you can probably tell, I love Dead Ops arcade. And possibly another reason why it's so underrated is because it's a lot more fun to play than to actually watch. And I definitely found that out when trying to make this video. Still though, that doesn't take away how much fun this mode is. And I'm gonna be completely honest, it only gets better from here. This is Dead Ops arcade, and Treyarch did a wonderful job innovating the mode and making it even better. But first, before we move on, we have to take out the cosmic silverback. So after beating round 40, we then get onto the boss round. And I think it's really important to take this in with context. Imagine 12 years ago when Black Ops 1 released, learning that if you type in DOA on the computer, you enter this arcade mode. Then you are good enough to survive to round 40, which definitely isn't easy. It took me about 2 days of playing quite a lot to actually beat this. When you take in the fact that it only takes an hour to actually beat the boss, I played a lot of games then. There weren't many YouTube videos back then of great quality on the subject. And by the time you actually come to the boss, and if you do beat him, you feel a great sense of completion. Because after all, you play for an hour through a lot of crazy situations. So I would have loved to have experienced that myself. I happened to do it 12 years later with a lot of help from a lot of awesome YouTubers. Because the skill ceiling on Dead Ops Arcade is actually insane. Like, the people who are very good at Dead Ops Arcade are incredible at it. And then if you're a new player, you're not going to get too far, especially in these later games. But anyway, I did beat the Cosmic Silverback, and he's probably the easiest boss out of the 3 DOAs because your nukes actually do quite a lot of damage to him, and I had a few nukes on me still. And now we can finally obtain our treasure. Once we stand on the teleporter, it then says victory, the Cosmic Silverback defeated. Or was he? Ellipsis. So the silverback's dead and all the gems come out, and then he comes back and hits us back on the island, from which we then start round 41. So you can actually go as high as you want until of course you crash or die. So that's also really cool, but it doesn't make much sense why the cosmic silverback slammed us back to the island when we already killed him, because in Dead Ops Arcade 2 it starts with his funeral, from which some of the zombies and a hellhound is there, but most importantly his brother, the cyber silverback, who is, I believe, a cyborg. I could be wrong though. There really isn't that much information on the story, but he does get super upset by his brother's death, and he starts working out, getting ready to avenge him, which of course relates to us because we killed him. As we're soaking up the sun with our chicken companion, he comes along and steals our chicken, and now instead of the hunt for treasure, we're on the hunt for our chicken companion. Like I said, the human and the chicken have a really weird relationship with this. Though if a cyborg gorilla stole my dog, I would do the same. One of the reasons Dead Ops Arcade is great is because unlike its first-person counterparts, like for example Black Ops 3 and Black Ops 4, there was no change to the core mechanics of the game. Only an enhance in graphics and increase in rounds, leading to more playability, and then finally the addition of some new power-ups, such as the first-person mode, which I guess technically changes the core mechanics of the game, but only when you're in first person, and it's done very well, and quite necessary because it is hard, Dead Ops Arcade 2. Every time we teleport, we get to see the map and the stage of the journey we are to get to the Cyber Silverback, which I thought was a really cool addition. It's also important to note that we need to do 4 rounds at every single destination on this map. Every so often you'll get a silverback challenge, and this is more for co-op, but you can do it solo as well, and if I get 4 laps in 70 seconds, I will get a reward, and I'm still kind of puzzled about the reward, but I'm pretty sure you basically just get one of the fates in the Room of Judgment just for 1 round after this. Though, as you'll see later, I beat another silverback challenge and I get a really crazy reward. I did, however, fail this challenge, and I was very close. I usually beat it, but I just had a bad drive this time. Really fun, especially fun with friends, and I guess that kind of sums up Dead Ops Ops Arcade as well. It's really fun solo, but if you're playing with friends, it's on another level. Just like on Dead Ops Arcade, there are vehicles, and they are really helpful. And I love how you can simply just run over the zombies. They also updated the look of gems on the game. In Dead Ops Arcade, they were really small. In the Black Ops 3 version, they're really nice looking. At the end of round 19, you then enter another silverback challenge. But as it says there, your fate depends on getting to the top. So if you get to the top, you get your fate. So I first of all went straight down there. There's a little Easter egg. And that's what comes with Dead Ops Arcade. There are tons of Easter eggs. Unfortunately, I suck and a skeleton just one-hit me. I do just want to take the time to shout out a YouTuber who's absolutely awesome. I had a lot of fun watching all of his videos and learning how to play Dead Ops Arcade. And you guys should definitely check him out if this has inspired you to play the game again. And that's the Moz Project. I think that's how you pronounce it. But I'll leave his link in the description because he really helped me complete all 3 of these just by watching his YouTube videos. And he's genuinely just absolutely insane at the game. He's beat all the 3 versions flawless. I'm gonna spoil something. I went down 63 times in this game. Of course, you get lives just like there. I picked up 1. And also through the gathering of time and points through gems and such. But finally, after arriving to the top, I can then drop down and this silverback challenge is completed. And now I'm in the Room of Fate. Now, luckily in Dead Ops Arcade 2, there's actually a way to tell the different fates apart from each other. And that's by the shape of the rocks. And just like in the original, I wanted the power of destruction. Essentially the damage fate. Because again, I think it's the best. In Dead Ops Arcade 3, things do change a lot with the fates. And things get a lot harder, like I've already said. When spawning into this area, you can actually see a shadow on the ground. And always a first person mode will spawn. If you look up this dry waterfall, you can actually speed boost up it and get the nukes and also sometimes a wrap, which spawned for me. That was another really good thing that Black Ops 3 did. It used things from within their game. But the chicken definitely wasn't from their game. You can actually get the chicken mech, which you can see in the sky here, which is awesome. In this game, I did not get it through doing a power boost off the waterfall and then into the chicken. Instead, I had to beat the game and then you get rewarded with the chicken mech. There's also a power-up which gives you the black hole of an apothecant servant, which is really cool, and a bunch of gems and skulls come out. In Black Ops 3, these skulls and gems have insane multipliers, which makes things a lot more fun and a lot more satisfying when you do collect these items. They also added from the main game into Dead Ops Arcade the meatballs, marguas, and also multiplayer maps. You get to play on Evac, Combine, and Metro, which personally I thought was really cool. About halfway through the game, you get put into the test of ennoblement. Now, luckily, I got some tips on this because it is quite difficult. And just as the round starting, I dropped a nuke which removed all of the round white balls surrounding it, and only 2 ended up spawning back in. So usually there's white balls surrounding the thing the whole time, and this is really hard. And so all I really got to do is shoot the stone guardian until it's destroyed. And once defeated, I then get put in the Room of Judgment. And as you can see, I get the upgraded death machine. And if I didn't get this, I probably would have taken a couple more days to beat Dead Ops Arcade 2. But I got really lucky. And this death machine is actually called the Night Fury death machine. And you can see this is probably my best movement I did in all the 3 games. If you're like me and you like to clutch up, but you feel limited on normal zombies in first person, Dead Ops Arcade is great because it's kind of just freestyling your way through the zombies and it's a lot of fun. But finally, I did get to the boss battle, which is Cyber's Avenging, and immediately I get taken down and I was like, oh crap, maybe this is not going to be easy. I have only 2 lives left. Now, I haven't mentioned this, but every time you go down, you do have about 10 seconds before you can get damaged again, so I always abuse that. But then I pick up a wrap and I can just drive back and forth into him. The wrap is probably the most fun I had with a vehicle in all of Dead Ops. I then ran into a first person mode as soon as the wrap ended, which is absolutely perfect time, and then get a Margor heart, which kills every zombie in close proximity. And so now looking back, I think I got really lucky this game. I got the Night Fury death machine, which is incredibly overpowered, and yet I still am doing very little damage to him. I got the wrap, I got the first person, which definitely makes things easier, and I still had a bunch of nukes, and I finally take him down. The Cyber Silverback is defeated, but he has many brothers, ... That is terrifying. Though I don't think they realized they were going to use his mum in the end. But anyway, now we can collect our chicken, collect our treasure. An egg also hatches as a reward on the map, which is the massive chicken mech. So after eliminating the Cyber Silverback, I believe it's his brother who comes because he doesn't have a cyborg eye, so it's not himself, like in the first version. But anyway, we get back to the very start. And then again, we can continue from from there to whatever round we want, but things get increasingly long and a lot harder. We do, however, get to use our benefit of the chicken, which is incredibly overpowered. We shoot explosive eggs out. And again, I mean, just more fun to have. Moving on to Dead Ops Arcade 3, we have the rise of the Mummerback. And it starts with the Cyber Silverback calling his mum after being injured and having a pretend chicken toy, which is kind of funny. Calls his mother up, and then his mother becomes enraged. She then opens the drawer and gets a wooden spoon out. We all know how that feels. And then she herself starts training just like her son once did. Whilst the chicken is putting sunscreen on us, the Mummerback comes out of nowhere, boinks us on the head, and then steals our chicken. And so, of course, same situation as last time. We get angry, and our goal is to get our chicken companion back. So one of the biggest differences in Dead Ops Arcade 3 is that you can actually change your camera. From camera high to camera extra high to center to camera low. And you can actually see I'm playing as Rambo. You can actually play as your characters in this game. And there are keys, and the keys are very important, but more on that later. I've also actually beaten this before, but in first person. Now, if you didn't know, this was the rarest trophy in Cold War. So out of all the achievements you could get, beating Dead Ops Arcade was achieved the least. And so they added first person mode, which made it a lot easier. And I beat it like first game of it. And they also added advanced start. So if you went down around 64, you can start around 64. In this game, I just played the normal version, which is way harder. I failed probably upwards of 10 times, and the main reason why Dead Ops Arcade 3 is way harder than the other ones is because of the zombies' anticipation logic. So they will actually anticipate where you move, as you can see right here. They're guessing where I'm going before I'm even there. It's also way harder because it just starts harder, and that's because of the wild. The biggest thing introduced to Dead Ops Arcade 3, and I personally love the wild because it adds so much more content and adds a lot more variety in gameplay. But first you have to complete round 4, and then the Mummerback will spawn in, take all of your treasure, throw a bomb on the portal, so then we can't go to the next location and we have to actually go into the wild. There are so many things you can do in the wild. Luckily, I have, for example, an arcade machine that just spawned in at the spawn of the wild. So I can actually hop into the arcade machine and get extra lives and gems and hopefully keys. In the wild, you can collect keys, which you can use as extra lives if you run out, or use to unlock doors and actually make your way to the Room of Fate by round 5. There are also dungeons you can explore which give you keys, and you can potentially get another fate if a Magua spawns in there, but that did not happen for my sake. It also just helps because you can get a lot more gems and things, which leads to more lives. There are also these crazy bonus areas on the way, and sometimes the 6-armed boss from Black Ops 4 Zombies are protecting them. And in these bonus rooms you can get a lot of speed boosts, and in the sake of the Kaboom room you get a bunch of nukes. So now that I've done this, it makes sense why Cold War is so hard, because of the element of the wild. There are even the elephants from 9, and so we have to get into a vehicle and drive away. And finally, using 2 keys, I can then get to the bottom of the volcano. So normally I'd only be able to do this at round 20, and so the first 20 rounds would be really hard. But now I can actually go up the volcano really early. But before doing so, halfway up, I actually travel across this bridge, and I can pay tribute by using 1 key to reveal the true fates. So this is obviously very helpful, but first I actually had to eliminate Werewolf from Dead of the Night, which if you've just seen, I beat every Black Ops 4 map. So I found this really cool. Finally, I can drop down, and I'm looking for a rock with blue crystals that's very small and kind of in the center of the stone. The red colored one is the Fate of Fury, which we used in Dead Ops Arcade 1 and 2. Although it's very good in this game, the Furious Feet are even better, which just makes you run really fast. This also means you have to be really good at training, and I think this is why I like Dead Ops Arcade 3 the most, is because it is so difficult, and Furious Feet being the best fate just leads to the most fun, in my opinion. Although I haven't played enough of all of them to really decide which one's my favorite. Leave in the comments which one you guys think's the best, because I'm very curious. I think they're all very solid. And after making this video, I might go back and try and beat Dead Ops Arcade 1 and 2 with the Furious Feet just for some fun. In this lake area here, if you get the first person mode, you can actually see these golden sculptures of what looks like either Dempsey, Richthofen, or even maybe Nikolai when he was younger. So I thought that was a really nice addition, seeing that this is essentially zombies, just at a different perspective. This is the first arena where you don't move with the same consistency, because you start to actually slide on the ice. So this is a really hard spot, and on top of that, you also have to kill a Blightfather, one of the bosses from 9. I got very lucky in this circumstance, and I got a spawn of skeletons, which are on my team, and help distract the zombies and the Blightfather from trying to kill me. Also, I think my favorite power-up might be the boxing gloves. When moving on to the very last area, you have to actually go through the wild again, but it's a different section of the wild that you can't enter unless you get to round 60. And it's full of traps zombies, crawlers, dragon heads, the 6-arm boss guy, and we're just trying to get into the cave. So my plan was I went out of first person mode and then went back in, and you can't be damaged for 10 seconds after entering first person mode. So I abused that and took out 3 of the skeleton camps and then the rest of the skeletons, and now all I have to do is eliminate the king skeleton, who's actually quite easy to take out, to be honest. He just has a lot of health, and I can now exit the wild and get into the boss fight. Before doing that, I have to actually eliminate a Magua. Cold War is full of bosses all the time, and they're even stronger. Like, this Magua catches me. Instead of slamming, he just hits me. In Dead Ops Arcade 2, at least I had like a second to react while he's slamming. But finally, we're onto the Mummerback. But when entering the boss fight with the Mummerback, I had possibly the worst start. I literally run over a trap that I just didn't see. So great start, seeing that this Mummerback is really harder, and I've actually failed the boss fight multiple times. But luck was on my side, and I ended up getting a helicopter drop, which lasts a while and does quite a lot of damage. If you realize that the Mummerback has an incredible amount of health. A golden egg does spawn into the map, and so I use my nuke, because whenever you get a golden egg, if you can let it hatch before the zombies break it, you will get another life. So luckily I got that. As you can see, it says so sweet. The Mummerback shoots monkey bombs at me, which slow me down, so I have to use another nuke. And then fortunately I get the boxing gloves, which are really good because I can actually block the Mummerback's attacks by using it. Here I was a bit of an idiot though. I used a nuke and then thought it lasts longer than it did and got slammed as soon as it ended. And whenever I do have the invincibility, I abuse it because she's got a lot of health. I did have to do a dash here to get myself out of these traps and between the zombies. But at this point, I felt like I was at my peak of my Dead Ops Arcade skill. Like Black Ops 1, I was kind of bad. Black Ops 3, I was getting better. But Cold War, it took me like 4 days to beat this, and I played so much because I was loving it so much. And I think it really made me appreciate how good this mode is. Like, I want to beat it again. It was that much fun. And I want to do it in co-op. I want to do it in solo and try and go flawless, even though that is ridiculous to do, though people have done it. I think for me to get flawless on Dead Ops Arcade 3, it would take me 3 months at a minimum. But luckily in this situation, I did have a lot of downs left when I got into the boss fight. So even though I took quite a few downs and used all of my nukes and dashes, I was able to defeat the Mummerback and collect all of the treasure, which is very satisfying. And we did save Fidelina, the chicken, and we've won the day. We grab Mummerback's bag and we drink a potion, which actually turns us into a chicken. Yeah, the story is very bizarre. So I guess now we... never mind. But we get shot in the back by another gorilla who comes out of absolutely nowhere with a ray gun, who transports us back to being a human. I've got no idea what's happening. He hits us back to the start, and the chicken mourns for us. So I guess this can only mean that we will be seeing a Dead Ops 4 in the future, potentially. And maybe in Dead Ops Arcade 4, the gorilla will have a ray gun and can actually shoot or something. But who knows when that would release, and it could definitely be never. I think it's really important just to appreciate this mode for what it is though. I know last year that Treyarch said that Outbreak was really popular, but to me, that doesn't even get close to how good Dead Ops Arcade is. And after beating all of the games, I still hold it as the most underrated mode in Call of Duty history. And so I hope if you've never played it before, you give it a shot, or maybe you were like me and you only played a little bit of it, and now you can see its full potential. Now, I have to admit, going into this video, I didn't think I was going to enjoy playing Advanced Warfare Zombies. Probably because there is so much hatred towards this game by the community. After playing these maps, most of which for my first time, my main takeaway was, why the hell does the community hate this game so much? The story and the mode began on the exo-survival map Riot, where a prison riot has turned into a war. We play as Atlas soldiers, and mysteriously during the map, Manticore signatures land and explode. The narrator of the map reveals the DNA bomb should have wiped us out and must have been targeted at hostile forces only. He also questions why. He seems very suspicious of what Atlas are up to. Zombies then begin to spawn in on the survival map, and once we finish it, we use a flare to try and escape, and are saved last second by a warbird in an awesome cutscene. We do, however, get a frightening glimpse of the issues to come. In the midst of everything, Atlas actually captured some zombies for research. A fatal mistake, as the zombies escape and cause an outbreak at an Atlas facility. Though this was probably very likely to be intentional on Atlas's part. The janitor Oz, security administrator Lilith, security guard Decker, and an executive at the Atlas Corporation Khan all manage to get to the helipad for rescue, but the warbird gets taken down by a bunch of crazy zombies. So it is up to ourselves to survive the outbreak and try and get some communication to escape. So I'm going to go ahead and say this right now. This map has the worst Easter egg by far, and I think that's one of the reasons why people don't like Advanced Warfare. When your starting map has the worst Easter egg out of all the maps, it lowers the chances that people want to play the other maps. Though I will say I love Outbreak as a casual map. I played the crap out of this map when I was younger. I get a lot of nostalgia playing it. Last year I got to round 100 on it, which was a lot of fun as well. It took me 13 hours. But now it's my first time to actually do the Easter egg. So the first thing I do is grab this black box here, which is from the warbird that was destroyed on the helipad. So with this black box, we can actually create a communication signal to get help. At the very back of the map, I can put on the exosuit. I actually really enjoy using the exosuits in zombies, and I think it's a nice addition to zombies. You can play it whenever you want. It's just a different experience overall. I grab Exo Health, which is Juggernog, and there are these infection rounds where zombies can actually infect you, and if you run out of time, you will become a zombie and obviously lose. On my way, I do hit the 3D printer, so that is the mystery box in this game. 3D printer is really cool as well, and I get these nano grenades, which are awesome. I cure myself, and then I kind of just have a bit of fun with the nano grenade, testing it out, and you can see it just slows down the zombies and does a ton of damage. I go over to this security computer here, and I'm trying to get security clearance, so I can actually use the communication signal to obviously get help. Very luckily, I get the EM1 out of the 3D printer, which is actually needed for the first step of the Easter egg. So what I have to do is hit the 3D printer, shoot the EM1, and it will give me my first tag. So you can see in the bottom left there, it says 01. For my second tag, I need to wait for an infection round and then hit these little buttons on the walls here. I need to hit 4 of them. I then cure myself, and then at the end of the round, I can then pick up my second tag. For my third clearance tag, I then shoot the lever down here at the bottom. I do activate camouflage. Of course, in Advanced Warfare, you can activate turrets and all kinds of OP stuff, which is awesome. After doing the lever, I then body slam this location here, and then I can pick up my third tag. For my fourth tag, I need to use the trash chute, but I don't actually go in the first time. I have to go in the second time. And instead of taking me to another part of the map, it actually takes me to the secret location here where I have to shoot the ground. And if I shoot the ground enough, it will give me my fourth tag. And there I get it, which is awesome, right? Because sometimes that can take a while. You just gotta spam the ground, and the thing's moving in, so you only have a limited amount of time. Now, at this stage, I just need to get to security clearance 49 by killing zombies and picking up tags they give me. After getting to 49, I then activate this thing here, and I can finally go back to the computer, interact with it, go to the exosuit area, and this gives me a warning that I have 24 hours to get to the rescue area. Once doing this, I can actually upgrade my weapon to level 25, but my IMR is only level 15, so I can't get it all the way up there right now. But I make it all the way to the spawn room of the outbreak area. The warbird's coming in to rescue me, but at the same time, an orbital drop, I believe it is an orbital drop anyway, destroys the warbird. And so that's basically Outbreak. Like I said, the worst Easter egg, but the next 3 are pretty awesome. They kind of just get better and better. Though casually and for high rounds, I really like Outbreak. So the situation isn't very good right now. We've had 2 warbirds that have been destroyed upon arrival, trying to rescue these guys. So we have no choice but to continue to survive, but we eventually run out of ammo and get swarmed by the zombies. Fortunately, before death, Atlas saved them from their demise. They are then put on stretchers and placed in trucks, traveling towards a town that has an Atlas command center within it. After an unknown amount of time, the infection then spreads to the town, which is honestly terrifying. We then awake in the Atlas command center, which is near a burger town, obviously important because Bobby's gonna help us win this. So I wouldn't say Infection is a better map casually, but the Easter egg is way better than the Outbreak one. I had a lot of fun beating this map, though I still think the third and the fourth map are better, but there are some very cool stuff you can do in this map. So first off, I go to the sewer and get my exosuit, and one of the cooler things about this map is that you can actually rescue workers. So there are actually civilians hiding around the map, and at certain points in the game, you can actually rescue them, and then a warbird will come and save them. It's quite funny because the guy I'm saving is a Burger Town employee, and I just got a zombie who was an employee as well. It's also kind of funny how the survivor gets picked up. He just kind of hangs off the warbird. Kind of hilarious. I then grab this shotgun, the TAC-19, which looks like an alien weapon. It's pretty cool. I need to move through these vents to open a secret door. I also get one weapon upgrade for rescuing the guy, which is pretty cool. Obviously, I didn't mention it last game, but you can actually upgrade your weapon 20 times and then 25 times once you finish the Easter egg. Now, here is the actual secret door. It's got a skull on it. I hit the 3D printer and luckily I get this cell 3. There is another one weapon on this game that I'll need to get later. So Exo Zombies definitely weren't just phoning it in like we saw with Vanguard Zombies. Jeez, that game was bad. They also added these big security guys who can EMP you from a long range. Pretty easy to take out with the cell 3 though. In the spawn room, I jump up and I can get the golden pan, which I need for the Easter egg, and then I finally do my third vent. It took me so long to find that vent. And as you can see, this secret door is open and I come into this ritual kind of room and I can place the golden pan on the altar and it will actually go down. And you can see where the grates are. I need to kill a bunch of zombies over the grates and fill it with blood until it is full and the golden pan comes up again. But finally, I kill all of my kills over the grate and I can now pick up the golden pan again. I go to the Burger Town store and put my golden pan on the stove. Now I need to get a bunch of different meats. I do that and then it creates a patty. So I need to get the microwave gun out of the 3D printer. So it's not that easy. I end up going down there and then I have 2 seconds before I fail because I would have been infected. Finally, around 26, I get the magnetron, which is what everyone calls the microwave gun because you essentially heat up the patty and cook it using it, which is really cool. There are some really fun steps on this map. The start's kind of annoying, but the end's really fun. So once cooking the patty, I can then get a bun by killing a zombie with the microwave weapon. I do get that and I can make a burger. I've got to be careful here. I nearly go down by a bunch of crawlers, but once I pick up the burger, it then infects me because it's just so disgusting. And so I cure myself. Once my burger is somewhat clean, I can bring him to Bobby and he will eat it, which is pretty awesome. And I can start my next step. So I have to go to these plans here, this wall here, and then I have to make my way really fast over to this location here to pick up a box. I place the box at the gas station over here and then I just have to wait some time. This is really easy. And then I get a red box. I can then give this to Bobby again. So Bobby's helping us out. Pretty cool. He gives us a key and now we can enter the Burger Town burger. And you will notice there is a Burger Town missile in it, which is kind of funny. There's also a weapon upgrade and I upgrade my weapon to level 25, which gives me diamond camo in my cell 3. Really cool stuff. After interacting with this diagram of Bobby on the wall in the burger tower, I can then activate the crocodile so you can see it there. And I need to shoot the crocodile and I need to shoot the crocodile as it's grabbing a zombie. And this will destroy the crocodile for one and also give me the hand of the zombie. With the hand, I can then press on here and get a card, add the data card to the diagram, and then boom, all of these little burger bombs will come out of the burger tower. I don't know, I actually kind of like this map. The more I think about it, the more I look at it. It was fun. I don't know if it just isn't as good as the third and the fourth map in my opinion, but it's still a pretty damn good map. Finally, after a bit of time, the missile launches. I'm actually not entirely sure what the purpose of the missile is in terms of the story. I think for some reason the main purpose is it allows us to pick up this data card here that we can give to Bobby and then Bobby will come to life. And so we have finished the Easter egg. I'm pretty sure there's an alternative ending where Bobby just gives you a bunch of power-ups or cash or something. But luckily I got the ending where Bobby actually comes onto the map and helps us with the zombies, which I think was absolutely awesome. He's quite strong actually, but I eventually just downed myself on purpose. It took me an hour and 45 minutes, but we beat Burger Town or Infection. Though with this ending, we haven't been saved. So we eventually take up the high ground on the burger shop and begin to get swarmed by the zombies. But again, just like on Outbreak, we are saved. But this time it isn't by Atlas, but actually Sentinel. This is where we meet Lennox, who claims he has been watching us for a long time. He declares one of us has to die, and so he shoots Oz. We then get a narration from Oz telling us that this bullet to the head awakened him and that he actually knows Lennox. So it is hinted during this narration that Oz's memories have been changed and manipulated by Atlas. Lennox then drops a bomb by telling us that Oz was actually the cause of the infection and says a bullet won't stop him. Then he tells the rest of the crew that we were all dead once. So pretty insane stuff right now. The crew then gets sedated and loaded up on a VTOL. At the same time, Atlas come to chase us with their own warbirds. Because according to Oz, dead or alive, we are Atlas's prize pets. We then arrive to a secret ship and just before landing, Oz wakes and is now a zombie. So things are getting pretty crazy right now in the story and I'm loving it. We then need to survive both the undead aboard aboard the ship and Atlas soldiers planning infectious bombs after landing from warbirds. In my game, I got to play as Lennox, which I thought was really cool. At the very start of the game, I make my way to the armory and start to hit the 3D printer. My first hit of the 3D printer, I get the Cell 3, which again, like I said, is the best weapon in this game. There is another wonder weapon on carrier, so we've gotten 3 wonder weapons so far. Just like on Outbreak, I travel to the complete opposite side of the map to get my exosuit. I then grab these teleport grenades, which are very useful for this map and just useful in general. And then I activate this trap and teleport into this room here and enable the power. So cool little secret room. We've had a few of those already on Advanced Warfare. Then I have to do the grenade step. Now, this really isn't that hard. I saw so many people, like when I was trying to research how to actually do this step, so many people were confused. I found one video which was really helpful. Basically, all I had to do was shoot my grenades when a certain symbol came up on the screen there into one of the holes. Really not that hard at all. Once completed, I got a little tag here, but I also pack-punched my weapon there. And then I put the tag on the vault. We need to get a bunch of these tags, and then we can finally open the vault. Just like I said before, Atlas soldiers come aboard the ship and try and leave infectious bombs. I enjoy this on the map carrier, although in the higher rounds it gets obnoxious as hell. But for the story and beating the map, it's fun. I get some more weapons from the 3D printer and give it to this hand, which is a weapon disposal from Atlas, and in return he gives me some alcohol. So I get drunk. This next step, don't know how it refers to the story whatsoever, but anyway, I get drunk. I have to activate this little security sensory and I have to traverse it whilst drunk. Really fun step, honestly. I thought it was really cool. And at the very end, I grab my second tag and I can also teleport back and I'm no longer drunk. I give some more weapons to the weapon disposal and it gives me parts to build a fishing rod. Whilst I'm building the fishing rod, I need to get 3 parts. I also collect parts from teleportation zombies and build this teleporter. With the fishing rod, I get a shovel, and using the teleporter I just built, I can teleport to this little island of sand out in the middle of nowhere, and I have to dig up using the shovel my 3rd card. I do eventually get it and then run into the water and it teleports me back and interact with the vault. So now I just need 1 more. I then come to Captain DJ's locker and interact with it, and it gives me a quote. And now I can move on to the next step. So for this step, I need to find one of these UFOs that has a power up, and next to it will be a second one that is empty, but once you destroy it, it gives a part, which I believe is a lever, and I can add this lever to this panel on the wall. With the panel of the wall, I can call a shark cage into the map. But first, I have to do a few things. You can see me using my teleport grenades here, trying to survive, and I get caught out and I go down. Teleporter grenades are awesome, but man, they're scary. You can see me using them again. I run out. I honestly thought I was dead here. Keep in mind, I just went down, so I don't have quick revive, so I should have failed there, really. I'm not sure how I survived that. And luckily, with my fishing rod, I get a little fish, and this will attract a shark. I get the royalty camo by upgrading my weapon to level 20, and then get diamond camo by upgrading my level to level 25. So at this stage, I just need to kill a bunch of zombies. It's a bit like the ritual room on Infection. I just have to kill the zombies above these grates, and then a zombie will come as long as I have the fish. I then use the lever that I collected earlier from the UFO to pull down the shark cage. This was kind of sketchy because it was like round 34 or something, but I can jump into the shark cage, and then the shark comes up, kind of jump scared me there, and I can pick out his eye, which is a very cool step as well. And with this, I can open Captain DJ's locker and put my next part into the vault. Again, I use the weapon disposal to get another part. This time it is a C4, and I can go up to the vault and initiate it. We don't get to see it, but I'm guessing it explodes the vault, and now we are inside. After entering the vault, we are able to cause the ship to self-destruct in 2 minutes. We then make our way through the boat to find an escape pod, which we do find, but at that very moment, Oz appears. At this stage, the infection has spread all across the Western Hemisphere and been completely devastating. It is through narration in Oz's zombified state that we learn he was the catalyst used by Atlas to start the outbreak. He just couldn't remember until he was shot, because Atlas had done something to his memories. Fortunately for the crew, the boat is beginning to disintegrate, and Oz falls through the floor and they escape. Whilst in the pod, we then discuss plans on where to find Oz and how to kill him. So we travel and eliminate some guards at an underwater Atlas facility where Oz is causing havoc. Oz absolutely hates Atlas for posing as the saviors of mankind, while simultaneously creating the most lethal and horrific weapons to exterminate mankind, all in the name of money. The only difference in this situation is the weapon came home, Oz being the weapon. Throughout this map, we go through several stages to kill Oz as he teleports us into small boss fights. So simultaneously, we have to defeat Oz whilst also doing the Easter egg. In my opinion, this is by far the best map on Advanced Warfare and a very, very good map in Zombies history. This was my first or second time ever playing this map, so I got to learn the map by just looking at the main menu. It has everything on it, which makes it a lot more simple. So first of all, again, just like on every map, I make my way to the exosuit. I do have like 10 dogs behind me because I'm trying to save as much ammo as possible, and then I buy the AMR 9. It is only round 5 and I unfortunately go down. I was trying to save my ammo maybe a bit too much there, but thankfully Exo Health was right next to me and I was like, you know what, I'll keep going. I'm sure I will be fine. So the first step is I just have to shoot these wheels until they turn to a certain point where a blue light turns on. I just have to do that 3 times. But immediately after doing that, I get teleported to my first boss fight with Oz, which was really, really easy. I didn't really have to do anything, I don't believe. And so it teleported me out. It gets way, way more hectic and way cooler with Oz. With those 3 blue lights, I can now enter this room. It was another secret room. You couldn't get in there unless you turned on the 3 blue lights. I interact with the computer just like on Outbreak, and then I can depressurize this area here. But just because I depressurize the area doesn't mean I can go in there straight away. I need to wait. I need to wait for a Goliath to spawn on the map and then enter the Goliath. This is already a really cool step. I think what makes this map is 1, the setting is just awesome, and 2, the Easter egg steps are really fun and different. So with the Goliath, I have to come out into this underwater area. I knock the zombie out of my way and then activate this light here and make my way back into the facility. If I didn't do that, I would have drowned, I believe, and died. So after turning on the light, it sets up a bunch of challenges. So the first challenge I have to do is just shoot 5 drones in 1 round. Super easy. At round 13, I get teleported back into a mini boss fight with Oz. This one was really easy as well. I just had to shoot him in 4 different locations whilst he caused little traps and zombies to spawn in and all sorts of weird stuff. So here the floor was electric, but then after a while I am able to shoot him again, and like I said, I just have to do it 4 times. Really not that hard. Sometimes he spawns things on the roof, sometimes turrets spawn in, and also gas can spawn in, but I take him out. At the end of these Oz rounds, I do get a bunch of credits, which is really satisfying. So the next step is I have to get electric zombies to hit me right next to this panel here. They will die and charge the panel. One of the weirder steps on the Easter egg, but not too hard whatsoever. And I do eventually complete it, and you can see because it's just zapping like crazy. The next step is a grenade challenge, as you can see in the bottom left. I can only use grenades this whole round. Luckily, I do have infinite grenades, so this is really fun. I just jump around spamming grenades. I feel like whoever designed this Easter egg was like, you know what, let's just let the player have as much fun as possible. At round 20, I entered the final stage of the boss fight with Oz, where he is this monster, really, just mutated, disgusting thing. He spawns in. I really don't have anything good at this stage in the game at round 20. I hit the 3D printer and I get the Cell 3. My luck was pretty insane. At this stage, I didn't know how to eliminate Oz. I'm gonna be completely real. So I was just shooting him, and he has armor, so it does no damage. But if you get infected by Oz and then cure yourself, you will have a brief window where you can do damage to Oz. And so as you can see here, I do quite a lot of damage with my Cell 3. Again, I got so lucky multiple games here. Like on Carrier, I got this Cell 3 first go. This boss fight does get quite difficult, and I was trying to get some ammo, and I didn't realize how many zombies were behind me, and I got taken out. There's gas on the map, and then the lasers at the top disallow you to use your exosuit. So I was getting kind of stressed. Obviously, if I go down here, I fail. So I used my Sentinel drop, and all these Sentinel troops came in, and these guys are really, really, really strong. Super overpowered. Another great thing that Advanced Warfare implemented. It's a get out of jail free card, but it's so satisfying to use. And it's just cool to have fellow soldiers on the map with you. And boom, we've eliminated Oz, the guy who was our teammate at the very start, the monster himself, not by his own design, but Atlas. Someone who is purely evil and possibly has more hatred for Atlas themselves than anyone else. But we have to take him down, or he would probably kill us. So for this next step, I have to go to the starting room, and I have to actually jump out of the map and do jumping puzzles, which is surprisingly a lot of fun. Now, if I miss, I don't die. It just takes me back to the spawn room, just like when I finished the puzzle here. I got stuck on this one for a little while, so you gotta do a slide, jump, dash, dash, a double dash. So this was probably the hardest one. I had to do a slide, jump, dash, dash through the 2 walls. So the next step is I have to do just Simon Says, really easy. It shows me a pattern. I just have to repeat repeat the pattern on these 4 little computers. For the next challenge, it is friendly fire. So I will have 4 bots that spawn in, and I'm not allowed to kill them, but they damage me. I was not expecting this step to be so hard. When I looked it up and I was researching it, I was like, oh, this step will be super easy. I have teammates. I didn't realize they shot at me. So I went down once, and it was on an infection round, which made it even more awkward. And you can see they do a ton of damage as well, or at least they look like they're doing a ton of damage. The next step is I have to line the top row with the bottom row by doing certain actions. So as you saw there, I did 4 jumps, which changed the second number to 4. And then I just needed 9 kills or so, and then complete. Now, possibly for the most fun I had on this map is the rocket challenge, where you get a level 25 mayhem rocket launcher. Granted, it is round 29 and there's no PhD in this game, so it's a little bit risky, but it's so much fun. I don't think I've ever used the mayhem. I did not realize it was so good. Whoever created this Easter egg, obviously a team did, they were thinking, what can the player have the most fun doing? I just wish this was the first map instead of the last map, so people appreciated this game more. And that's actually the last challenge we have to do. I just have to go to the computer, go to this little perk machine, and it will teleport me to Oz's memories. I just have to survive a round or 2 in this area here. I have 3 bots that spawn in, which are the other characters, and Oz talks to us. He mentions that Khan is an old toothless shark, Lilith was a hacker, and Decker took drugs, and perhaps that's why they were chosen to be whatever they are. Oz says that they're 1 strain, 1 mutation away from becoming one of those things, which I think he's referring to as a zombie. Then he mentions that we are the cure and he is the disease. Supply and demand. So I may be wrong, but my guess is Atlas have caused this outbreak. I mean, that's obvious. But they've also made it so some people don't get affected. So the demand is that you have a chance of being infected, and so they will supply you with the cure. So they're gonna get filthy rich because they're the only ones who have the cure. So we have fully eliminated the big bad Oz, although it wasn't Oz's fault because it was Atlas who made him into a monster. Lilith then burns his grotesque corpse, but it's ironic because as we see the extermination of one Oz, the camera pounds down to see unimaginable amount of Oz's, which sounds weird but is terrifying in its own right. The game then ends with Oz waking up. In my opinion, I thought this ending was awesome and quite satisfying. It has an element of impending doom, for really that's what Advanced Warfare zombies symbolized. The inevitability of greed to destroy mankind. If you told me you don't like World War II zombies, I would understand. A part of me despises this game as well, but another part of me loves this game for being rather epic and also underappreciated. I know I say this a lot when making these videos, but honestly it's true. People really overreact with their hatred towards some of these zombies experiences. I mean, you get to live through an outbreak of zombies during World War II with an established interesting story in a video game. If that isn't cool, I don't know what is. I'm just going to say it. Some of these maps, I'd argue, could rival some of the best Treyarch maps, except for one reason, and this is where the other half that dislikes this game comes from. The game feels rough and at times unfinished. I did get very close to beating the Final Reich in another video, but I never did, so in this video, for my first time, I beat the Final Reich, the Darkest Shore, the Shadowed Throne, and the Frozen Dawn. And at the end, I will do a bonus challenge on Grouston House, one of the smallest maps in zombies history. After finishing all of this, I can confidently say that World War II Zombies is the most misunderstood version of zombies. In this fictional world, during World War II, Hitler reached out to a Dr. Peter Straub. His orders were to create a super soldier who was not afraid of death. Klaus Fischer, conveniently a man who wanted to be accepted and help the Nazi party, let Straub know of an immense discovery. In Klaus's hometown village of Meddelberg, an ancient artifact was found, that being of Frederick Barbarossa's hilt, a Holy Roman Emperor in the 1100s. It was said the sword was magical and forged in ancient Thor, and could bring Barbarossa back to life. However, it was not known that evil could be expelled from the ancient magic. When Barbarossa died, the sword was destroyed into 3 parts and displaced into 3 different areas. The locals in Middleburg came across the hilt, which we are dealing with now, but it was unable to be lifted from its location because of a mysterious magnetic force. Now with the knowledge of the hilt, Straub does experimentation to draw power out of the hilt, and as a consequence, a cord snaps, hitting 2 men and killing them. They then, however, begin to rebel against physical death, and so they get up and attack Straub, before being killed by security. This was the moment Straub knew how to build his army of super soldiers who were not afraid of death. It is also at this time Klaus, the man who informed the Nazi party of the ancient site, started having second thoughts about his allegiance. He saw what Straub was doing and was horrified, and so he sent letters to his sister in America, Marie Fisher, who became a member of the Monuments, Fine Arts and Archives program, which worked with the military forces to safeguard historic and cultural monuments from war damage. A lot of this story is entwined with real life events, but in this fictional world, she did this in an attempt to save her brother and prevent the Nazis from abusing this evil they had acquired. To help her on this mission, she assembled a group of MFAA operatives, including Scottish Drosten Hind, French Olivia Durant, and United States Jefferson Potts. On their way to Middleburg, however, they are seized by a monster made of body parts from the deceased, an invention by Dr. Straub. But for story's sake, we didn't get taken out, and somehow we're in Middleburg, so I guess we just got very lucky by that. So I know I do this in nearly every video now, but I have gotten to round 100 on the Final Reich before, and I enjoyed it, but it's not my favorite map ever. In fact, I think 2 other maps on this game are better, which may come as a shock considering most people like this map and think it's the best, but I'd say to that, most people just haven't played the other maps. I do still stand by my belief that this map has one of the coolest atmospheres though, but let's get into the Easter eggs. So first of all, of course, we can't forget to turn the valves, clear the sewers, and open the secret bunker where Straub has done his experiments. We can then turn on the barrel, which I believe is being charged by Barbarossa's hilt, and so inside of the perk machines is that energy which allows us to alter ourselves to become more powerful, so I choose to get Speed Cola first. Now we can enter Barbarossa's chamber, activate the transfer device, and charge it. Firstly, I do hit the mystery box and I got the SDK sniper rifle, which helps me get the scattered parts of the Tesla gun, which Klaus apparently hid for us in an attempt to sabotage Straub, which is pretty cool. So after charging the transfer device, I can then collect the Tesla gun barrel, charge the transfer device some more, and then collect the Tesla gun core. At this stage, a Brenner zombie spawns in. These guys are pretty cool, but luckily for me, this sniper is also pretty damn strong. I can now build and pick up the Tesla gun, so thank you Klaus for that. I now need to change the fuse boxes to their proper frequency by matching the colors to the numbered panel. This is very easy, and at the end of it, we can see a Zeppelin just chilling, flying over. There are a lot of starting pistols on this game, and a lot of them are really cool. In this game, I got the bacon and eggs when pack-a-punched, which are somewhat similar to the Mustang and Sally's, except probably better. I purchased double tap, and now I need to protect these lightning rods with the bacon and eggs and Tesla gun. It's not too hard, but I did have to abuse my specialist free fire, which gives me infinite ammo for a period of time. These specialists and their mods, super underrated on this game, and rarely I found I used anything similar on any of the different maps, so it created more variety when playing this game. I did at this stage stupidly drop the bacon and eggs for the FG42 because I knew I was about to shoot it at a Zeppelin and didn't realize the bacon and eggs are OP from that range, so that was a mistake by me, but the FG42 is pretty good. I activate the left hand of God, hack the FG42, and deal with the Zeppelin by shooting the lights that appear on it whilst being careful not to get zapped. When enough damage has been done to a light, a part of the Zeppelin will fall off, and now I just need to charge it, which gives me an Überschall. I then have to carry this down to the Hilt's chamber, but unfortunately because I'm a dumbass, I couldn't figure out how to drop it, and so I ended up getting my first down. But once in a safe position, I pick it back up and put it into the left hand of God. I need to do this 3 times, and on the 3rd time, I actually got baited by the Überschall, which was pretty funny. I do eventually complete them all and then pick up this Brenner head, which is left whenever you eliminate one of these guys. I need to shine this head on 4 different paintings, giving me a number and also an image of an eagle at a different angle. With this knowledge, I can activate the voice of God by putting in the correct number that corresponded to the angle the eagle was pointing. I can now shoot the hilt with the Tesla gun, which breaks the magnetic force and allows us to pick up the hilt, which is pretty awesome. But unfortunately for us, we aren't going to complete the mission and escape that easy. I suppose we are missing Klaus as well. But anyway, we run into the Panzer Mortar again. This boss is pretty damn cool, but unfortunately Klaus has been attached to its body, I guess as punishment for attempting to sabotage Straub. So this situation is pretty messed up. The boss fight is very similar to the Zeppelin step earlier, except this time we have to avoid being hit by this big boss. And also when we do get the Überschall, we have to knock the boss down and then quickly attach it to him. To charge the Überschall can be quite awkward in this boss fight, as you can see in this example. I got overwhelmed and ended up going down. Luckily, I did manage to charge the Überschall before I went down, and so all I had to do was knock him down and put put it on, though it was proving to be very awkward, but I eventually attached the Uberschnell and beat this pretty fun and easy Easter egg. With the batteries attached to the Panzer mortar, it becomes attracted to the Zeppelin, destroying itself and the Zeppelin. As a result, we get an absolutely epic shot of the Zeppelin exploding. The cutscenes on this game are some of the most cinematic in all of Call of Duty. So there are two endings to this map. The first one where, yes, Klaus dies with the Panzer mortar. The alternative ending consists of Klaus being revived by the Heal to Barbarossa, from which Klaus acts strange, telling us to prevent the resurrection of Barbarossa, and then ultimately ending his own life. To get this ending, you must do the hardcore Easter egg, which I did not do. Honestly, I didn't even know about it until I'd finished all of these maps. But hey, maybe one day I'll do it, as well as finishing all of the Tortured Path. I did think about doing them both, but I found them quite tedious and it was hurting my brain. Who knows though, I might enjoy them another time. But before that, we must continue onto the next stage of our journey. The Darkest Shore. The crew track down Dr. Straub, who they believe to be located on the Heligoland Islands, where he is still advancing his army of super soldiers, no matter how horrific they may be. Straub is able to do this because another part of Barbarossa's sword is located on the island, specifically in the ancient temple of Nerthus. Nerthus is an ancient Germanic goddess of peace and prosperity, though when slaves would worship her as part of a rite, they would immediately be drowned afterward. So not the most peaceful and prosperous god, I would say, but hey. So upon coming to the Darkest Shore, we must stop Straub from advancing his army and get the next piece of the sword. This map has a really cool and unique beginning. The zombies actually spawn in the water and start creepily coming out of it, and so to deal with them, we are given a turret to wipe them out, which is pretty fun. Now for these last 4 maps, I've never played them before, but I'd heard things about the Darkest Shore. I can't remember if they were positive or negative, but I think they had something to do with the difficulty of this map, because this map is very difficult. It took maybe the most amount of time out of any Easter egg I've ever done for me to complete. But even with all of this said, I probably had the most fun playing this map, as I thought this Easter egg was very solid and honestly one of my favorites I've done. It just flowed well, was enjoyable, and not to mention the environment is really cool, especially when elevated by its story. So firstly, I turn on the power and use the cart to get the green parts for the Pack-a-Punch, but also open the secret passage that will eventually lead to Nerthus Temple. First though, I grab this head and build the saw. The saw is honestly quite brutal, which goes with this map's grotesque aesthetic. I do need to use this saw to get a spine from a zombie that is charged, from which I can assemble the rip saw. It is important to note that I picked up the SVT-40 at this stage, as it will be our main weapon later on, because it's pretty insane upgraded. With the rip saw, I have to get this corpse's head, and now before I do the next step, I get the bacon and eggs, because things are about to get pretty wild. So with the corpse's head, I am able to put it onto this body, charge this device, and it brings this combination to life, which in all honesty is quite messed up, and things get a lot more dire for this guy very soon. But first we have to survive a lockdown with fire coming out of the floor. To survive, we have to switch off 3 of these valves when they have no fire underneath. It is a pretty easy step, and I try not to eliminate too many zombies so I don't go through the rounds too fast. And when done, we can interact with this invention of our own, which leads to one of the most brutal things I've seen in a zombies game. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure if YouTube will even allow me to show this. I guess it was the only way to open this really important area though, from which a Brenner zombie is guarding, so we have to take him out obviously, which is pretty easy with the bacon and eggs. I then go on the hunt to get a charged spine of a pest zombie. I can then place this head we got from next to the ancient door and also call up a pest zombie from below using the spine that we just got. Because I played this map so much, I started doing multiple steps at once to make this whole process faster. So I got into a turret and started shooting down these planes. I did eventually move to a different turret to finish this off and also destroy this rock. Weirdly, I always found this step really fun. So now back onto the pest zombie that we brought up. I have to rebound the ripsaw off these panels and hit it, which will charge it and then move on to the next destination. Doing this 5 times will complete it, and each time gets harder and harder. I eventually do finish it, and now I can move on to the next charged spine, which I got of a normal zombie, and so I don't need to escort him, and we will see him in a little. But while I wait, I find these red rocks around the map and shoot them, and this time I get the first Son of Nerthus stone, which will allow me to enter her temple once we have 3 of them. I also
also got the second one from when I shot that rock. It came out of it and landed on the beach. For the third one, you can see the zombie I called up earlier with that spine is just now coming out of the water, bringing the last stone. This whole process I think is pretty damn cool. But before I do anything of Nuthus, I call upon this head here to bring up this grotesque artillery loader. I have to guide him to the big turret, which will allow me to shoot down enemy ships later. I now do place the last son of Nuthus into the ancient wall, and you can see these moishlas praying to Nuthus. Pretty cool little touch, I thought. These guys are very, very strong and give a lot of character to this map. So I used my upgraded SPD with free fire and absolutely destroyed them, because this gun is insane, especially with free fire and the mods you can place on it. I enter the room, and because I did the pest spine already, the door shuts behind me and a ritual occurs. But because I have free fire already, I take out these buff pests really easy and grab my first head part. I use the rip saw to get a radio part from a fallen soldier and repair it here. Very luckily at round 16 I get the jack-in-the-box, which is the monkey bombs on this game, and extremely helpful for one of these steps. Now that the radio is set, enemy ships come in and start bombing the island to try and eliminate us. So we use the artillery to destroy it. Another pretty cool step on this map. It's time now to get a brute spine, which brings a friendly brute, just like the friendly pest and friendly zombie that was brought up earlier, and I have to take him to certain perks around the map in a certain order. But during this time, the mist rolled in and 2 moishlas spawned, and so I have to get one of their spines, because this is the hardest step in probably the entire Easter egg except for the boss fight, because they are so strong like I said, and we have to get a charged spine off them. So I abandon the brute because these guys don't spawn in very often, and I do end up getting one of these spines, which was awesome. I make sure that the brute gets eliminated so that I can bring up the friendly moishla, from which the moishla will hide from me, and I have to go around the map and shoot him 3 different times from 3 different hiding spots before the other zombies get to him and eliminate him. Now I can enter the Nuthus temple again, and a moishla will be there starting a ritual, but I take him out so fast it doesn't even happen, and I get my next head. Now I have to do the brute spine, which is very easy, as I just have to guide him to get double tap, increase melee, stamina up, and then quick revive. From which he goes into Nuthus temple, and again a ritual occurs, and we just have to eliminate him and grab the head. Speaking of heads, I have to grab this other head, and now the final ritual occurs, from which at the end Barbarossa's pummel is in the hand of Nuthus, and we can pick it up and actually throw the pummel, and if you do it at this radio here, we can interact with it, and it puts me into the boss fight. So the first part of the boss fight is you have to take out 4 different moishlas, all with different abilities. This boss fight is very, very hard, and it's only because this gun with the combination of free fire and its mods that make it possible. For me anyway. Once done, the mist will disappear in this first stage, and I make sure to charge my free fire, and I can move on to the next spot. I make sure to throw the pummel straight away at the Brenner, as this situation can be difficult, but because the pummel stuns him, I was chilling and popped free fire. This area, even with the fire, is a little easier, and so I was able to train the enemies in this area and slowly take the bosses out. After some time of completion, I can then enter this space and grab the full meter power up and armor. I do eventually get to the beach again, where I take out 4 more moishlas, which seemed weaker randomly this time, but I was definitely thankful as I completed the darker shore and a very intense, fun, but difficult map. With the pommel obtained and Nuthus and her rituals completed, we order an airstrike on the islands without really planning an escape for ourselves for some reason, which is kind of dumb. And so we end up jumping from a cliff onto one of Straub's Zeppelins as he and the other Germans escape and head to Berlin. The Shadowed Throne. We arrive to a war-torn Berlin and decide that maybe we should get off the Zeppelin before being discovered by Straub. This moment is kind of dumb, as I don't understand how we could possibly survive this, but I guess we are 4 characters fighting a large undead army, so maybe it's not the time to be skeptical. I'm not going to lie, I don't really like this map that much. It's definitely not bad, just nowhere near the quality of the other maps on this game. And that's probably the result of the radio steps and Morse code steps, which I literally had to use Premiere Pro so I could slow down the audio to interpret the code. So yeah, I wouldn't say these are the most fun steps. To start with, I grab this painting, note this number, correlate the code on the radio with the pin on the map to give me another number, and now I can tune the radio with both of the numbers I just acquired. The coolest thing about this map are the melee weapons, and we can actually upgrade them. So firstly, with the Morse code we were given after doing the radio step, I interpret the code onto this map here, and when done successfully, I get given a golden bowl. So
So yeah, riveting start so far. I shoot this box here which sets off flares, causing the zeppelins to shoot and mutate the zombies. I make sure when I get a Sizzler zombie to take him out on the armor box, which gives me an important part, and attaches his head from which I can pick up and place on the bowl I picked up earlier. I grab the Wonderbuss battery and shoot this film down and attach the painting and film to this projector. With the Wonderbuss battery, I can enter this room and craft the Wonderbuss, the wonder weapon on this map. I will say it's pretty bad. It does feel like some of the wonder weapons in this game are catered more for the Easter egg than to actually play casually, which I'm not a fan of. With the Wonderbuss, I can shoot this register to get another number, which again, more numbers, more fun, I think is the direction they were taking this. With the Wonderbuss, I activate the projector, and now I have to charge certain clowns around the map, and yes, you guessed it, I have to remember some more numbers. I have to remember how many zombies it took to charge each clown, and with those 4 numbers, I can then open a safe, which I struggled to open a lot when I tried this. I luckily did get it open this game though, and as a reward got the upgraded knife. And so I put it into the wall here. I do also have to charge these drop pods by shooting it with the Wonderbuss. There are 3 of them, and this is very easy. Where I placed the bowl and the fizzler head earlier, a bunny next to them becomes a soul box. Yes, this map is very weird. But once completed, I get the upgraded axe and again place it in its groove. I do pack a punch a different pistol in this game, and it's really solid. Probably the best gun in the game when upgraded. Now with the number I got from the register earlier, I can call this smuggler through the radio. He wants a certain weapon off me, and I can tell which weapon he wants by the bullets on this table. Here I could see SMG bullets, so I give him the MP40 and it worked. So now I just had to wait 2 rounds and then give him some points. And so once this is all done, I can get the upgraded knife and knock on the door 3 times, which will open it, and I will come face to face with a brute. This scenario is a great example of how good this pistol is. As a reward for doing all of this, I get the upgraded baseball bat. I place the final upgraded melee, and now I need to kill 30 normal zombies, 10 Sizzler zombies, and 10 pest zombies, unlocking a hidden courtyard. In the courtyard is another drop which I have to charge, but once completed I get put into a lockdown and I cannot leave, so I leave 1 pest zombie. Because I have to complete a puzzle and there was no websites to guide me, they've all been taken down, and there was no good YouTube videos explaining it, so I just had to go and try my best, I guess. And you know, it actually was kind of fun and pretty easy doing trial and error. With this done, I get 4 different golden bird statues, and I have to place them around the sculpture of Barbarossa in certain positions and angles. Completing the step gives us the blade of Barbarossa, which is the final part that we needed of the sword. So very cool stuff. I can now use the Wonderbuss to charge this open drop pod, taking us into a Zeppelin. This was my first time getting past the locked safe, so I didn't really understand this next part where I had to open up doors of the Zeppelin. And so this took ages, but eventually I opened the last part and all the zombies despawned, and now it's time to finally face Straub. But because we messed with the power when opening the doors, he gets attacked and eliminated. So we have all the parts of the sword and Straub is gone. Our mission is basically done except for the issue that there are zombies everywhere. And we also can't celebrate too fast because we first have to face one of Straub's new inventions to even get off the Zeppelin. This boss fight, I'm not going to lie, was pretty weird. You just have to shoot him when he begins to glow before he sprints. And then eventually in his last stage, you have to use the Wonderbuss to take him out when he is on the ground. This took me about 15 minutes to complete, but it wasn't hard at all, it just takes ages. And when it was done, I didn't even get to see him die, but I knew it had finished when the drop pod was open again and I could escape. I will say this again, not my favorite map in World War II Zombies. But can we appreciate the visuals again for a second? The cutscenes in this game look incredible. So we do find ourselves stranded after eliminating the boss and collecting the last sword piece. Just as we all run out of ammo and our doom appeared to be coming fast, we are saved by Major Rito. The Tortured Path. Straub's death leads to the army of super soldiers being unleashed with no leadership but their own animalistic soulless desires, causing havoc upon Europe for both sides. In America, the Bureau of Archaic Technologies is formed to combat these events. They hire new soldiers with the single goal of stopping the undead army. It is then brought to our attention that the sword is the key to destroying the undead army, and so we are currently trying to find a way to reforge it. We do eventually find some runes in Antarctica and forge the sword. But we are unaware of the effect this has caused, as you can see the magical energy can be seen under the ice. The Frozen Dawn. This magical energy that caused the undead army, the same energy we just saw under the ice, zaps our plane down. The characters then awake in the lost city of Thul, where the sword was first forged with its magic.
Now this is my favorite map in World War II Zombies, and I'd never even heard of it before. This map, with a few changes, I think could rival some of the best Treyarch maps. Granted, I've never tried high rounds on this map, though I've seen the world record is round 436, so I'd assume it's pretty fun. The map does remind me a lot of Ancient Evil, a map I really like, and I'd assume this is where Ancient Evil actually got its inspiration from, because it's very similar. To start with, I pick up this Überschnell and eliminate some zombies around the soul box to enter Thule. I do make sure to bring the Überschnell and also pick up a couple stones and a gear on the way before filling up the first blood pool. I promise the start of this is chaotic, but it gets really good pretty fast. I then make my way and activate the Ancient Forge, making sure to use my front line, which enhances my melee damage and gives me some armor. Once completed, I get another stone, a book, and a gear. Again, I promise this map isn't as complex as it may seem. On my way back, I get my third gear and also the Thulian Scythe, making sure to pick up this Ravenstone on the way. I then complete my second blood pool and place the Raven block in my final and third blood pool, whilst also interacting with this golden Raven, which spawns tons of Ravens around the map. Now finally, I can add the Überschnell to this cup and also the 4 stones in these spots here, killing 4 zombies in a certain order based off the symbols I was given by the stones, which spawns in the hammer. As you can tell already, this map has some really cool wonder weapons. I lay down so the hammer doesn't flee from me and interact with it, and I'll deal with it some more later. I get my second book and charge the Überschnell, which spawns in some lightning puzzles, and now I just need to make sure all of them face inwards. Luckily, there are some really good YouTube videos to help this step. Now I just need to bring the hammer back to its location and it will be charged. With those 2 books, I did open the cipher room, place the gears in this machinery, kill a corpse eater and steal his spine. I have to look at the solar system on the wall and then match it to the actual solar system model. So when the planet's in the same location, I have to activate it. And as a result, I get the broken flail. But first I have to go back to the hammer and hit this charge spot here. And when doing this, I only have a short time whilst it's charged, from which I hit this location here, then move on to the second blood pool. And now I hit a zombie in this location and the electricity is moved above the door. Now I need the boss zombie with the shield to get zapped, eliminate him with the hammer, thus giving us the power again, and then hit this spot, causing a puzzle to appear. And then the puzzle is super easy, luckily. You just have to shoot the same blocks every single time. It's the same thing every time. Now to finally finish off the hammer, I line myself up with the armor and walk off the edge towards what I believe to be a volcano. We then get taken into an area very similar to in Ancient Evil, where we have to eliminate a few zombies with its special move. And then we have our first melee upgraded. We can take it to the altar and move on to the next one. I pick up the shield, get increased melee damage for obvious reasons, and place the scythe upon the forge, charging it with the souls of the zombies. I get a bomber zombie to explode in this location, removing the metal blocking the radio parts, which I need for later, but for the meanwhile, I'll shoot some of these ravens around the map, which spawns in these corpse eaters that are actually charged, from which I have to eliminate them over the shining blood pool, giving us a symbol. When I've done every single blood pool with a charged corpse eater, I can then place the radio down here and kill a zombie whenever I get the same pattern that was in the blood. I know this might sound confusing, but trust me, it gets better. After I do all 3 patterns, I down myself, which spawns me into this area again, but this time I have to block shocks from the air with my shield, and once done, it is now upgraded and I place it in the shield altar. Moving on, I use the broken flail to teleport me to the soul boxes, from which I have to kill 3 zombies and then find a constellation around the map. Doing this 3 times will enter me into the upgrade, where I have to teleport through 2 walls of fire, which I went down a few times doing this because I'm an idiot. And if you do muck up the timing at all, it's an insta down. With that out of the way though, the broken flail is done. And because I charged the scythe earlier, we can now pick it back up, teleport again to the upgrade phase, where I just have to eliminate 3 brutes. I do also make sure to pack my machine pistol here, just in case for the boss fight. And now I've assembled all of the upgraded wonder weapons, and shortly I'll explain how these came to be. But first we have to teleport and beat the God King. The only reason we have to verse the God King is because a member from the BAT who was sent to retrieve the sword from when we crash landed the planes. If you remember, the plane was struck by lightning, so someone had to come and find the sword, and when they did, they became delusional by the sword's power and as a result awakened the God King. I had a blast doing this boss fight because instead of doing 3 stages, you can straight up just run at the God King with the upgraded scythe and frontline and do immense damage. But it is super risky because he is also very strong. So it's actually a really cool battle. In this game, I did get lucky and I do enough damage to down us. I know that sounds stupid, but this is what we want, as it triggers a cutscene from which Klaus appears, and this is where the story
takes a crazy turn. Because we are revived and turned into Raven Lords by Klaus, who has become some kind of Raven god, I suppose. Let me explain this. The Raven Brotherhood exists to keep the cycle of life and death balanced. So with this knowledge, it makes sense that the Raven Brotherhood want to abolish zombies from this world to keep that balance of life and death. Honestly, I do laugh at this part of the story. It is a little goofy, but hey, I don't mind a battle between good and evil conveyed through gods and demons. It is also important to note that General Rito was in the Order of the Ravens the entire time, but only we are made into Raven Lords by Klaus. And with our new strengths being Raven Lords, we can finally eliminate the God King. A very cool looking boss, I might add. It's also very important to note that apparently the God King was behind Straub and Barbarossa this whole time. And so now it is for us as Raven Lords with our Raven Lord weapons to end the zombie outbreak. And yes, these are the weapons that the Raven Lords wield. I ended up having a lot of fun playing this game, although at times the tedious Easter eggs were daunting and the potentially glitched boss fight was distressing, but apart from that, I thought the game was very solid. Evidently, a lot of work was put into this game, though maybe it was too much as some of the maps were released very buggy and were never fixed. So yeah, I'm glad I experienced the entirety of World War II zombies. It definitely was an adventure to say the least. But wait, just a second, I did do a pretty wild challenge on an absolutely tiny map. Let me know in the comments if this is the smallest map in Zombies history. I did some research, but it seems Nacht der Toten may be smaller. If that is the case, it must be pretty close because this map is tiny. The challenge I decided to do was get to round 50 and take out the Brenner boss, who only ever spawns in at round 50. At first, I thought this might take a while, but I soon figured out there are some really cool ways to advance yourself on this map. One of those ways is to shoot every lamp on the map, which will open the mystery box room. At this point, I just decided to get some points because I need 10,000 to do the next cool Easter egg. But first, I need the Jack in the Box. Luckily, it's pretty much guaranteed in your first 5 hits of the mystery box. So I throw it onto this panel, and once it explodes, I can now go to this piano and interact with it, leading me to lose 10,000 points, but every single time I hit the mystery box, I get a pack-a-punched weapon. So definitely a good trade. In the box, there are some almost secret weapons. To be fair, I don't know many of the weapons in this game, but some of these weapons are really insane and you would never expect it, is what I'm trying to say. Especially the Pack-a-Punch Sniper, the Subsonic Scream. It's one of the weirdest weapons I've ever seen in Call of Duty, but when you shoot it on the ground, it leaves a yellow light, and when it turns red, it eliminates all the zombies in the area. It has a limit, I'm not sure how many, but it seems to kill like upwards of 5 zombies with one shot. There is also a perk machine on this map that acts like the Wonder Fizz, but honestly, with this sniper, I easily got to round 43, but then it started getting pretty hard, and so I got the other insane weapon on this map, and that is the crossbow, which, to be fair, isn't great on this map because it's so small, but if you use it with free fire, it becomes absolutely insane. It's like using alchemical antithesis with an OP Black Ops 3 wonder weapon. Even with all of this OP stuff, I still went down, and because it's random perks, I nearly failed the entire challenge. However, I did make it to round 50, I saw the Brenner, I threw the Jack in the Box, but these insane weapons aren't very good when taking the Brenner out, so I decided to spear him with the crossbow, and this whole scenario was super awkward and intense, but eventually I think I killed him through the wall because of the Subsonic Scream does do damage through walls, on this map anyway, or maybe he just disappeared, I'm not too sure, but either way, I got to round 50, which I was definitely happy about on such a difficult map. I personally love when there are these small survival maps that you can have a lot of fun on, where it just adds a lot of variety. It's just like having the Giant and Shadows of Evil. Though, let's be real, the Giant is absolutely insane. And so hopefully in the next game we'll have a detailed map and then just a survival map. But for now, I'm genuinely happy playing all of these hidden gems that have been so brutally disregarded at times. For me, it's like getting a new zombies game every week. So I hope you guys did enjoy the video. The next one will be round 100 on every World at War map. I have a series on the channel where I go back and beat every zombies game for the first time. And it's recently occurred to me that I haven't beaten any of the original maps because quite frankly, I didn't even know they had 4 Easter eggs. So firstly, I attempted to beat Tranzit, which is essentially made for 2 or more players, but I did it solo, which made it a lot more intense. Then we move on to the possible solo Chronicle maps, Shangri, Ascension, Moon, and Origins. Now I have made an Origins video for Black Ops 2, but if you watch it to the end, I fail. So hopefully this time, I will finally beat
complete the epic masterpiece, which is Origins. Of course, Nacht, Shinonuma, Verrucht, and Kino do not have full Easter eggs, so we cannot beat them unfortunately, but if you want to watch those maps, I got to round 100 on every Chronicles map in another video. So for Transit, I decided not to use the bank, which makes this a lot harder. So you can see I stay in the first room till round 3, the lava comes up out of the ground, which is really cool. And then at the end of round 4, I use the turbine to leave the first room. When you don't use the bank on Transit, it's a really sketchy map because there are so few weapons on the map and they're so far spread out. And so I ended up picking up the B23R. So our first spot is the diner, which is probably the most aesthetic place on the entire map with those big shining neon lights. I get off in the middle of the fog here, and I'm assuming most of you guys know, but there's actually a shortcut to town here, which is awesome. I mean, a lot of people complain about Transit. I honestly really like this Easter egg. I didn't even know it was a thing in the game. There's 2 Easter eggs. I'm doing the one that's possible solo, and in my opinion, the better one. So now that I'm in town, I can put the turbine down and grab Juggernog, and then also grab Stamina, and make my way into the fog. Eventually, I did make it to the cabin in the woods, grab the Bowie knife. The Bowie knife is amazing for destroying the gremlins, and honestly, gremlins really aren't that annoying once you get this down. Like I said, I do love this map now. I've gotten to round 100 on it. I had a lot of fun doing it. The Easter eggs are blast, as you will see. My only issue is that the weapons are too spread out. Is there a single weapon in town? I'm like 90% sure there isn't, because the amount of times I ran out of ammo in town and could not find ammo was insane. Make my way to the power facility, turn on the power, and now with the power on, I can use a gremlin and teleport across the map, which took me to a perfect spot. Took me right to the maze, and I make my way to Toten, and I pick up a part for the jet gun. Now back to the diner, I need to hit the mystery box to get EMP grenades and the ray gun. Second hit of the mystery box, I get the EMP grenades, which is crazy. I make sure to camp in the diner for a little bit with the Bowie knife, so I can get points. Like I said, I still need the ray gun, but eventually I do make my way to this light here, and basically what I'm doing is I'm testing to see if I'm getting my lineups correct with the EMP grenade and the light opposite. The light is still green, which means I've missed it, so I try again, but on this side of the light, I line it up to the left of the pole, and luckily when I got back to the other light, you can see the EMP actually went across the map and hit it. So I know my lineup is correct because I need to hit 4 lights in quick succession for the final step of the Easter egg, which took me 10 hours. Before building the jet gun, I do try and pack-a-punch my pistols, but my turbine didn't work. I do end up building the jet gun, and now I start putting teleporters down on every one of the green lights around the map. I grab a speed caller and then continue my knifing. I still need the ray gun. And boom, I get it at round 13. Now we have everything we need, so I go through the maze again, but on the other side of Toten, I make my way under here where the gremlins can't get you, and then break my jet gun on purpose. So with the jet gun broken down here, I can now use the ray gun. I need to get 25 explosive kills. As you can see, I'm checking my scoreboard to make sure I do it, and I did. So before going into the final step, it's really important to note that you can only hold 2 EMPs in solo. So seeing that you need to use 4 EMPs on 4 different lamps in about 3 seconds, maybe even less, it seems impossible for solo, and so you need a max ammo. Now's the step that took me 10 hours. So I leave the electrical tower and come to this lamp where I practiced earlier on the lineup, and I kill a bunch of zombies around here. The gremlins don't hit you when you're under the lamp. I throw the EMP of the lineup, I throw it again at the ground, I jump through the portal and jump through it again, throwing EMPs at all of the portals. Unfortunately, the EMP that I threw across the map hit a lamp that I teleported to and then threw another EMP at, and because of that I only hit 3 lamps and I need to hit 4 lamps. This can happen because the teleportation is random from lamp to lamp. On another try, I get a max ammo, do the lineup, throw an EP on the ground, grab the max ammo, jump in, throw the MP, and then I end up at the same spot that I just threw the MPs. So very unfortunate there, but finally. So it took me 10 hours because I failed many times. I would get to like round 40 with like 20 fails of these EMP throws. So it took me all day to do
I finally throw the both. I grab the max ammo very quick, and then I finally finish the step. Blue electricity starts to come out of the lamp, which means that you've completed the step. It travels to the electrical tower, and that happens for every single lamp around the map, which makes it a pretty cool looking scene. However, I have a bunch of gremlins just coming at me constantly because the light turned off, so it was a bit awkward there. So this was really cool because it's essentially an Easter egg for co-op that people finally figured out you can do solo as long as you chuck it across the map and get really lucky with those portals. It took me 10 hours, but I had an absolute blast, and it made me feel even more differently from when I got the round 100 on Tranzit, which made me appreciate the map, but this made me appreciate it even more. Truly a unique map in Zombies, and it's one where I'm not always looking forward to playing it, but once I hop in, I'm always having a blast. And I feel like not using the bank definitely added to that. Moving on to Shangri-La, I have to use a mod because it is an Easter egg for 4 players. This just allows me to do it solo, which is awesome. Firstly, I get the power on. Now I can come back to the starting room, and normally in a 4-player game, you all have to press this button at the exact same time. In this modded version, I only have to press one of the buttons, and then it puts me into the Eclipse mode that I didn't even know was on this map, and I've played this map to death. In the Eclipse mode, I can press this button, and all I have to do is walk on the tiles. Now, in a co-op game, you have to match the tiles with a teammate on the other side of the map. Because I don't have a teammate, all I have to do is stand on the tile and it will match it automatically. And as a consequence, you can see the bowl gets lifted up above the button there. I do want to take a moment just to appreciate how good this map looks, especially in the Eclipse mode. I still can't believe I didn't know this was even a thing. After a little bit of time, I get kicked out of the Eclipse mode because I beat that challenge and I start another Eclipse mode. This is another really easy one. All I have to do is go down the water slide here and press a button on the way and stand on the grating here, which will free Brock and Gary, who are 2 travelers trying to find Agartha, and they're stuck in a time loop because they keep touching the focusing stone, which you'll see later, because they actually help us get it ourselves. So after doing the slide step, this bowl slams down into the rock here, and so I need to get the wonder weapon. I do get the ray gun first and then the wonder weapon. I use the ray gun to knock it down because you need an explosive weapon, and then I use the baby gun to shrink it. With it shrunk, I can now knife it, and then I escort it down this slide and then into the geyser where it flies up in the air, presumably landing on one of these sticks here. I get rid of my ray gun for the Weevil actually, and pack-a-punch the Weevil because this next step's kind of annoying and I don't want any splash damage to ruin it. So I have to escort one of these napalm zombies. A lot of people were telling me this step's really hard. It actually isn't that bad whatsoever. All I gotta do is turn this wheel about 4 times, which pushes gases out of 4 different pipes, and I have to escort the napalm zombie to 4 different pipes and turn the gas on fire. And as you can see, the last pipe turns on fire there. I've done the step. I go back and pull a lever next to the wheel. And now I don't have to worry about the napalm zombie again. I definitely didn't think that was a hard step. I run to the waterfall here, which says don't hold. It's actually a waterfall trap. It's not very effective though. It doesn't kill the zombies. I then had to knife these symbols around the map. There's 12 of them, I believe. Super easy. Just run around the map, finding them and knifing them, and then throw a grenade at this wood. After this step's finished, of course, it kicks me out of the Eclipse mode. I go back into the Eclipse mode and set these 4 puzzles with the right symbols facing upwards. This is again really easy. It only is hard if you have zombies because you are in the mud pit. I pack-a-punch the baby gun, and now I have to hit these gongs around the map. And if I hit the right gong, it will not shine red. If I hit the wrong one, it will shine red. So I have to hit 4 of them. And once I've hit 4 of them, I use my upgraded baby gun to shoot the shining balls. But unfortunately, I forgot to hit a radio, so I had to restart my entire game. And so this run, after I did every single step, I would use the radio, and because of that, I can now do the gong step again. I get the balls lit up, I shoot my baby gun at it, and the dynamite actually comes off, which is awesome. So this is Gary's dynamite. He dropped it on his way to the temple. Now this step's really cool because I shoot this ball here, which then shrinks the focusing stone so we can pick it up later, which is pretty epic when you really think about it. Considering that's a very good use out of the weapon that shrinks things, you really are missing out when you don't do the Easter eggs, because the maps make so much more sense in general. So now I make my way up these stairs, and I need to use the dynamite to blow up this wall. So I'm passing it through to Gary and Brock. The first time I went up there, I never passed the dynamite on accident, so I went back up there and passed it in, and they blow up the wall, but we pick up the focusing stone. We also get given Perkaholic, which is awesome, and a radio spawns at the bottom of the stairs, from which we learn that Brock and Gary are in a time loop. So going into Shangri-La, I thought it was going to be a pretty lame Easter egg because it's such an early game, but it ended up being a rather epic map that is definitely made even cooler by the story and the setting. I really had no expectations going into this, and I absolutely loved it.
So I thought Shangri-La would be simple and small. Turns out it wasn't, but Ascension turns out to be that. Nowhere near as epic as Shangri-La or Tranzit that we've already done, and hence the Kermit character. So firstly, I get on the power, the saturation with the green hands looks amazing, and for this game, because I'm using Kermit, I wanted to get those hand animations in, so I picked up the sickle. I also need to get the Thunder Gun, the Ray Gun Mark II, and the Gersh devices. And luckily, I do get the Ray Gun Mark II, then the Thunder Gun, then the Gersh devices by round 15, which is pretty good. I threw a Gersh device outside of the map onto this electric box here. I interact with this machine and wait specifically for a monkey round from which I pressed on this red button. And it's at this moment I realized you can't have two mods running at the same time. I had to change games, get rid of my permit mod, and then put on the solo mod because again, just like Shangri-La, you can only do this 4 players. I activate the rocket and then blow it up with the Ray Gun Mark II. Now I can stand under the rocket platform and the timer on the clock starts, and we have to stay in the circle here for the whole 2 minutes. It actually was a little bit sketchy. I nearly ran out of full ammo, but I did have my Gersh devices and I got the death machine last second anyway. You can see the timer went back to the start. A white flash comes in, eliminating all of the zombies, and then I pack a punch both the Ray Gun Mark II and the Thunder Gun. This is a bit of a weirder step solo because you get your friend to ride the lander whilst you call it in, but in this it's only me, so I call it in and the lander will just pick up the letters for me. As you can see, the letter L is our first one. You have to do it in a specific order, so I come to the spawn room, activate that lander. Unfortunately, we can't see that letter because we are underground. Go over to Speed Caller and activate that lander and we get the letter N. The lander will go over it and pick it up for us, and then come back to the Stamina Up lander and it will pick up the letter A for us. So it spells Lunar Lander. An oddly enjoyable step, I might add. But you might notice I'm at round 25, so it took me a while, even though it's a very easy thing to do. Now that we've spelled Lunar Lander, I can kill all of these zombies here, and there's a white little dot on the ground there, so I throw the Gersh device at it. You need the Gersh to be on it. And then I shoot my Pack-a-Punch Thunder Gun 4 times, and then spam my Ray Gun Mark II, and you will see here that the white light starts to lift in the air, and you can see this monkey just, just fly in the air there. But I get my Perkaholic, and also a free death machine. That's the Easter egg. By far the worst Easter egg out of the 5 I'm doing in this video. But I'm still glad I did it. I think it's the first main Easter egg, so what can you really expect? I'm just glad that I was able to do it. And also, I'm definitely giving it extra points just because it is the first map. Because without it, we might not have had all the great times after. So now it's time to blow up the Earth in a video game. First thing I do towards this venture is throw a grenade in this corner, causing 2 pieces of a material to break off. I will definitely need these 2 pieces later, but first my main priority is to get as many points as I possibly can in No Man's Land. I do have Juggernog here, which is awesome. I did get Sword Flare out of the Gobblegun machine, which gives enhanced melee damage, and so this is massive, as I'm able to leave No Man's Land with nearly 10,000 points. This allows me to get the power on straight away, have a good look at the view of one of the missiles that's eventually going to hit Earth, and also do the Simon Says challenge in relative peace. This is really easy. Like I said, it's Simon Says game, so it shows a color, and then you have to copy what color it shows as each machine resembles a certain color. Very easy stuff. Still on round 1, I grab the hacker and hack this device here, which then initiates 3 more devices that I need to hack. This is all very simple, very easy, slightly boring, but this Easter egg definitely goes from 0 to 100 pretty fast. I have to run along these devices here and press on each one of them in quick succession. On my very first hit of the mystery box, I get the wave gun, which is pretty insane because it's quite rare on Moon. I need to now get the Gersh devices, and that was round 2 when I got the wave gun. 15 rounds later, I finally get the Gersh device. It always takes ages. I then come back to Earth and throw the Gersh device on those 2 pieces of material. The Gersh device sucks it up and puts it on the Moon. I made sure that Tunnel 6 got destroyed, and now I'm hacking to remove the excavator now, as I will need that open, but I did purposely allow it to be destroyed. I grab the steel cord and get the quantum entanglement device, or the QED. I have to pack-a-punch the wave gun, and once I am brought back into the quick revive room, I throw the QED down on those 2 pieces of material, and they spawn over by the computer, and I can put the viral device between them, with the metal rod connecting the viral device to the computer. So we've pretty much built a computer to charge the viral device, which after interacting with the computer for a while, it does charge it. And now I can come over to Tunnel 6. Like I said, it got excavated, and there is a viral sphere in here, which I'm just going to refer to as a ball. And so I can shoot the ball around the map. And I need
to bring it all the way to the pyramid. But first, as it goes outside, it gets stuck onto the satellite, and this is why I needed the wave gun upgraded, because with the wave gun upgraded, I can shoot the top of the satellite where the ball is, and it will pop back out, and it will go into tunnel 11. So it does go over the power switch and into the pyramid. I interacted with the pyramid, and now I have to fill the soul boxes. I can then hit another switch from which the pyramid opens and Samantha is revealed, giving me a death machine. I have to fill some more soul boxes. I throw a QED down at the ball, which makes it disappear. I grab Gersh devices again. There is a lot of mystery box hits on this map. I have to do some further Simon Says, all very easy stuff. And once completed, I throw the Gersh on the ball, which sucks it up. And then boom, that's the entire Easter egg. Really, really, really easy. I don't know what I expected doing this Easter egg. Going in, I knew this was probably the most prominent Easter egg except for Origins. I mean, you get to blow up the bloody Earth. So yeah, is it my favorite Easter egg ever? No. There is a lot of RNG to me, and the Simon Says doesn't really engage me wholly. So for me, it's not so much about the Easter eggs itself. It's about what we're doing on the map and essentially initiating rockets to blow up the Earth. That makes this map so epic. I mean, for goddamn sake, you're literally playing on the moon. Now it's time for the map with the most grand and epic Easter egg ever created. I've beaten nearly every map in Zombies over the past year, and honestly, there wasn't a map I disliked wholeheartedly, but I do tend just to love COD Zombies. However, there are levels to how good Zombies maps are, and Origins is above the rest of the maps. When dealing with its main quest, there are maps which I would prefer to play casually or for high rounds, but there isn't a map like Origins that gives me a sense of awe every time I load it up to begin an almost unfathomable quest through the trenches of northern France with big robots, rain and snow, staff and tank. Now this Easter egg is absolutely massive, and I was doing multiple things at once, so until everything converges together, I'm going to be focusing on one thing at a time. The first being getting all 6 of the power generators on. The first staff I go for is the ice staff, so I get the disc and then the 3 parts. While it's snowing, I have to dig them up. Now I can enter the crazy place and get the crystal for the ice staff. Build the ice staff, go back to the crazy place and do the puzzle, shoot the 3 tombstones, shoot the orb back underground, and now I finally have the upgraded ice staff. I have done this countless times, and yet I love to do it every time. The staffs also just look incredible, especially on Chronicles. This entire video, I really haven't complimented Chronicles enough. What an incredible DLC that I've definitely appreciated more by making this video. It's crazy to think this was DLC 5 and came out after Infinite Warfare was released. You guys know how much I love Infinite Warfare, so this is pretty crazy to get Chronicles and Infinite Warfare the same year. People were definitely taking Zombies for granted, especially when you look at the state we're in now. Moving on to the wind staff, I have to shoot open 3 robot feet from 3 different robots and grab 3 different wind staff parts. I can grab the disc and grab the wind staff crystal, build the wind staff. It looks amazing when it pops out, I love it. Do the wind staff puzzle, which is really easy. Shoot the smoke towards the main dig site. Again, shoot the wind orb, and now I can place it and upgrade it. For the lightning stuff, I started doing this when the game started. I have to turn these switches in a certain direction. Grab the lightning staff disc. Use the tank, which is awesome. If you didn't see in my round 100 Black Ops 2 video, I had to use the tank to get kills when I ran out of ammo. So don't think the tank is completely useless. It definitely isn't, especially because you can get the lightning staff parts. Even the glow of the staff part looks amazing to me. I grab the lightning staff crystal, build the staff, do the lightning staff puzzle, which I messed up. I have no idea how I beat it in this scenario. I was just spamming it because I messed it up. For some reason it worked for me, and because I did the switches earlier, I can shoot the lightning orb. I've used the lightning staff the least out of all of these staff, so I was kind of just practicing on the way with it. I'm gonna be completely honest, I didn't even know the lightning staff just shot this big bowl of lightning out that slowly moved. Onto our final staff, which is the fire staff. This is the step that I could always do when I was a kid, and I absolutely sucked at this map. You shoot down the plane, possibly the most iconic way on Origins to get one of the parts. I feel like every kid knew how to do that, because after all, most of us were children when we played this, or teenage. I killed the Panzer of the MP40, which gave me the second part to the fire staff. When I turned on all 6 generators, I was given the third part to the fire staff, picked up the fire disc, grabbed the fire crystal, build the fire staff. The animation is awesome as well when you pull it out. With the fire staff, I camp in this area, and this acts as a soul box. I also multitask here, as a lot of my staffs need upgrading, and to do that, they also need souls, so I'm essentially charging 2 different things at once here, the staffs and also the fire soul boxes. These markings then spawn on the wall, and I have to match them to one of the torches down by the tank that has a number resembling
bang the symbol, shoot the fire orb, and now I have done every single staff. All I gotta do is just get a bunch of kills with them. I pick up the wind staff again. Earlier in the game, I picked up the stone and it is dirty. So what I have to do is kill a bunch of zombies by these soul boxes. Once I've filled 4 chests to capacity, I get given an ability from the box from which I do increase melee damage. The wind staff further increases my damage, so I place the stone here and it acts as a soul box now, only with melee kills. So I have to get a certain amount of melee kills and then the stone is cleaned. With the stone cleaned, I can pick it up and all I've got to do is make sure I don't put my feet on mud. As I make my way all the way back to where I collected the stone, it acts as a soul box again, but only with my melee. Luckily, the staff increases my melee damage even more because it is round 17. And as a reward, I get given the G-Strike grenade. They essentially act like monkey bombs, but with missiles landing on its target. I go back to the crazy place just to finally finish off every single one of these staffs, as they do require a certain amount of souls to be completely finished. Picking them all up from this altar brings them back to their original place of creation, from which I place the fire staff. I have to wait for the middle robot to come, and with the wind staff, I can place it into here, which is the Odin robot. I do need to put the lightning staff into this robot here, but that's one of my biggest fails. I don't know how I missed the foot there. Very lucky I have the golden helmet, so it doesn't do extra damage. But finally, the robot comes. It took about 50 minutes, I'm not even kidding, for that robot to come back down that lane again, and I can put the lightning staff in the Thor robot, and then the ice staff into the Freya robot. I make sure to pack-a-punch the STG at this stage, as I will need a normal weapon later on. But for now, I can re-pick up the upgraded fire staff. Now, this is where things can get really intense. There's a robot coming down the middle. I need to get into one of his feet. Luckily, the direction I'm going is where the foot can open. So I hop into his foot, and I need to press this red button and jump straight out. I throw the G-Strike grenade, and I need to throw it in a specific location. I definitely missed there, so I threw it again. It landed right where I needed to, and I thought I'd ran out of time because you only have a certain amount of time after you click the button. But luckily, the G-Strike broke a hole in the ground there. I can then build the Maxis drone. I didn't know what my bind was to bring out the Maxis drone, so I accidentally pulled it out here. I couldn't even find it in the air for a second, but eventually I did. It killed that zombie. I thought I just completely messed up. However, it came over towards me and went into the hole that I just exploded. If you've done this Easter egg, it's most likely you've never forgotten this step, because about 10 panzers jump out of the hole. The fire staff upgraded is insane though, so the panzers really didn't trouble me. Just before I killed the last panzer, I got a zombie blood, which is massive. I also get a death machine, take out that last panzer. I need to look in the sky with the zombie blood. This is the only way I'm going to see the plane in the air. After a little bit of time, I found it, shot it, tried to run around the map as fast as I possibly could, and with only seconds to spare, I run into the zombie that has the Maxis drone now. I make my way back down to the staffs and use my melee ability to knock the mist off the zombies. And once completed, I pick up the stone and I can move on to the very end of the Easter egg, where I place the staffs in the crazy place, and all I have to do is kill a bunch of zombies, about a round or two of zombies. Their souls are absorbed, and I have to place the Maxis drone in this location here, and it will go up into the sky. I was having a bit of trouble finding where to teleport here, but eventually I pressed on it, and boom, I finally completed Origins. I remember playing this map. I think I was 13, and I was having the hardest time ever. I could barely build a staff other than the fire one, and I would always just repeat the intro and just see how epic this map was. It was just too hard for me. And about 10 or so years later, I've finally beaten it. That is absolutely crazy. I hope for you guys this also bring a lot of memories back. One of my favorite things is to see the comments of you guys sharing the nostalgia that is zombies. Sometimes I can't really share the nostalgia, like with World War II Zombies. I barely ever played that game until I made the video. But with this video, I played Origins. I played Tranzit when I was a kid, but for Tranzit, I didn't even know there was an Easter egg, and Origins, it was out of my reach entirely. I don't know what you guys were like when you were playing Origins 10 or so years ago, but it's crazy to think Zombies is still going and Origins holds up today, in my opinion, as the best Easter egg quest to ever be made. So in this video, we beat all of the possible Chronicles maps and Tranzit. Hopefully you guys did enjoy. This might be the last video where I beat a game. I did also beat Extinction and Dead Up's Arcade, so I beat a lot of stuff. I'm pretty sure I've ran out of stuff to beat. I've had a lot of fun on this journey. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed it too. Zombies really has an amazing community, and there's no doubt it's a very special side mode that Call of Duty made. So after beating every possible solo zombies map, and even some maps that aren't meant to be beaten solo, I can say the Black Ops 6 Easter eggs are pretty cool, but very easy. Except for Cold War zombies, most maps in this video took me multiple attempts to beat. But with both of these Black Ops 6 maps, I beat them first attempt, and with Liberty Falls, with ridiculous ease. But I will say these maps have an enchanting coziness to them. I don't know why, but I get a similar feeling to these maps with a cozy horror movie. Yes, they're a bit cheesy and easy to watch, but they're also just a lot of fun and weirdly comforting. I honestly think Liberty Falls is one of the weirdest maps. On the surface, it's way too easy, but for some reason, it's still a lot of fun. Considering its easiness, I did actually play the entire Easter egg with the Rampage Inducer on. The first thing I actually did though was in the main menu when hovering over my Akimbo GS45 class, I press 1, setting it to a zombies build, which means after dropping in, killing a bunch of zombies and waiting for the chalk to turn blue, I bought the gun and it came as my zombies build, saving me 1500 salvage. From here, I then made my way to the church and initiated the Easter egg. I packed the pistols, used my energy mine, then realized it's probably not the best for this challenge, so instead put on Frenzied Guard, which is honestly very strong, with the right augments. I collected PhD, and after collecting 3 parts, built the jet gun. Sucked another 3 parts with the jet gun and built the LTG device, grabbed an ether canister, dropped it on this trap, then placed the LTG that I just built onto this other trap, killed a wave of zombies trying to stop the portal's integrity, and finally from the portal spawns a big bad boss, who I then killed over the ether canister whilst the trap was active, absorbing the boss's soul. Kind of a weird complex step when put into words, but it's actually very easy. Once I delivered this canister back to the church, the machine gives me a Strauss counter. I used this counter next to 3 different machines. If the counter showed yellow, I changed the machine's color to yellow. If the counter showed red, I changed the machine's color to green, for whatever reason. And if the counter showed green, I changed the machine to red. Also, I've played quite a lot of this map and never knew you could jump down here. Also, I must admit, it was like a week into the game before I learned you could even go up on the roof in the first place. So with the machines all linked, I grabbed another canister and repeated the previous step, where I protected a portal, then killed the monster that was released from said portal whilst the trap was off and the ether canister was close by. And now already I can enter the boss fight, which is ridiculously easy. It might just be the easiest boss fight in all of Zombies history, in my opinion. There's no boss, only a slightly stronger Mangler, and also another slightly stronger Abomination. But that's how I beat Liberty Balls, a map that I find very comforting and relaxing, but not very awe-inspiring. Now, Terminus is definitely a more intense map than Liberty. Liberty seems to be a map built more for beginners and casuals, whilst Terminus definitely appeals to the more experienced community. It also has a proper boss fight that definitely excels the map into another tier compared to Liberty. I still think an Easter egg boss fight can elevate a game greatly. Look at Infinite Warfare Zombies, for example. So I had the exact same start on Terminus. I grabbed the pistols once they turned blue, but this time on this map, I actually turned the Rampage Inducer off, as this was my first time trying to beat the map, and I thought it was going to be quite hard from all the talk over the last 3 weeks since the game released. So I got the power on, packed my pistols, and got this door open, collected all the parts to build the beam smasher, from which I activated one of these tentacles traps and shot a beam to collect a hard drive. I gave it a peck, and then this poor bloke needed releasing, so I collected 3 numbers around the map. One from the hour hand of a clock, another from a card, and the last from the days since last injuries list. I entered the numbers and killed the stronger Abomination with absolute ease again. Like I said, Frenzied Guard is actually pretty damn overpowered. I then fixed some pipes around the map and hacked a signal with 3 different buoys around the map, and finally defused 3 different bombs in this bottom facility. This was the first actual kind of difficult step I found in Black Ops 6 Zombies. I also got this really weird glitch with the monkey bombs where I kept throwing stuns, then without pressing any bind, I ended up randomly throwing the monkey, which was great as it allowed me to freely defuse the second bomb. Finally, for the 3rd bomb, seeing I didn't have anything to distract the zombies, I actually used a gobblegum that makes your armor stronger, and this allowed me plenty of time to get spam hit by the zombies and still defuse the bomb. As you can tell by my pause timer, I was watching Mr. Ruffle Waffles whilst playing this map, and also Liberty. I was honestly quite worried about this final boss fight, as I'd heard everywhere that it's difficult, but really I found it quite chill up until the very end. Basically, I just ran back and forward with my pistols, shooting the boss and collecting ammo whenever I needed some. Then when I had to shoot its tentacles, I did. And that's about it, until the very end where the tentacles shoot stronger and more acid, and the boss just also has more powerful abilities. But really my first down was because I wasn't paying attention and I just got slammed. Although this pistol is great, it isn't fantastic once you go down and lose PhD. So I ended up going down again, but whilst downed I had plenty of time to finish this big, kind of Lovecraftian creature. By the way, I have made a whole video on Lovecraft on another channel if you're interested. So yeah, Terminus is pretty dope. So that's how I beat every zombies map solo over the past 4 years. Thank you guys so much for supporting my videos, I genuinely really appreciate it. It's been 4 years, granted on and off. I think I've only made like 15 videos in the last 2 years, but nonetheless you guys always show up and share a lot of kind words. So love you guys, see ya.